making you show the protest side, I would just like to tell you about how actually the scene is outside the area where this protest is happening. And you can see over here how much traffic jam is over here. So you can see the end result of it all, first of all, is being faced by the people of Delhi, who are facing the brunt of the heavy barricading which is being done by the protest. Now the Aam Aadmi Party may claim that the LG is trying to obstruct its work. The LG is trying to not make it do well as far as the Chhath preparations are concerned, and they are protesting about it. But at the end of it all, what we are seeing is that the the problem is being faced by the residents of Delhi, as you can see from the traffic jam, the heavy traffic jam which you can see around the area. So it is now going to be interesting to see that will Aam Aadmi Party workers take also the notice of the problems which are being caused by the normal residents of Delhi and reduce its protest, or they will only continue to amplify their protest, taking into consideration that there are huge stakes involved in the upcoming MCD elections.
Yes. Also, Piyush, if you could show us around the protest site as well, where the action is taking place. We understand there is heavy barricading, of course, as seen in these visuals. Personnel who are present right there to prevent the situation from escalating. But yes, the AAP workers who are there in large numbers holding banners against the Delhi LG. This on a day when the Delhi Chief Minister, of course, is in Gujarat to campaign ahead of the elections in the state. But as you can see, the situation is definitely tense as the workers, the AAP workers, continue to protest against the Delhi LG. They are raising several slogans and banners as well. But for now, moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one from Gujarat. Now, newsbreak coming in, sources have informed that the Gujarat cabinet will move a proposal to constitute a committee, just like in Uttarakhand, under a retired High Court judge, to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code. So, the Uniform Civil Code, which is in the offing when we talk about Gujarat, and this, of course, stays months after Uttarakhand also implemented the Uniform Civil Code. So, sources now suggesting that the Gujarat government is likely to be Gujarat government could announce a panel on the Uniform Civil Code. Well, we'll try and go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor as well to get his perspective on this. Remember, this comes just months ahead of Gujarat going to polls, so a big measure that can be taken and is expected when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code, which is already in action when it has already been formulated in the state of Uttarakhand. Sources now suggesting that the UCC panel is likely to be formulated in the state of Gujarat. And news coming in, sources suggesting that the Gujarat cabinet is in all likelihood today going to move a proposal to constitute a panel just like the one in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat. So UCC that could be implemented in the state of Rajasthan as well, and ahead of that a panel that is all likely to be formulated in the poll-bound state. So after Uttarakhand, Uniform Civil Code could very much be passed formulated in the state of Gujarat as well. So this is source-based information coming in. Our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, how do you read into this? A big move there, just of course ahead of the elections in the state of Gujarat.
It was being talked, Samiksha, for a while that Gujarat will make that move. BJP led Uttarakhand and up to the elections in Uttarakhand last year, early this year, and now we are seeing Gujarat also making that move. Before that, we have seen a uniform code already there in Goa, and of course there is this law commission study as well, which was commissioned by the present government in Delhi. So essentially, you would see a lot of political.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Abhishek. We'll try and connect with him again, but that's a big lead coming in. Gujarat government move on the Uniform Civil Code, where a panel could very much be formulated in the state of Gujarat. Well, this is a source-based information that is just trickling in, that Gujarat cabinet will today move a proposal to constitute a committee for the implementation of Uniform Civil Code in the state, and this panel would be headed under retired High Court judge to evaluate all the aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code. And Abhishek is back with us. Abhishek, please continue. You were talking to us about the Uniform Civil Code which could be formulated in the state of Gujarat.
Yeah, so as you know, there was some audio issue there, Samiksha.
All right, we have Priyanka also joining us live. Priyanka, if you could give us more details on the source-based information that is just coming in, that in today's cabinet meet, a panel could be formulated on the Uniform Civil Code.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. As Abhishek was also pointing out about the Uniform Civil Code and the debate that has surrounded it. And we have now seen that the BJP has always spoken about UCC and how it can be implemented in an efficient manner here in the state of Gujarat as well. This is something that has been discussed in earlier cabinet meetings as well, in the leadership of Vijay Rupani when he was the chief minister, as well in those cabinet meetings. The entire cabinet, in fact, was a different one. That has also been discussed, but we do see now that this time as well, that this is a debate that is being taken forward by the government of Gujarat with respect to the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code and how it can be went about with respect to how Uttarakhand had also been done, as Abhishek was also pointing out, under the scrutiny of a retired High Court judge, where it had to be examined as to how it can be implemented in the state as well. And that is exactly what we can expect in Gujarat as well. And of course, we are seeing that the cabinet meetings that had also had discussions on this were of the new cabinet as well, where the MOS Home Harsh Sanghvi, in fact, had also been present, and he had been the one who had been leading this debate as well on the UCC. And this time as well, we see that he might be addressing a press conference over the Uniform Civil Code and how the committee will be formulated by the government of Gujarat and how it can be examined to be implemented in the state of Gujarat, and the technicalities that will be thereof to be kept in mind when it comes to implementation of the UCC as well. And of course, we will have to keep in mind the timing of this entire debate as well coming forward, because we are expecting that the elections in the state of Gujarat will be announced at around 1st of November itself. And before that, we are seeing that several such decisions are being taken by the government of Gujarat. This, of course, is going to be a major one, Samiksha, when it comes to the elections. And of course, that notwithstanding, we have seen that this conversation being taken forward by the government of Gujarat over the last 1 year as well. And now we are seeing that perhaps today itself, this is a source-based information that we're getting, that today itself there might be a committee that will be announced by the government of Gujarat going forward as to who will be formulated in this committee, and whether or not this will be the same manner in which Uttarakhand had also been done, where the retired High Court judge had been looking over and it was looking over the committee and examining the implementation of the UCC as well. And we will have to wait and watch as to how details will further come out as and when the decisions are taken. But by around 3:30, we're being told that there might be a press conference that will be carried out by Harsh Sanghvi himself, where he will be speaking about the UCC and the debate of the UCC going forward over the implementation of the UCC in the state of Gujarat as well.
Priyanka, just a follow-up question, like you were talking to us about the Gujarat election. How much of this do you think is important vis-a-vis the UCC, vis-a-vis the Gujarat elections?
Well, Samiksha, we have seen how there have been several political statements when it comes to the UCC. It has been a national debate over the past 1 year, more than that if we have been tracking. But at least in the state of Gujarat, as I mentioned earlier as well, the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani had also spoken in favor of the UCC and how it is the need of the hour as well, and how there were several other ministers as well that had spoken about UCC, and of course taking that debate forward. We see a new cabinet that has come into power under the leadership of Bhupendra Patel, the new Chief Minister of Gujarat, and of course the MOS Home Harsh Sanghvi as well, who are now leading from the front when it comes to implementation of the UCC. But of course, do see right critical point as when it comes to the elections, as you very rightly pointed out, that this will be a point of debate in the upcoming elections, since we have seen a major condemnation from the opposition party, and of course it is going to carry even more weight, because this time we see that the AIMIM and the Aam Aadmi Party that have taken a stand against the UCC are also contesting in these 182 constituencies in the state of Gujarat in the so this is
All right, we seem to have lost our connection with Priyanka, but as Priyanka was telling us, it's going to be a pitched battle in Gujarat, and with, of course, the move latest, the panel that is all set to be formulated on UCC implementation. For now, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister also said that this move is a big crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
In a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crore rupees of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital or take any accountability. Responding on the depleting air quality in the national capital, Delhi LG VK Saxena assured action, further saying that Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
झील को देखा था वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the Coimbatore blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble for comedian Bharti Singh and her husband, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection with the drug case. In a big win for border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Sirpur outpost who was trying to enter the international border of Anughar.
કામ મળ્યું હોય એ કામ લગનથી કરીએ ને એનો જે આનંદ છે એ પ્રગતિના દ્વાર ખોલી નાખતો હોય છે અને મને ખાતરી છે કે મારા ગુજરાતના દીકરા દીકરીઓ આવનારા 25 વર્ષ ભારતનો અમૃતકાળ વિશ્વના કલ્યાણ માટેનો કાળ છે અને એના તમે સારથી બની રહ્યા છો। કેટલો સુભગ સંયોગ છે, કેટલો મોટો ઉત્તમ અવસર છે। તમને ખૂબ શુભકામનાઓ। જેટલી શુભકામનાઓ એટલી ઓછી। ખૂબ પ્રગતિ કરો, આપના માતા પિતાના સપના પૂરા કરો। ધન્યવાદ સાથીઓ।
Do well and achieve the dreams of your parents.
All right, that's Prime Minister's address at Gujarat's Rozgar Mela, congratulating the new inductees. So Prime Minister's address at the Gujarat Rozgar Mela. We'll try and go across to Priyanka as well to get more details as to Prime Minister's address there on Rozgar Mela. Priyanka is with us. Priyanka, if you could. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Priyanka, but Prime Minister there congratulating the new inductees. Prime Minister's address at Gujarat's Rozgar Mela.
Post-Diwali, the air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted. Anand Vihar at 456 AQI, Ashok Vihar at 422 AQI, Noida at 392, and Delhi overall AQI air quality index is 309, which is in a very poor state. It has been seen that since the evening of October 23, the air pollution has increased, and it is because of the setting of firecrackers by individual, the increase in agriculture fires, and also reduction in temperature, and because of the wind speed, dust and smoke in Delhi NCR, which have been responsible for the bad air quality index in Delhi NCR. Not only this, regarding pollution, seeing the increase in pollution level, the central panel has issued a closure order to 24 industrial units in Delhi NCR for violating pollution-related status. So this is the condition. The medical experts are clearly saying the itchiness can be felt in the air and the eyes by many public, and the increase in the hospitals have increased, seeing the smog and the bad air pollution in Delhi NCR. So this is the condition of Delhi NCR, where the air quality is continuously deteriorating day by day.
पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है। इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए। हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है, पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे तरह का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है। तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा।
A very short break. Lots line up for you on the other side of this short break. AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire, and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area.
The air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted.
Pakistan intruder who was shot dead at the border area. Bengaluru-bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat. Soon after Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech crunch. AAP versus BJP over funds to Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions. Court red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns.
AQI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
But politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. AAP workers now take to streets. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with a big story coming in from Gujarat, where sources have informed that Gujarat cabinet will move a proposal to constitute a committee just like in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. So Uniform Civil Code, which could very much be a reality in the state of Gujarat after Uttarakhand. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, a big move there that could happen, which is very much in the offing when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat.
Well, yeah, I mean, you cannot take away from the fact that the announcement is coming or the decision is coming just maybe 2 or 3 days before the Election Commission announces, polls in Gujarat and the Model Code of Conduct kicks in. The political part would always be there, but the fact is that the Uniform Civil Code has been an abiding belief within the BJP since its setting up in 1980. We have seen the party, whenever it has come to power, jockeying with the idea of how to implement it. There has been sometimes lack of consensus, sometimes the issues of constitutional mechanisms that need to be worked upon. Remember, the central government under the present leadership set up or asked the Law Commission to come out with a report on Uniform Civil Code, which could be rolled out nationally and which is being deliberated within the Law Ministry. And in the meanwhile, we have seen the Uttarakhand government setting up a committee to look into the possibility of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Uttarakhand. And that was again a campaign promise ahead of elections earlier this year. Now we are seeing BJP picking up the tap from Uttarakhand now and repeating that in Gujarat. So obviously, since it's a campaign promise, it would be immediately implemented if the BJP and when the BJP comes to power with the elections slated to happen in November and December. It's not difficult to understand that the BJP has now has strong roots in Gujarat, been there in power for 30 years almost now, and 28 years, and they are looking for another term. And this essentially bolsters the core constituency of the BJP ahead of Gujarat campaign as it picks up. We are seeing in the pictures Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, but the campaign phase is the son of the soil and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was 17 years as Chief Minister of Gujarat. Apart from Uttarakhand, when the announcement was made in the case of Uttarakhand, at least half a dozen odd BJP states had expressed their desire for similar, examination of the Uniform Civil Code at the state level. So obviously the momentum would build up, but as of now we are hearing it is source-based information that Cabinet is going to meet today and going to take a decision on a UCC panel. So actually, if you look at it, it's not campaign promise in the manifesto. It's actually a decision that would already be taken by the time campaign starts in Gujarat.
Yes, Abhishek, stay with us. We have Zeenat Shaukat Ali also joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, thank you for speaking to us. If I can get your quick response, how do you read into this? UCC could very much be a reality in the state of Gujarat.
See, I feel that there is nothing wrong with the Uniform Civil Code, but it should be put under discussion. You see, one cannot take an arbitrary action and just implement it, but it should be out for discussion so people are convinced, and there should be, a draft that is circulated and that is, that is looked into and approved. Because, a Uniform Civil Code is part of the directive principles, and we have to consider it seriously, and I'm not against it. But I would certainly say that, passing anything, without, arbitrarily, without, circulating it around, I would prefer that there is a democratic process involved in it.
But ma'am, what we are given to understand as per sources that it is going to be a panel that will be formed headed by a judge, following which decisions would be made. There's going to be a proper discussion on UCC, deliberate discussion, and of course only then it's going to be formulated in the state of Gujarat.
I think that would be a very good idea. Once it is put before a judge and there are proper people put on board and it is discussed and then after that it is done, I think India is one country, one people, and looking at things that are happening around, I think it would be a good idea, provided it is done democratically, as you have said.
All right, Zeenat Shaukat Ali, thank you for speaking to us. So activist Zeenat Shaukat Ali giving her insights on this, saying that it is indeed a good move. Abhishek Kapoor continues to be with us. Abhishek, when we talk about the state going to polls today, how much of this do you think is going to have an impact on the Gujarat polls?
Well, Samiksha, as I said, the Uniform Civil Code and BJP together are no surprises. As I said, this has been an abiding principle thought with the BJP since its setting up in 1980 and even before that in its Jansang days, in its Jansang avatar. So what we are seeing is essentially a pre-poll kind of an injection to the cadres to really get revved up and energized and head into the poll with some momentum. It's not that this is a new idea and the BJP is toying with it now and that it's going to, galvanize a new set of people. It just essentially, insofar as Gujarat is concerned, because the party has broad base and deep roots and remains very strong in terms of its cadre strength. This is just about, apart from all that has been done and apart from the general grip that the party has over the state apparatus, this is essentially aimed at, I believe, energizing the cadres, bringing them out of their homes, get them into the campaign, and of course, generally to buttress its perception that BJP strongly stands, bats, and wants to bring a Uniform Civil Code at the soonest. So, since they are having some difficulties at the same time in terms of the legal issues that are taking a bit of time to sort out, I think the BJP decided that in whichever state they are in power, they would be setting up similar panels. Once those panels submit their reports, a collective decision would be taken. And then when you say, for example, that out of 30 states in the country, 31 states in the country, say 18 states or 16 states which are directly under the influence where BJP is in power or under the influence of the BJP, if they come together and collectively decide, then it becomes both a majority decision and a federal decision in terms of bringing a Uniform Civil Code in the country. So I think the party might be thinking, the top leadership might be thinking along those lines. But as I said, today, insofar as Gujarat's decision is concerned, it's going to act as more like an injection to rev up the cadres just ahead of elections that are going to be announced just in a couple of days.
Yes. Abhishek, stay with us, and for our viewers also who are watching this broadcast, if you could break it down for us, the salient features of the Uniform Civil Code.
So essentially what happens is all criminal cases, Samiksha, get adjudicated by the Criminal Procedure Code and the Indian Penal Code. So when it comes to crime, every citizen is treated as an equal. Or when it comes to personal laws, every community has, every religion, they have their own set of rules and norms guided by traditions, religious books. And that an argument goes against bringing in homogeneity of citizenship. And that's the reason why most of the modern societies, for example, are generally guided by civil laws which are uniformly applicable to all, irrespective of the denomination, their religious denomination, the caste denomination, their class denomination they come from. So it's a well-evolved thought which has existed in modern day for quite some time now. India really, when we became independent, chose, because the British had really no stakes in our society, they allowed every community, every section of the society, every religion, caste, denomination to have their own customs and traditions, so long as they continued to pay taxes. The British regime, essentially being a colonial regime, was only interested in taxes and nothing else, not about development of the country and cohesion in the society. In fact, they wanted to do a divide and then rule. So that divide and rule philosophy perhaps guided their decision to keep these separate laws. But when we became independent, there was a resistance because people had got used to those living with those norms. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to modernize. He couldn't do anything with the other communities, but in the case of the majority Hindu community, he brought in those Hindu code bills, the codes that are called sometime in 1955. The Muslim community, the other communities, Christians, they resisted. So essentially every community continued to have their own separate laws. And that's why, post 1955, momentum started building up with a demand gathering that why not have uniformity of civil laws as well. So it's not a new demand, but it gained more traction within the BJP because a section, the Jansangh at that time, because a section of the majority community thought that while they are subject to modernizing laws through the code bills, the other communities continue to live with their own traditional / regressive laws. But that was something which started getting traction over a period of decades and ultimately found mention as almost an article of faith in the BJP from its inception in 1980. Subsequently, we have seen off and on demand gaining strength whenever BJP comes to power, but then most of the opposition parties do not really pick up this issue because obviously their vote banks do not allow them to see reason, logic or requirement of a uniform civil code in terms of modernizing influence that it can have. Muslim nations like Turkey have had it. Many other nations in the traditional Asiatic societies have had it. But because of vote bank politics, this issue was never, it never became mainstream. It's only now, despite the fact that BJP has been in power under Narendra Modi for the last 8 years, there have been difficulties that now a decision perhaps was taken at the top of the BJP that let the states somehow come out with these panels and suggestions and reports based on which a collective call can be taken, as part of which now we are seeing in Gujarat also this decision being taken. But as I said, it is coming just 2 days perhaps before the election commission.
Yes.
The polls in Gujarat, and that's why it would be obviously open to politicking and opposition attack.
Well, absolutely, Abhishek. Thank you for joining us and giving us your insights. So, an announcement that is very much on the cards with regard to the formulation of a panel on UCC by the Gujarat government. And we have Majid Memon also joining us. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. If I can get your quick response. The Gujarat government is all set to formulate a panel on UCC. What is your response? Sir, if you can hear us, if I can get your response to Gujarat government, which that is mulling to form a panel on the Uniform Civil Code.
You see, Gujarat elections are round the corner, and attempts are being made to polarize or to arouse religious sentiments, and this appears to be one act in that direction. As far as the enforcement of Uniform Civil Code is concerned, you see, we have seen in the recent past the Law Commission, Honorable Supreme Court, the Parliament, these are all institutions which have examined the possibilities or the difficulties in implementing Uniform Civil Code, although it is the part of Constitution under the chapter of Directive Principles of State Policies. But you see, there is a fundamental rights, list of fundamental rights of freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom to practice religion, promote religion. See, it is possible that such there may be some kind of a conflict between the Uniform Civil Code and freedom of religion. In any event, the priorities are misplaced. Should not Gujarat government think about generating employment, controlling the price rise, maintaining law and order, bringing peace in harmony in the society. These are all burning issues which are kept in the back burner, and you are talking about things which are of no significance. So I am afraid, and if you want to have uniform civil code, Parliament is the best place.
All right. Thank you for sharing your views with us. So that was NCP leader Majid Memon opposing the idea of UCC that could be implemented in the state of Gujarat. For now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister also said that this move is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crore rupees to public funds to the Waqf Board in last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP has come down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Responding on the deteriorating air quality index in the national capital, the Delhi LG has assured action, further saying that the Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
आपने भलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble for comedian Bharti Singh and her husband, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in the 2022 drug case. In a big win, 4 border security forces of Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Sirpur outpost who was trying to enter the international border of Anupgarh. But politics over air quality continues. BJP now hits out at Kejriwal government, demands accountability. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies as AAP workers stage protest outside LG's restaurants. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, and news break coming in, this one in relation to the Telangana poaching controversy. That's a big lead coming in the TRS versus BJP poaching controversy. The Telangana High Court having passed an order in favour of police. The High Court has asked the 3 accused in the MLA's poaching controversy to surrender before the police. Remember, this comes days after the ACB court had earlier rejected the remand request of the 3 accused, after which Cyberabad police had moved the High Court. So that's a big update coming in. A setback of sorts for the 3 accused in the MLA poaching controversy who've been asked to surrender before the Telangana Cyberabad police. This of course comes days after the ACB court had rejected the remand request of the 3 accused. So trouble there for the 3 MLAs who were seen in this particular video that surfaced of the 3 MLAs, the 3 MLAs in the farmhouse of the TRS leader. We'll go across to Aneri as well for more details, but that's a big breaking update coming in. The High Court asking the 3 accused to surrender before the police. Aneri is joining us live. Aneri, give us all those breaking updates.
Well, Samiksha, definitely a big breaking development coming into the TRS MLA's poaching controversy, which has been going on in the state of Telangana from last 3 days, where we see that after the ACB court had rejected the remand of these 3 accused, stating that there are no enough proofs against them, the ACB court had rejected their remand, and later the Cyberabad police yesterday had moved to the Telangana High Court demanding that these 3 should be sent on remand for further investigation into this matter. But now, when the hearing took place at the Telangana High Court, we see that the judgment, the order has been passed in favor of the police, and so now the court has asked these 3 main accused who were found at the farmhouse in Moinabad on Wednesday late night when the police officials had conducted raids. These 3 accused have to now surrender before the police into the poaching of MLA's controversy which has been going on, and so this has been one of the big setback for the 3 accused, but also at the same time the face-off between the BJP and the TRS continues. We have been seeing how there are war of words between the both going on, whereas the BJP also continues to state that they do not have any links to do in this, and also at the same time BJP has been raising questions that where are that 400 crores as FIR does not mention about it, nor there's no cash seizure which was done from the farmhouse. So now the 3 accused have to surrender before the police once after the High Court has passed this order.
Yes, Aneri, also talk to us about this audio tape that had surfaced. What was heard in that audio tape, and how close does it get to cracking this whole controversy, the poaching controversy?
Well, Samiksha, there are 2 audio which has been leaked and we have got through our TRS sources, where the 2 audio tapes have a conversation. First audio tape has a conversation between the Swamiji, who is one of the accused in this case, who was arrested from the farmhouse, and one is Rohit Reddy, that's the TRS MLA. So there is a conversation between both of them where they have been talking about having a meeting in Hyderabad later after 25th. Well, definitely this was before the meeting. This audio tape which has been leaked was before the meeting which had happened on the 25th at the farmhouse. So they have been talking about the meeting and having a meeting with BL Santosh, who is one of the topmost leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So they have been planning that how many leaders will you be getting? That is, will you be getting is the pilot Rohit Reddy. So he says that we have a support of 2 to 3 people, and so first let's finish this process because there are elections on 3rd of November. So this is very crucial election. The Munugudu by-elections are very crucial now.
All right. Aniri, thank you for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you for more developments on this big story from Telangana. The latest, of course, being the Telangana High Court asking all the 3 accused to appear, to surrender before the police. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one from the national capital, where every year on short, thousands of devotees take a dip in the river at several ghats to celebrate the 4-day festival. Remember, last year too, hundreds of devotees were seen taking a dip in the river at the Kalindi Kunj despite a heavy layer of foam over water surface that this year too has turned toxic, of course, in the river Yamuna. And these are the visuals also from the Yamuna Ghat, where people have gathered to clean Yamuna river. Let's take a look at this report filed by Priyanka.
Ghat of ITO, and here's the Yamuna waters is still not clean, is littered with full of waste and unclean water, reeking foul smell, and you can see the thick layer of a fog which says air quality index of Delhi NCR is in hazardous condition. It's more than 300, particularly in Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida and Ghaziabad. I'll show you some more visuals of the ghat that is prepared for the Chhat Ghat 4 days festival, and see, this is the temporary ghats which preparations are going on, and see, water is very clean, but this is not the Yamuna water, this is the submersible water, and here are some more things which has to be considered during the days of festival. It has written in Hindi like यहाँ कूड़ा डालना सख्त मना है, पकड़े जाने पर 1100 का जुर्माना. So it should be kept in mind. If rules are not considered, then each and every individual have to pay the fine of 1100 rupees. If we say about the air quality index, so it's more than 300 level, and particularly scientists says that stubble burning in Punjab is the main cause for the worst air quality in Delhi NCR.
So situation, of course, definitely grim in the national capital, with the air quality index also having been dipped, and the quality of river, as you can see, the foam, the toxic foam that has also formed on Yamuna river. A very short break for now, but on the other side we'll continue with our news breaks. On the other side we'll get you latest as it's AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions. And air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं. फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है. हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए.
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case.
Famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that you can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
It's 1 p.m. viewers, and these are the headlines. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon. After Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech Raj. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP over funds to Waqf Board. BJP files fresh questions. Caught red-handed in the biggest fake news story. Now the Wire set to face legal action from Amit Malviya. Air quality in national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concern.
QI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
Air quality in the national... But politics over the air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. It's Aam Aadmi Party versus the Delhi LG. Fight intensifies. Aam Aadmi Party workers now take to the streets in the national capital. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking, and one of the biggest stories that we are tracking for you today is that of the end of the big tech era that we have been tracking for you as we know it. And now we are seeing that the Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar in fact had also carried out that very detailed presser where he had categorically spoken about the new set of rules as well. We're getting an exclusive reaction from Rajiv Chandrasekhar as well. Let's take a look at that.
IT Act, the amended IT Acts that have been, rules that have been notified last night are a continuing progression of the IT rules that were notified in May 2021 last year. We have as a government and as country and as people learnt a lot in the last 1 year. And it is clear, even after the process of public consultation, 4 months of public consultation, there were gaps in the previous rules. And the gaps related to safety and trust on one hand and accountability on the other hand. And these amendments have addressed both the safety and trust issues, the gaps, and the accountability gaps that existed. The accountability gaps have been addressed by the Grievance Appellate Committee. The safety and trust gaps have been included by rewriting Rule 3 and adding incitement, misinformation, and casting obligations on the intermediaries to be a lot more proactive in terms of content moderation along the lines that have been laid in Rule 3.
So how will these amendments affect the common citizen?
No, it is everything that we do is about the common citizen primarily. It is not a binary to make it make digital Nagrik safe and trusted, as well as allow for platforms to invest and innovate on the internet. So we don't think it's a binary. These two things can continue hand in hand, and this entire approach towards rulemaking is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted, and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks who will be using the internet by 2025-26 and the 80 crore digital Nagriks who are using the internet today.
Sir, in 3 months a GAC committee will be formed. Could you explain what this committee will be all about?
The GAC addresses the current gaps in accountability between the user and the platform. Because while a lot of platforms have appointed grievance officers, the functioning of those grievance officers have been less than perfect. And the grievance appellate committee is giving an opportunity for citizens who are dissatisfied with the grievance addressal process of a platform to go above and appeal to a grievance appellate committee so that the grievances can be addressed.
So will defamation be under the purview of this act?
No, we have not included defamation at all.
Now, viewers, we have seen how the Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also spoken about how this is a reluctant responsibility that has been taken up by the government. But we are also seeing several other reactions on this big story today. We also have Kapil Sibal reacting to the IT rules as well. Let's listen into it.
मीडिया कैप्चर कर लिया, जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं, अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे। अब जब सरकार, इनके मंत्री, इनके बीजेपी के लीडर, इनके मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अगर ऐसी अपशब्द भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं और जो धर्म संसद में होता रहता है, जो आम आदमी, बीजेपी के लोग, बीजेपी के ना भी हों, बाकी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। उनकी तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई। आजम खान की सदस्यता इन्होंने रद्द कर दी और जो इनके लोग मंत्री, जो इनके बीजेपी के लोग जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, वो ऐसी ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं, ऐसे भाषण देते हैं जो मैं समझता हूं कि कोई सिविलाइज्ड कंट्री में कोई ऐसा होता नहीं होगा। वो तो आप खुलेआम जो भी कहना चाहते हैं कर रहे हैं। और जो मंत्री लोग जिनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी शुरू हो गई है, वो भी आज मंत्री बैठे हुए हैं। तो बीजेपी ने तो आज तक अपने मंत्रियों के खिलाफ, अपने बीजेपी के जो नेतृत्व है उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाया कानून के अंतर्गत।
Well, we do see the kind of critique coming in from Kapil Sibal. However, we did see that the Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar had also spoken about how this is not a binary set of rules and this is something that is being done collectively to come together to make internet a safe and trustworthy space as well. In fact, he had also stated that this is a responsibility that the government is taking on reluctantly and that there will be some other punitive action as well that might be added later on, but this is something that they are wanting to avoid as well. And of course, we have been tracking all the reactions coming in on this big story. But for the moment, viewers, let's also move on to another big story that we're tracking for you today with respect to the UCC and how the debate is going forward, keeping in mind the state of Gujarat that is taking a huge step in that direction, that the UCC issue had been also discussed in the cabinet meeting as well. And perhaps today, as per sources, we are being told that today there might be a committee that will be formed to look into examining how the UCC can be implemented in the state of Gujarat as well. We are being told that perhaps several ministers might be coming out and taking a press conference on the same as well. But we do see that now that the elections are also coming forward, we are seeing that the government of Gujarat has also taken up this decision of forming this committee for the UCC and how the UCC will be implemented. As per sources, we are also picking up that as it was a model that was followed in Uttarakhand as well, with under the guidance of a retired High Court judge that was looking over the committee to examine the implementation and the technicalities that will be faced by the government for implementing the UCC. That will be the same thing that will be followed in Gujarat as well. But of course, this is source-based information. As of now, we are waiting to hear an official statement from the government of Gujarat as well. We are being told that around 3 to 3:30 is when we can expect an official announcement on this matter. But we do see as of now the debate of the UCC going forward, and of course government of Gujarat taking it up in a big way. So close to the elections, also going to be declaring a committee that will be examining the implementation process of the UCC in the state. And of course, we will be getting to you all the voices concerned with this UCC debate that is now formulating in the state of Gujarat. Of course, a big move that is coming in from the government of Gujarat, if it is taken today itself. We have seen, viewers, even when the Uttarakhand decision had been taken to formulate this committee, we had seen how the government of Gujarat had responded positively to it, and they had stated that this is something down the line that the government of Gujarat will also want to implement. This is something that had been stated by the then Chief Minister Vijay Rupani as well in several public platforms, where he had stated and positively spoken about the UCC and how he had stated that the government of Gujarat is serious about taking the UCC debate forward. And we are also tracking for you all the latest as far as the cabinet meeting is concerned. And we are seeing how Bhupendra Patel and along with the several other cabinet ministers as well have also taken this dialogue forward. And today in the day, we can expect that the committee formulation will also be declared by the government of Gujarat as well. Of course, the timeline is going to be extremely crucial, since this is coming weeks before the election, might also be carried out in late November or early December as well. But we do see for the moment that the UCC debate going forward in the state of Gujarat. Moving on to some news in brief. Addressing a briefing on social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said the internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister said that the moves in a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, the RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over rupees 101 crores of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम।
Meanwhile, the BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi LG Vinay Saxena assured action. He further said that the Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
आपने बलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after the Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble to comedian Bharti Singh, Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection to a drug case. In a big win for the border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was killed in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was killed near Serpur outpost, which was trying to enter the international border, Anupgarh.
ఆ కృష్ణా జలాల నీటి పంపకాల విషయంలో నికృష్టమైన రాజకీయం చేస్తున్నందుకు 811 టీఎంసీల నీళ్లను ఇప్పటికే ఎప్పుడో పంచి ఇవ్వాల్సిన కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం ప్రధానమంత్రి 8 ఏళ్లుగా తాత్సారం చేస్తూ మా రంగారెడ్డి, హైదరాబాదు, నల్లగొండ, మహబూబ్ నగర్ జిల్లా రైతుల ప్రజల పొట్టగొడుతున్నందుకు, కృష్ణా జలాల పంపిణీలో నికృష్ట రాజకీయం చేస్తున్నందుకు మరొక ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. కేంద్రం నిర్వాకం వల్ల, కేంద్రం నాన్సుడి ధోరణి వల్ల ఈరోజు దిండి కానీ, ఎస్ఎల్బీసీ కానీ, కల్వకుర్తి కానీ, నెట్టెంపాడు కానీ, పాలమూరు ఎత్తిపోతల పథకాలు కానీ వీటన్నిటినీ కావాలని ఇబ్బంది పెట్టి ప్రాజెక్టులను ఇవాళ కావాలని వాటి పురోగతిని ఆపే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నందుకు మరొక ఛార్జ్. అదేవిధంగా పక్కనే ఉన్న కర్ణాటకలో అప్పర్ భద్ర ప్రాజెక్టు జాతీయ హోదా ఇచ్చి మాకు ఒక ప్రాజెక్టు కూడా జాతీయ హోదా ఇవ్వనందుకు తెలంగాణ రైతుల పక్షాన మరొక ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. మా మహిళా సోదరీమణుల పక్షాన 400 సిలిండర్ ధరను 2014లో 400 ఉన్న సిలిండర్ ధరను ఈరోజు మూడింతలు చేసి 1200 రూపాయలు చేసి ఈరోజు మళ్ళీ కట్టెల పొయ్యే దిక్కయ్యేటట్టు చేసినందుకు, పొగబెట్టినందుకు, వంటింట్లో మళ్ళీ పొగబెట్టినందుకు మా ఆడబిడ్డల తరపున ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ప్రపంచంలోనే అత్యధిక సిలిండర్ ధర చేసినందుకు ఒక అసమర్థ ప్రధాని నాయకత్వంలో మా ఆడబిడ్డల తరపున ఈ అసమర్థ ప్రధాని మీద, ఈ అసమర్థ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. 22,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఆయిల్ కంపెనీలకు సబ్సిడీ రూపంలో ఇచ్చారు. కానీ మేము ఆడబిడ్డలకు సబ్సిడీ ఇవ్వండి, 3 రెట్లు పెరిగి అవస్థలు పడుతున్నారు సిలిండర్ ధర అంటే ఇంతవరకు ఒక పైసా ఇవ్వకపోగా ఉన్న సబ్సిడీకి కూడా మంగళం పాడినందుకు 2014లో ఉన్న నగదు బదిలీ రాయితీని సున్నాకు తీసుకొచ్చి దొంగ దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు నరేంద్ర మోదీ గారి అన్ని వర్గాల ప్రజల పక్షాన ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా, ముడి చమురు ధర $94 నరేంద్ర మోడీ అధికారంలోకి వచ్చినప్పుడు, ఈరోజు 98, 99 ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా మోడీ చమురు ధర పెంచి దేశ ప్రజల మీద పెట్రోల్ దెబ్బలతో, డీజిల్ రేట్లతో సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టి ధరల దాడి చేసి నిత్యావసర వస్తువుల ధరలు పెంచి మధ్యతరగతి, దిగువ మధ్యతరగతి ప్రజల నడ్డి విరిచినందుకు ఈ దేశంలోని దిగువ మధ్యతరగతి పేద ప్రజల పక్షాన ఈరోజు ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఉప్పులు, పప్పులు, నూనెలు, కూరగాయలు అన్ని రేట్ల పెరుగుదలకు, ఆర్టీసీ ఛార్జీల పెరుగుదలకు, ఈ పెట్రోల్, డీజిల్ ధరల పెంపే కారణం దానికి ముడి చమురు ధర పెరగకపోయినా మోడీ చమురు ధర పెంచి ఈరోజు 30 లక్షల కోట్లు వసూలు చేసి ఈ దేశంలోని పేదవారి నుండి మళ్ళీ అందులో వాటా రాష్ట్రాలకు ఇవ్వకుండా వాళ్ళ కిందే పెట్టుకొని కూర్చున్నందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. మన రాష్ట్రంలో, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్న గిరిజనుల సంఖ్య పెరిగింది 6% నుంచి రాష్ట్ర విభజన తర్వాత 10%కి పెరిగింది, పెరగబోతున్నది. మీరు మాకు వెంటనే రిజర్వేషన్లు పెంచుకునే అవకాశం ఇవ్వండి అని చెప్పి 5 ఏళ్ల కిందట కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి శాసనసభలో తీర్మానం చేసి బిల్లు పంపించాం. 5 ఏళ్ల నుండి గిరిజన రిజర్వేషన్లకు మోకాలు అడ్డం పెట్టినందుకు, 5 ఏళ్ల నుంచి తాత్సారం చేసి మా గిరిజన బిడ్డల పొట్ట కొట్టినందుకు మా రాష్ట్రంలోని గిరిజన బిడ్డల తరపున నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. పార్లమెంట్ లో ప్రశ్న అడిగితే అబద్ధం చెప్పి మా గిరిజన బిడ్డలను మోసం చేసినందుకు మా గిరిజన బిడ్డల తరపున ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో గీత కార్మికులు గౌడన్నలకు దోకా ఇచ్చినందుకు, పక్కనే ఉన్న కర్ణాటకలోనేమో గీత వృత్తి అక్కడ కాకుండా చేసి, అక్కడ రద్దు చేసి, అక్కడ కళ్ళు గీయడాన్ని రద్దు చేసిన కర్ణాటకలోని బీజేపీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి మళ్ళీ అదే పార్టీ కపట ప్రేమను ప్రదర్శించి అలవిగాని హామీలు ఇస్తున్నందుకు, కర్ణాటకలో అక్కడ సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు, అక్కడ ఉన్న ఈడిగ సోదరులను సావు దెబ్బ కొట్టినందుకు, వారి కులవృత్తి మీద కొట్టినందుకు, వారి కడుపు మీద కొట్టినందుకు మరి ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. బీసీల జనగణన చేయండి అని దేశంలోని రాజకీయ పార్టీలు ఎన్నో అడిగినా, బీసీ వర్గాలు అడిగినా వారిని పట్టించుకోకుండా, అసెంబ్లీ తీర్మానాలు చేసినా పట్టించుకోకుండా మొండిగా వ్యవహరిస్తున్న మోడీ సర్కారు మీద మా బీసీ సోదరుల పక్షాన, బీసీ సోదరీమణుల పక్షాన బీసీల మీద దొంగ ప్రేమ ప్రదర్శిస్తూ బీసీల జనగణన చేయకుండా, కేంద్రంలో ఓబీసీ మంత్రిత్వ శాఖ పెట్టకుండా తాత్సారం చేస్తున్నందుకు మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద మరి ఛార్జ్ షీట్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఈ దేశం వసుదైక కుటుంబం అని పెద్దలు చెప్తారు. అట్లాంటి ఈ దేశంలో అన్ని వర్గాలు బాగుండాలి, అన్ని కులాలు బాగుండాలి, అన్ని మతాలు బాగుండాలనే స్ఫూర్తి ఏదైతే ఫౌండింగ్ ఫాదర్స్ ఇచ్చినారో ఈ దేశంలోని మైనారిటీల మీద, అల్పసంఖ్యాకుల మీద ఈరోజు కడుహీనంగా దాడి చేస్తున్నందుకు, ఇష్టానుసారంగా ప్రవర్తిస్తున్నందుకు ఈ రాష్ట్రంలోని మైనారిటీ సోదరుల పక్షాన ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. కార్పొరేట్ దోస్తులకేమో కొమ్ముగాస్తూ 11.5 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయలు, 11.5 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయలు వారికేమో రద్దు చేసి ఈ దేశంలోని పేద వర్గాలకు ఇచ్చే సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలను మాత్రమే బదనాం చేస్తూ స్వయంగా నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఇవి ఉచిత పథకాలు అనుచితం, ఇవి రేవిడి అని అడ్డమైన మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. ఈ దేశంలోని పేదల పక్షాన కార్పొరేట్లకు కొమ్ముగాస్తూ దేశంలోని పేదలకు ఇచ్చే పథకాలను మాత్రం, సంక్షేమ పథకాలను మాత్రం బదనాం చేసే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. కార్పొరేట్లకు వత్తాసు పలికే నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం, పేదల కడుపు కొడుతున్న నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తున్న ఈ దుష్ప్రచారానికి వ్యతిరేకంగా మా రాష్ట్రంలోని పేద, బడుగు, బలహీన వర్గాల పక్షాన ఛార్జ్ వేస్తున్నాం. 2 కోట్ల ఉద్యోగాలు సంవత్సరానికి ఇస్తానని చెప్పి 8 ఏళ్లలో 16 కోట్ల ఉద్యోగాలు సృష్టించాల్సిన నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చిన మాట ప్రకారం కొలువులు ఇయ్యకపోగా, కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ రంగంలో ఉండే ఖాళీలు 16 లక్షలు నింపకపోగా, ఉన్న ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థలు మూసివేస్తూ ఇప్పటికే లక్షల ఉద్యోగాలకు పాత్ర వేసినందుకు, అందులో ముఖ్యంగా ఎస్సీ ఎస్టీ రిజర్వేషన్లను తుంగలో దొక్కుతూ ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థలను ప్రైవేట్ పరం చేయడం వల్ల రిజర్వేషన్లకు మంగళం పాడినందుకు, అదేవిధంగా హైదరాబాద్కు మంజూరైన ITIRను రద్దు చేసినందుకు, లక్షల ఐటీ ఉద్యోగాలకు గండి కొట్టినందుకు, తెలంగాణ యువతకు తీరని ద్రోహం చేసినందుకు తెలంగాణ యువత తరపున ఛార్జ్ షీట్ వేస్తున్నాం. నల్లధనం వెనక్కి తీసుకొస్తానని పెద్ద మాటలు చెప్పి ఎక్కడుంది నల్లధనం అని ఈరోజు దేశ ప్రజలు అడుగుతుంటే తెల్లముఖమేసి ఈ దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థను పెద్ద నోట్ల రద్దుతో కుదేలు చేసినందుకు, డిమానిటైజేషన్ అనే ఒక పనికిమాలిన నిర్ణయం తీసుకొని దేశ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థకే చిదిమినందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద జన్ ధన్ ఖాతాలో 15 లక్షల రూపాయలు ఇస్తానని చెప్పి నమ్మబలికి మాయమాటలు చెప్పి ఓట్లేయించుకొని తర్వాత అది జుమ్లా అని చెప్పి కొట్టి పారేసినందుకు ఈ దేశ మధ్యతరగతి, ఈ దేశ సామాన్యుల పక్షాన తెలంగాణ విద్యార్థులపై, TRS మీద ఉన్న కక్ష ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక్క కొత్త మెడికల్ కళాశాల కానీ, ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక కొత్త నవోదయ పాఠశాల కానీ, ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒక కొత్త ఇండియన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ కానీ, ఒక్క STPI కానీ, అదేవిధంగా ఐసర్ కానీ లేదా NID లాంటి సంస్థ కానీ ఒక్కటంటే ఒక్కటి విద్యా సంస్థను ఈ 8 ఏళ్లలో తెలంగాణకు మంజూరు చేయనందుకు, అదేవిధంగా విభజన చట్టంలో చెప్పిన ట్రైబల్ యూనివర్సిటీని ఈ రోజు వరకు ఏర్పాటు చేయనందుకు తెలంగాణ విద్యార్థి లోకం తరపున వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. విభజన చట్టానికి తూట్లు పొడుస్తూ ఇటు తెలంగాణకే కాదు ఆంధ్రకు కూడా తీరని అన్యాయం చేస్తూ కోచ్ ఫ్యాక్టరీని ఏర్పాటు చేస్తామని వరంగల్ కు మాట ఇచ్చి మాట తప్పి గుజరాత్ కు తరలించినందుకు, బయ్యారం ఉక్కు ఫ్యాక్టరీ మీద ఇచ్చిన మాట తప్పి ఈరోజు తుక్కు మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు, పక్క రాష్ట్రాలకు ఏమో జాతీయ ప్రాజెక్టు హోదాలు ఇస్తూ మన రాష్ట్రానికి మాత్రం మొండి చేయి చూపెడుతున్నందుకు, వెనుకబడిన జిల్లాలకు ప్రత్యేక నిధులు ఇస్తామని చెప్పి ఎగ్గొడుతున్నందుకు, షెడ్యూల్ 9, 10 ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఇంకా విభజించకుండా నాంచుతూ రెండు రాష్ట్రాల మధ్యన చిచ్చు పెడుతున్నందుకు ఖమ్మం జిల్లాలోని 7 మండలాలను అప్రజాస్వామికంగా గుంజుకొని పురిట్లోనే తెలంగాణకు తొలి ద్రోహం చేసినందుకు కరెంటు కటకట నాళ్లలోనే తెలంగాణకు మరిన్ని కష్టాలు నెట్టే ప్రయత్నం చేసినందుకు దేశంలో 13 నెలల పాటు నల్ల చట్టాలు తెచ్చి 13 నెలల పాటు వాళ్ళు ధర్నా చేసే దుస్థితి తెచ్చినందుకు, అన్నం పెడుతున్న రైతన్నకు సున్నం పెట్టే ప్రయత్నం చేసినందుకు, రైతు విరోధిలా వ్యవహరించి 700 మంది ప్రాణాలను బలిగొన్నందుకు, ఉత్తరప్రదేశ్లోని లక్ష్మీపూర్లో రైతుల మీదికి జీబులెక్కించి తొక్కించినందుకు ఈ దేశ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద, దేశ ప్రధానమంత్రి మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్ షీట్. అదేవిధంగా తెలంగాణ రైతన్నలను అవమానించి మా ధాన్యం ఉత్పత్తి పెరిగింది, కొనండి, ధాన్యం సేకరణ చేయండి అంటే మేము కొనము, ప్రజలకే నూకలు తినండి అని నీతి లేని మాటలు మాట్లాడినందుకు తెలంగాణ రైతుల పక్షాన వేస్తున్నాము మీ మీద ఛార్జ్ షీట్. రైతుల రక్తాన్ని కళ్ళ చూసినందుకు, లక్ష్మీపూర్ లో ఇతర ప్రాంతాల్లో రైతుల రక్తాన్ని కళ్ళ చూసినందుకు మీ మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. ఈ దేశాన్ని అప్పుల కుప్ప చేసినందుకు 14 మంది ప్రధానమంత్రులు పనిచేసినారు నరేంద్ర మోడీ కంటే ముందు. వాళ్ళందరూ కలిసి చేసిన అప్పు 55 లక్షల కోట్లు. ఈ ఒక్క ప్రధానమంత్రి, ఒకే ఒక్క ప్రధానమంత్రి, 15వ ప్రధానమంత్రి ఒక్కడు చేసిన అప్పు 100 లక్షల కోట్లు. అంటే ఆయన కంటే ముందున్న మొత్తం 14 మంది చేసిన అప్పుతో పోలిస్తే ఈయన ఒక్కడు చేసిన అప్పే డబల్. 55 లక్షల కోట్లున్న అప్పును 155 లక్షల కోట్లకు తీసుకుపోయినందుకు, ఒక్కొక్క భారతీయుడి మీద 1,25,000 రూపాయలు అప్పుగా మోపినందుకు మరి నరేంద్ర మోడీ మీద, ఆయన ప్రభుత్వం మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. ఆనాడు 62 రూపాయలు ఉంటే డాలర్ కు విరుద్ధంగా రూపాయి 6 రాగం తీసిన నరేంద్ర మోడీ ఈరోజు 83 రూపాయి విలువ తగ్గిన సిగ్గు లేకుండా రూపాయి పతనం కాలేదు, డాలర్ స్ట్రాంగ్ అయిందనే మాలిన మాటలు మాట్లాడుతున్నందుకు కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద, కేంద్ర దద్దమ్మ వ్యవస్థ మీద, వారి అసమర్థ విధానాల మీద వేస్తున్న ఛార్జ్. 5.5 ఏళ్లలో 5.5 లక్షల కంపెనీలు మూతపడ్డాయి. సూక్ష్మ, చిన్న, మధ్య తరహా కంపెనీలు. వారి తరపున, ఈ దేశంలోని సూక్ష్మ, చిన్న, మధ్య తరహా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల తరపున, వారి తరపున కూడా వేస్తా ఉన్నాం ఛార్జ్. అదేవిధంగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వ రంగ సంస్థల్ని బేచో ఇండియా స్కీమ్ కింద అమ్ముతున్నందుకు, పోర్ట్లు, రైళ్లు, ఎల్ఐసి, అదేవిధంగా నవరత్న కంపెనీలు, మినీరత్న కంపెనీలను అమ్మి ఈ దేశ ఆస్తులను నిరర్ధక ఆస్తులుగా పరిగణిస్తున్నందుకు నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వాన్ని అభిశంసిస్తూ వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్. కార్పొరేట్లకు కానుకలిస్తూ సామాన్యులకు పన్నుపోటుతో వేధిస్తున్నందుకు కార్పొరేట్లకు 11.5 లక్షల కోట్లు రుణమాఫీ చేయడమే కాకుండా కార్పొరేట్ ట్యాక్స్ తగ్గించారు. కార్పొరేట్ ట్యాక్స్ ను ఒకటేసారి 10% తగ్గించి 28 నుంచి 18% చేసినారు. కానీ సామాన్యులు తినే పాలు, పెరుగు, సామాన్యుడు తినే రైస్ మీద మాత్రం GST వేసి చావగొడుతున్నందుకు, బ్యాంకులను ముంచి తప్పించుకొని తిరుగుతున్న దొంగలకేమో సామాన్యుల మీద ప్రతాపం చూపెడుతున్నందుకు, కార్పొరేట్లకు కొమ్ము కాస్తున్నందుకు, కాలే కడుపులను మరింత మాడుస్తున్నందుకు వేస్తున్నాము నరేంద్ర మోడీ ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఛార్జ్. ఈ ప్రభుత్వం వచ్చిన తర్వాత కేంద్రంలో 55వ ర్యాంక్ నుంచి ప్రపంచ ఆహార సూచికల్లో 107వ స్థానానికి భారతదేశ స్థానాన్ని దిగజార్చినందుకు ఈ దివాలా కోరు అసమర్థ ప్రధానమంత్రి మీద, ఆయన ప్రభుత్వం మీద వేస్తున్నాము ఛార్జ్ షీట్. ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్లో మేము పేర్కొన్న అంశాలు మచ్చుకు కొన్ని మాత్రమే. ఇంకా వేయాలంటే ఇంకో 100 వేయచ్చు. శిశుపాలుడు కూడా 100 తప్పులు చేసేదాకా కృష్ణుడు క్షమించిండు. 99 అయినాక 100వ తప్పు చేసినాక అప్పుడు సుదర్శన చక్రాన్ని ప్రయోగించిండు. మేము తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు కూడా అదే విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఈ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం, భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి కానీ, తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు కానీ 8 ఏళ్లలో ఇచ్చింది గుండు 0. ఇకపైన కూడా వారు ఇచ్చేది కానీ కేవలం జూట మాటలు, కేవలం పరుష ప్రజాలంతో తెలంగాణ సాధించిన నాయకుడు, తెలంగాణ జాతి మొత్తం గౌరవించే పెద్దలు మాన్యులు కేసీఆర్ గారి మీద నోటికొచ్చిన పనికిమాలిన విమర్శలు, మాటలు, దూషణలు తప్ప పనికొచ్చే ఒక్క మాట లేదు. అందుకే మునుగోడు ప్రజలకు, తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకు విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నాం, ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్ ని అర్థవంతమైన ఆరోపణలతో చేసిన ఈ ఛార్జ్ షీట్ కి ఎట్లాగూ వారి వైపు నుంచి సమాధానం లేదు, రాదు. అయినప్పటికీ ప్రజలన్నా అర్థం చేసుకుంటారన్న ఉద్దేశంతో మరి మీ ముందు పెడుతున్నామని చెప్పి తెలియజేస్తూ, శిశుపాలుడి 100 తప్పులు పూర్తయినప్పుడు కృష్ణుడు ఎట్లయితే దండించిండో, శిక్షించిండో, తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు కూడా అట్లే తెలంగాణ మహిళలు, తెలంగాణ యువత, తెలంగాణ రైతులు వీరి తప్పులకి దండించాలి, శిక్షించాలని చెప్పి కూడా మునుగోడు ఎన్నికల్లోనే ఆ శిక్ష వేయాలని చెప్పి కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుతూ మీ అందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు.
The people of Manigodu, the farmers of Manigodu and the youth of Telangana should teach a lesson to the Bharatiya Janata Party by looking at all of these things which BJP has promised but not given.
మళ్ళీ ఇంకేటో తీసుకుపోతున్నారు. మళ్ళీ మీతో ఏంటంటే బాధ, మీరు ఇది రాయరు, మాకు తెలుసు. ఇక్కడ మాకు కూడా అంత ఇంత అనుభవం వచ్చింది రాజకీయంగా. ఇప్పుడు 16 ఏళ్ళు అయింది నేను కూడా రాజకీయంలోకి వచ్చి. కాబట్టి పత్రికలు ఎట్లా పనిచేస్తాయి, మీడియా ఎట్లా పనిచేస్తుంది మాకు కూడా కొంత తెలివి వచ్చింది. నేనేమంటున్నా అంటే, ఛార్జ్ షీట్ మీద విపులంగా, వివరంగా వారి వైఫల్యాలు, మా సాకల్యంగా చెప్పే ప్రయత్నం నేను చేసిన. మీరు దయచేసి దానికి కొంత ప్రచారం కల్పించండి, ప్రజల దగ్గర తీసుకొని పోండి. ఇక మీ మనసులో ఉన్న ప్రశ్న నాకు తెలుసు. మీ మనసులో ఉన్న ప్రశ్న ఏంటి అంటే, నిన్న మొన్న జరిగిన ఉదంతం మీద మాట్లాడాలని మీరు అంటున్నారు. నేను ఒకటే చెప్తా ఉన్నా, మేము బాధ్యత గల వ్యక్తులు, ప్రభుత్వాన్ని నడుపుతున్న వాళ్ళం.
Well, viewers, we just saw that press conference coming in, but we also now see that the major clash that is going on between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG as well. But first, we see that Manish Sisodia is also addressing a press conference. Let's cut across through that.
खेल रही है, उसका एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मामला सामने आया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के ज़रिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं। 27 अक्टूबर को आप सब जानते हैं, मीडिया में रिपोर्ट हुआ, आप लोगों ने भी रिपोर्ट, आप में से कुछ लोगों ने रिपोर्ट किया, सबने तो नहीं किया। 27 अक्टूबर को साइबराबाद में एक रेड होती है और वहाँ पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एमएलए खरीदने वाले ऑपरेशन लोटस के 3 दलाल रंगे हाथों पकड़े जाते हैं। 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ पकड़े जाते हैं। उन दलालों के ये फोटोग्राफ हैं, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये तीनों लोग जो इस फोटो में हैं, ये तीनों दलाल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाते हुए 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ एमएलए खरीदने के लिए ले गए, 100 करोड़ रुपए के साथ पकड़े गए। ये तीनों दलाल हैं रामचंद्र भारती, सिमैया और नंद कुमार। तो रामचंद्र भारती जी को स्वामी भी कहते हैं क्योंकि इनका नाम आगे आएगा, ये स्वामी हैं। और ये 4 टीआरएस के एमएलएज को 100 करोड़ रुपए देकर खरीदने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका षड्यंत्र कर रहे थे। रंगे हाथों पकड़े गए तेलंगाना के एक फार्म हाउस में। अब ये कौन लोग हैं, ज़रा इनको देख लीजिए कि इनके संपर्क किस किस तरह के लोगों से हैं। ये देखिए, आगे दिखा दीजिए, इनके 3-4 फोटो यहाँ उपलब्ध हैं, ये हैं। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अंदर इनकी कितनी पहुंच है, किस तरह के नेताओं के साथ हैं, ये भी साफ दिख रहा है। तो ये तो 27 अक्टूबर को सामने आया और ये लोग पकड़े गए। फिर 28 अक्टूबर को इनके पूरे ऑडियो सामने आए कि किस तरह से ये लोग, और इनमें विशेषकर रामचंद्र भारती यानी स्वामी जी, टीआरएस के एमएलएज के साथ बात करके उनको पोच करने की और एमएलएज लाने की पूरी साजिश रच रहे थे। किस तरह से ये ऑफर कर रहे थे कि आप और एमएलएज लेके आओ, पैसा भी देंगे, पोस्ट भी देंगे, गाड़ी घोड़ा गाड़ी सिक्योरिटी भी देंगे। सारी बातचीत है, 14 मिनट की बातचीत सामने आई थी 28 तारीख को उनकी। और उसमें चौंकाने वाली चीज़ ये थी कि जो दलाल है एमएलए खरीदने वाला भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, वो साफ साफ खुलेआम उस एमएलए को कह रहा था कि बीएल संतोष जी से पहले आप आओ, पैसे देंगे, नाम बताओ एमएलए के साथ लेके आओ, पैसे देंगे, सिक्योरिटी देंगे, घोड़ा गाड़ी देंगे और बीएल संतोष जी से और नंबर 2 से मिलवाएंगे। उसके बाद फिर आपकी डील फाइनल होगी। और बीएल संतोष जी तो सब जानते हैं, नंबर 2 को बाद में वही दलाल आगे क्लैरिफाई करता है, अमित शाह जी, देश के गृह मंत्री, वो आगे जाके क्लैरिफाई करता है उस ऑडियो में। और साथ साथ ये भी कहता है कि इसके बाद सीबीआई और ईडी दोनों की चिंता मत करना, उसको हम देख लेंगे, हम इसी तरह से करते हैं, जो हमारे साथ आता है वो हम उसको फिर सीबीआई और ईडी से कुछ नहीं होने देते हैं। आज फिर एक नया ऑडियो सामने आया है। यह ऑडियो भी तेलंगाना के एमएलएज और इन ऑपरेशन लोटस के दलालों के बीच की ही बातचीत है। इस ऑडियो में भी वो बीजेपी के दलाल, एमएलए खरीदने वाले दलाल वहाँ के एमएलएज को लालच देते हुए कह रहे हैं कि हमारे साथ आ जाओ। और यहाँ वो खुलासा करता है कि हम दिल्ली में भी कोशिश कर चुके हैं, हम दिल्ली में भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं। वहाँ वो उसको बताता है कि दिल्ली के 43 एमएलएज को तोड़ने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यानी कि इन्होंने दिल्ली के 43 एमएलएज को खरीदने का पैसा रखा हुआ है। मैं पहले आपको वो ऑडियो सुनवाता हूँ। हम थोड़ा सा ऑडियो, छोटा सा ऑडियो 1 मिनट का वो सुन लेते हैं जो आज सामने आया है।
Then we will have the complete operation, whatever this. So apart from this, we are creating the Delhi also. Okay. We are having 43 numbers there. So that is also on the same route. We are operating in Delhi also. So that is more. We have 43 there. So they will retain their membership. Okay. Then what we will do? I will be there on 22. And before you coming, take some things. I know what in the morning itself we had a 1 hour discussion with both the people. Shah has already asking about that was telling, that is okay. That is okay for you. Okay.
वो बता रहा है कि 1 घंटे हमारी बातचीत हुई है। एक घंटे हमारी बातचीत हुई है दोनों लोगों के साथ। आगे उसका रेफरेंस भी दे रहा है कि शाह और बीएल संतोष जी के साथ, मिस्टर अमित शाह और बीएल संतोष जी के साथ में। तो बहुत स्पष्ट है। आपको याद होगा थोड़े दिन पहले आम आदमी पार्टी के एमएलएज ने मिलकर पूरा इसका भांडा फोड़ा था कि किस तरह से उनको बीजेपी के दलाल आके ऑफर दे रहे थे और उनको अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का पार्टी का साथ तोड़ने की कर रहे थे। मेरे साथ भी कोशिश की थी। और सेम वे आज वही दलाल, उसी तरह के दलाल ऑडियो में कह रहे हैं कि वी आर ऑपरेटिंग इन दिल्ली ऑल्सो इन सेम वे। सवाल यह है कि इन सेम वे मतलब 43 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए आप वहाँ पे 4 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए 25-25 करोड़ दे रहे हो। 43 एमएलए खरीदने के लिए आपने 1075 करोड़ रुपए अरेंज कर रखा है। ये 1000 करोड़ रुपए, 1075 करोड़ रुपए किसका है, कहाँ से आया, कहाँ है? एमएलए खरीदने का ये पैसा जो वहाँ पहुँचा वो किसका है, कहाँ से आ रहा है? जो एमएलए खरीदने का 43 एमएलए खरीदने की जिसकी बात वहाँ का दलाल कबूल रहा है, वो पैसा कहाँ से आ रहा है, किसका है? इस सब की जांच होनी चाहिए। इस बात की भी जांच होनी चाहिए कि जो ये नाम ले रहा है संतोष जी, शाह जी, क्या ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता बीएल संतोष हैं? क्या शाह जी देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी हैं? और अगर ये देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी हैं तो ये देश के लिए बहुत खतरनाक है। क्योंकि अगर ये देश के गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी बीजेपी के ऑपरेशन लोटस के तहत षड्यंत्र करके एमएलएस खरीदने में लगे हुए हैं, देश के गृह मंत्री अगर एमएलए खरीदने में लगे हुए हैं, तो इसके लिए देश की इससे ज्यादा खतरनाक देश के लिए बात क्या हो सकती है। मैं समझता हूं सबसे पहले तो इसकी ईडी जांच होनी चाहिए, सबसे पहले तो इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। ये सबूत है कि किस तरह से हजारों करोड़ रुपया इकट्ठा कर करके चुने हुए एमएलएस को खरीदा जा रहा है, खरीदने की कोशिश की जा रही है।
Well, of course, viewers, now we have just seen the kind of war of words that have now emerged in this entire audio tapes as well that had come out with respect to the poaching case that is now under the investigation. And now the Aam Aadmi Party has said that they have come out with the proof of this poaching, and they have reiterated the Operation Lotus charge once again on the BJP. And now we are also seeing that the TRS has also attacked the BJP over the poaching charges, and we have seen since morning how the investigating authorities have stated that they will be looking into the authenticity of the audio tapes that have been released. And now viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up in an RTI response that has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than rupees 101 crores of the public funds in the last 7 years itself. And in just the past 1 year, the Aam Aadmi Party government has granted the Waqf Board more than rupees 62 crores as well. Now, hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, the BJP has stated that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. While on one side, Kejriwal government banned the crackers, while on the other, salaries were being paid to the Waqf Board staff as well. Viewers, this is one of the major stories that we are tracking for you, and we are picking up several voices on the same as well. Let's listen in to what Swami Chakrapani also had to say on the same.
दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारत सरकार से मांग किया है कि लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर जो है फ़ोटो पे लगाई जाए, और दूसरी तरफ लक्ष्मी गणेश की पूजा करने वाले ब्राह्मणों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, अर्चकों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, और उसके उलट वक्फ बोर्ड को 7 सालों में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया है। आखिर ये दोहरी नीति, ये भेदभाव हिंदुओं के साथ क्यों, सनातन धर्मियों के साथ क्यों? क्या सिर्फ हिंदू सनातन धर्म चुनाव के समय सिर्फ बयानबाजी, भावनाओं के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मात्र है? यह बड़ा ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरी मांग है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जिस प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड को सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया दिया, कम से कम जो देवी देवताओं की पूजा करता है, जो सनातन धर्म को राह दिखाता है, ऐसे अर्चक पुजारियों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर आश्रम है, मंदिर है, उसको भी कम से कम उतने 100 करोड़ रुपया, 100 जितना आपने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है उतना हिंदू सनातन धर्मियों पर भी खर्च करिए। ये हमारी मांग है अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा संत महासभा की तरफ से।
Now viewers, we're picking up several voices on the same, but joining me right now is Ajay Basudev Bose as well, the RTI activist from Nagpur who filed this RTI on the Waqf Board allocation of the funds as well. Thank you, Mr. Bose, for joining us here on Republic TV. Or if I could come to you directly, if you could also speak to us about this RTI that you had filed, the response that you have gotten over the funds that were being allocated to the Waqf Board in around the last 5 to 6 years itself. Rupees 101 crores that had been allocated as well. If you could expand upon this RTI that you had filed.
I saw one video of Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi which was getting viral, where he was saying that I am giving huge money to Waqf Board. If no Waqf Board need any money, I am ready for that. So out of curiosity, I filed that RTI, and I got a very shocking reply, where I found that during election time, when Delhi government was going for election in year 2020, that time they gave 22 crore to the Waqf Board, and after that in 2021 and 22, they gave a whopping 62 crore to the Delhi Waqf Board. As per Indian Constitution, they can give any amount or aid to the Waqf Board. But my pertinent question is why they have not given anything, not even a single pie, not even a single paisa to any Hindu trust or mandir or anything. Because in our constitution, our constitution is secular. It is written, appeasement to none and justice to all. This is my contention.
So because of your RTI, a can of worms seems to have also opened because of the kind of allocations that have come to light, of the allocations that were being made to the Waqf Board as well specifically, and of course a lot of questions being raised on the Aam Aadmi Party government under the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal as well. If you could specify, over the last 1 year itself, it is also shown that 62 crore rupees were allocated to the Waqf Board. Where exactly were they being allocated, and where exactly was this being allocated from? And of course, if you could speak to us about the kind of responses that you are also getting from the government in terms of your RTI, sir.
No, I got a spontaneous response to my RTI. For that, I don't have any reservation. But my question is this: where this money is going? Whether it is reaching, this money is reaching to the ultimate beneficiary. Because what is happening, you may recall that Waqf Board is being investigated by CBI for various scams, Delhi Waqf Board. And you know, a man of very shady character, Mr. Amanatullah Khan, is the chairman of Delhi Waqf Board. So exactly this money which is allocated by the Delhi government of Arvind Kejriwal is reaching the beneficiary. This is my pertinent question.
Well, absolutely. Ajay Basudev Bose, I thank you very much for joining us here on Republic TV and sharing your response that you have also gotten as an RTI activist. And of course, this RTI has opened a can of worms, which has also led to the kind of war of words that we are seeing now, viewers, between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP categorically stating that the Aam Aadmi Party government playing a politics of polarization as well. And on that note, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but we'll be continuing to get you updates on this big story on the other side as we are tracking the RTI response that we have gotten, and the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party indulging in a war of words that is broken up.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए
BJP's
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up. The DCW Chief Swati Maliwal has now written a letter to the Prime Minister over the release of the rapist of Bilkis Bano and the parole of Ram Rahim. Now further adding that there has been a demand for the rapists of Bilkis Bano and Ram Rahim to be sent back to jail as well. We have seen, viewers, over the kind of controversy that had erupted over the remission that was given to the rapists of Bilkis Bano, the rapists that had been given a life sentence as well, and we have seen the kind of questions that were being raised over this entire issue in the apex court as well, when the entire argument had also been done over the morality and the ethics issue of whether or not these rapists should actually have been given the remission, and on whose say-so was the remission policy being taken into consideration with respect to these rapists of Bilkis Bano as well. There was a response that had been sought for from the government of Gujarat as well, and we are seeing that the case impending in the Supreme Court as well. And we are also seeing that apart from Bilkis Bano, we have seen that the DCW Chief Swati Maliwal in fact has also written to the Prime Minister with respect to the issue of not just Bilkis Bano but the parole of Ram Rahim as well. And we are seeing that further adding that there has been a demand for these rapists of Bilkis Bano and for Ram Rahim to be sent back to the jail as well.
Well, DCW has taken cognizance of the same, and there are two similar incidents that we are seeing here, Priyanka. Number one, which is
the Bilkis Bano case, in which the convicts were granted parole on the 1992 remission policy, and then we saw Ram Rahim who got parole, and soon after he got parole, we saw politicians that were visiting him, taking blessings, and he was also seen publishing a dance video on the occasion of Diwali. So you see these leaders who are seeking blessings of Ram Rahim, or even the convicts in the Bilkis Bano case who are celebrating their freedom. DCW Chief Swati Maliwal has now written to the Prime Minister to take cognizance of the same and to make the rules regarding remission policy and parole that is being granted to these people very, very strict. In the letter that she's written to the Prime Minister, she's clearly stated that the existing rules and policies vis-a-vis remission, parole and even furlough in the country are extremely weak and can be easily manipulated by politicians and convicts for their own political benefit, is what she's written. So here, very, very scathing observations that is coming to the fore, where the DCW Chief has written to the Prime Minister against the parole policy, the remission policy that has been there in the country, where there are two separate cases. Number one of Bilkis Bano, where her convicts were released on the remission policy of 1992, and then we saw Baba Ram Rahim, who is out on parole, publishing out a dance video. And not just this, even it's said in the letter that Ram Rahim Ram Rahim actually did outrage the modesty of a woman while he was out on parole as well. And so is in the case of the convicts that is there in the Bilkis Bano case. So very scathing observations that we have coming in from the DCW Chief, and very strong demand that she has put forward to the Prime Minister of India. Priyanka.
All right, Tanisha there getting us the details of this letter that has been written by the DCW Chief Swati Maliwal to the Prime Minister, appealing to him about the two matters of Bilkis Bano and Ram Rahim as well. For the moment, Tanisha, thank you for joining us. And slipping into a very short break here now, getting you updates on the other side of how it's one law for all Indians, a reality that is likely soon in Gujarat. After Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. And also getting you updates of how Centre cracks whip on social media giants amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the
Top stories and brief viewers. Addressing a briefing on social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister said that this is a move in a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over rupees 101 crores of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi LG assured action. He further said that the Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by the next year.
बलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after the Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how it's Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP files fresh questions. Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category. Residents raise concerns.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also...
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that he can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
Top headlines at 2 p.m. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon. After Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks the whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj. AAP versus BJP over funds to Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions.
AQI has crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category, but politics over air quality escalates. BJP now hits out at the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. Fresh flashpoint as AAP workers now take to streets. Thanks for tuning in this Saturday afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with our top focus, Gujarat cabinet is likely to move a proposal to constitute a panel just like in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge. to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. We are now getting back-to-back reactions on the story as well. So that's a big lead coming in from poll-bound Gujarat, a panel that is all likely to be formed in the state for UCC implementation. Let's listen into the reaction coming in. First, response coming in from the National Conference on the UCC move implementation, which is likely in Gujarat, as a panel is in all likelihood is set to be formed. Let's listen into that reaction.
पहली बात यह है कि 2014 के बाद भारत में बहुत सी चीज़ें हो रही हैं और बहुत सी चीज़ों में कभी ट्रिपल तलाक, कभी कॉमन सिविल कोड, कभी कुछ। गुजरात वालों को क्या प्रॉब्लम है? गुजरात वालों ने तो मोदी साहब को दिया पूरे इंडिया के लिए, और इस वक्त भी कॉमन सिविल कोड ही लगभग चल रहा है, कोई सुन तो किसी की रहा नहीं। और दूसरा ये है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूं जूं इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है, और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा। अब इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं। जब ट्रंप आया तो गुजरात को छुपाने के लिए उनको दीवार चढ़ानी पड़ी। तो हमने भी सोचा था कि शायद गुजरात में आपको झुग्गी रही नहीं है। तब अब पता लगा कि जब ट्रंप साहब को दावत दी गुजरात में, तो उसको छुपाने के लिए उन्होंने दीवार लगाई। तो जम्मू कश्मीर में अभी दीवार लगाने की ज़रूरत है नहीं, और लगता है यह है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें की जा रही हैं। गुजरात के अंदर भी वही हालत है जो बाकी इंडिया के अंदर है। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इन चीज़ों को हवा नहीं देनी चाहिए, और इस वक्त जो इश्यूज़ हैं वो इकॉनमी जो हमारी है वो डाउन जा रही है, उसको देखना चाहिए। बेरोज़गारी बढ़ रही है, लोगों की हालत ख़राब है, बिज़नेस ख़त्म हो रहा है, उस पर सब लोगों को कंसंट्रेट करना है और सिविल सोसाइटी को सामने आना चाहिए।
So reactions coming in from several parties. Of course, we'll play out a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party as well, but a big move there that is all expected to happen in poll-bound Gujarat. Implementation of the UCC is likely. Of course, before that, a panel that is all likely to be formed today in the cabinet meeting that is all set to be chaired. A panel that sources are suggesting would be headed by a retired judge. The panel that would formulate on UCC implementation in the state of Gujarat. So that's a big story from Gujarat, where after Uttarakhand, Gujarat could also, where the UCC could be implemented in the state of Gujarat as well. This as sources telling Republic that a panel is all set to be formed that would deliberate on UCC implementation. In fact, getting in the first Delhi minister reaction as well on Gujarat UCC. First response coming in from the Delhi minister on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code, which is expected to take place in Gujarat, as a panel is all set to be formed that would deliberate upon the formulation of the Uniform Civil Code. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the Delhi minister. Yes, we'll try to play out that reaction in just a bit, but that's a big story coming in. Sources telling Republic that a cabinet meet that is being chaired today, the Gujarat cabinet meet, it's going to be discussed, the formulation of a panel that would discuss implementation of the Uniform Civil Code that will be headed by a retired SC judge. So that's a big move there. After Uttarakhand, it's the state of Gujarat that could get the Uniform Civil Code formulate, the panel that could be formulated today that would discuss the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. Remember, this is an important move, and also the fact that Gujarat is all set to go for polls in a few months. The Election Commission also, meanwhile, is expected to announce the dates for the polls in just a few days from now. So with eyes on that Gujarat poll date, a big announcement that is expected today by the Gujarat government in relation to the formulation of a panel that would discuss the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat. Well, we have that reaction, the first response coming in from the Delhi minister on the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code that could happen in the state of Gujarat. Let's listen in.
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है गुजरात में, आप इसका सहमत में हैं? मुझे बता दीजिए लास्ट ऐसा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, बताइए। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है सर, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है गुजरात में, आप इसका सहमत में हैं? मुझे बता दीजिए लास्ट ऐसा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है, बताइए। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड आने वाला है सर।
And we have BJP's RP Singh also joining us. Sir, if I can get your reaction first. Sources now telling Republic that a panel could be formed to deliberate upon the Uniform Civil Code in the state of Gujarat.
Well, it's a welcome step. Uttarakhand has already taken that step recently. We appreciate all state governments should take steps according to their state, make the Uniform Civil Code and then give equal right to all the citizens of the state.
Yes. Yes, and sir, just a follow-up question. Do you think that the opposition could have any issues when we talk about the Uniform Civil Code? Because the process is very democratic. It's going to be a panel which would be headed by a SC monitored, retired SC judge. So any resistance you think that could come in from the opposition?
They will resist anything which is done by the Gujarat government or the government set by BJP because of the political reasons. But what is good for the country, that's in the opinion of the opposition. If something is good for the country and if we get a Uniform Civil Code, and women will be most advantageous in that because a lot of rights they have been divided off in particular community and particular religious community. So we appreciate the step taken by the Gujarat and then which will give the report soon and then
Ji, well, thank you so much. So that was BJP's RP Singh speaking to Republic with regard to the news coming in relation to the news coming in of the UCC that could be implemented in the state of Gujarat. This, of course, just months before Gujarat heads for polls. A reaction coming in as well from the AIMIM. Let's listen into the first response coming in from the AIMIM on the big story we are tracking this hour on the Uniform Civil Code.
गुजरात में जब चुनाव सर पर हैं, इन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास अपने 26 साला शासनकाल में दिखाने के लिए कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब यूसीसी के नाम का एक नया शगुफा ले आई है। सवाल यहाँ ये है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जब अगर बात की जाती है तो वो IUCC क्यों हो जाता है, इनकम्प्लीट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्यों हो जाता है? अगर आपको कंप्लीट सिविल कोड बनाना है तो बात हो सकती है। अब इनकम्प्लीट सिविल कोड तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। ये कहा जा रहा है कि भाई शादी ब्याह और तलाक के जो है वो कानून, विरासत के कानून जो हैं वो बनाए जाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता के नाम पर जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कर रही है, तो हम मांग करते हैं कि भाई क्या जिस तरीके से कॉरपोरेट जगत के 12 लाख करोड़ का कर्ज माफ़ कर दिया गया, इसी तरह गुजरात में जितने भी किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट के कर्जदार हैं उनका भी कर्जा माफ़ होगा। क्या वो समान नागरिक नहीं है, कॉरपोरेट कंपनी के मालिक और एक आम नागरिक? ये समानता कब आएगी? तो इस पर हम सवाल पूछते हैं तो कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता सारी चीज़ों में आनी चाहिए बजाय सिलेक्टिवनेस के। और 26 साला शासन में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास दिखाने को कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब ये फिर से अपीजमेंट और पोलराइजेशन का पॉलिटिक्स इन्होंने शुरू किया है। मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा दम नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार घर जाने वाली है।
So the first response coming in from the AIMIM, of course, opposing that move that could happen in the state of Gujarat. So a lot of reactions coming in at this point. BJP's RP Singh, of course, hailing this move, the implementation of UCC that could happen in the state of Gujarat. But for now, moving on to more breaking news coming in. And news coming in from the national capital where the showdown is taking place. It's the AAP protest which is... well, these are the visuals coming in from Gujarat. Well, moving on to more news then, this one, the big story coming in of the RTI response that has shown that the Delhi government, under Kejriwal government, has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than 100 crore rupees in the last 7 years. In just past 1 year, the AAP government granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crore rupees. The BJP, meanwhile, of course, has hit out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, saying that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. That's the claim that is being made by the BJP at this point, that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. So a lot of reactions coming in on the story as well. Let's take a look.
तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारत सरकार से मांग किया है कि लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर जो है फ़ोटो पे लगाई जाए, और दूसरी तरफ लक्ष्मी गणेश की पूजा करने वाले ब्राह्मणों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, अर्चकों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, और उसके उलट वक्फ बोर्ड को 7 सालों में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया है। आखिर ये दोहरी नीति, ये भेदभाव हिंदुओं के साथ क्यों, सनातन धर्मियों के साथ क्यों? क्या सिर्फ हिंदू सनातन धर्म चुनाव के समय सिर्फ बयानबाजी, भावनाओं के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मात्र है? यह बड़ा ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरी मांग है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जिस प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड को सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया दिया, कम से कम जो देवी देवताओं की पूजा करता है, जो सनातन धर्म को राह दिखाता है, ऐसे अर्चक पुजारियों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर आश्रम है, मंदिर है, उसको भी कम से कम उतने 100 करोड़ रुपया, 100 जितना आपने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है उतना हिंदू सनातन धर्मियों पर भी खर्च करिए। ये हमारी मांग है अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा, संत महासभा की तरफ से।
Minister Anurag Thakur as well slamming the AAP government on the funding to the Waqf Board. Let's listen into that reaction.
करते थे और जिन पार्टी के नेता खुले में आकर हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते थे, जिनको अपने मंत्री को मंत्री पद से हटाना पड़ा, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अराजकता के प्रतीक हैं, फर्जी बातें करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये तो नया प्रोपेगेंडा शगुफा छोड़ दें ताकि इनके भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी पे ज्यादा चर्चा ना हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो? क्यों नहीं दे पाए? ये फर्जीवाल हैं जी, ऐसा ही होता है। फर्जी वाले जो हैं यही काम करते हैं।
A huge RTI expose done yesterday that 101 crores was granted to Waqf Board by the Delhi government from the taxpayers' money, and only in the last 1 year 62 crores was granted. Now another expose from an RTI that the salaries and the payments made to the imams and the muezzins was increased by the Arvind Kejriwal government, and almost 31.3 crores was paid in last 7 years, of which 20 crores was paid just in 2 years between 2019 to 2021. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for Asha workers. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for the DDU college or the salaries of teachers or for 13,000 SC, ST, OBC students who wanted coaching. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money to clean up Yamuna ji so that there would be no pratibandh on Chhat Puja. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal was putting ban on firecrackers and not allowing Hindus to celebrate their festival. But this bonanza was given to Waqf Board, this bonanza was given to imams only because of the appeasement politics. Did Arvind Kejriwal at the same time grant such salary hikes to Hindu Pandits, to Sikh Granthis? And there are only 185 mosques which were granted this kind of huge salary hike bonanza for imams and muezzins.
सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, जो एक हिंदू विरोधी के साथ साथ वो तुष्टीकरण, एक विशेष धर्म के लोगों के तुष्टीकरण का काम करते हैं। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके पास 101 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास मंदिरों के पुजारियों के लिए सैलरी देने के लिए पैसे नहीं है। दूसरा सवाल है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के जो चेयरमैन हैं वो आपके खास विधायक हैं, वो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में, गंभीर आरोप उनके ऊपर है। वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों पर कब्जा किया जा रहा है, उनकी जमीनों के जो मस्जिदों के स्कूल तोड़कर वहां दुकानें बनाकर उनका कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है और उससे पैसे की उगाही हो रही है। एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों पर अवैध रूप से कब्जा है और उसी वक्फ बोर्ड को दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा की ग्रांट देकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली की जनता इसके खिलाफ है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया, केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि एससी के और एसटी फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
And let's take a look at this sequence also. Republic tried speaking to the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Sisodia in relation to the Waqf Board funding. Let's listen in to that reaction coming in from Sisodia and on what he really had to say with regard to the funding to the Waqf Board.
Sir, please, sir, please, sir. Sir, please, sir. Sir, please, sir.
All right, so there you see my colleague Piyush, who tried to question the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister on the funding to the Waqf Board. Sisodia tried to evade the question that was being asked on the funding to the Waqf Board. And Piyush reporting live from the national capital on this big story we are tracking. Piyush, of course, we saw that sequence where you tried to question the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister. But talk to us about the responses coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party on the funding to the Waqf Board.
So yes, we did try to get the reply from Manish Sisodia, which we were unable to do because he did not want to reply to the pointed questions which we wanted to pose him. However, we were fortunate enough of getting the reply from Kailash Gehlot, who not only is the Transport Minister of of the Delhi government, but is also the Revenue Minister. So he does hold a lot of significance as far as giving the grants to Waqf Board is concerned. So we had questioned him about what he felt about Arvind Kejriwal government giving 101 crore in the last 7 years to the Delhi Waqf Board. He replied to us very pointedly that this was not a new phenomenon. This was being given for a long time, and it was all being done to politicize the matter and create enmity between the two communities. Now, this grant, this revelation of Arvind Kejriwal giving such huge grants to Waqf Board also comes at a time when Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, who is also eyeing big wins in Gujarat and also MCD polls and trying to consolidate the vote bank of Hindu vote bank, is playing a Hindutva card. So at a time when he advocated using the images of Lord Ganesh and Goddess Lakshmi on the Indian currency notes, this revelation has come through RTI, where it has come out that his government has given rupees 101 crore to Delhi Waqf Board in last 7 years. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Piyush, thank you for that. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, moving on to a quick roundup of all that's making news from across the country. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, the Union Minister said that this move is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
Are in a sense indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crores of public funds to the Waqf Board in last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi, LG VK Saxena assured action, further saying that Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
झील को देखा था वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
7 days after the Coimbatore blast, the VHP's National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. The VHP claimed that the Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality. In a fresh trouble for comedian Bharti Singh and her husband, the Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection to drug case and are currently out on bail. In a big win for the border security forces, a Pakistan intruder was shot in Rajasthan. The Pak intruder was neutralized near Sarpur outpost was trying to infiltrate in the Indian border. A very short break. Lots on the other side. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of big tech rush. BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers extending their support. The farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the soil.
News is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon after Uttarakhand. Gujarat makes a mega move. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj. AAP versus BJP over funds through the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions.
Crossed 300 in many parts of Delhi, but firecrackers are not to blame. The real cause of blame, as per Mr. Kejriwal, was Punjab's burning of parali and stubble.
Air quality in the national capital plunges to severe category, but politics continues as air quality deteriorates. BJP questions the Kejriwal government. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. AAP workers now take to the streets. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight up starting with a big exclusive coming in. Speaking to Republic, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar reacted on the new amended IT guidelines, saying that the new framework is to ensure that the grievances and the redressal mechanism is in place.
IT Act, the amended IT Acts that have been rules that have been notified last night are a continuing progression of the IT rules that were notified in May 2021 last year. We have as a government and as country and as people learnt a lot in the last 1 year, And it is clear, even after the process of public consultation, 4 months of public consultation, there were gaps in the previous rules. And the gaps related to safety and trust on one hand and accountability on the other hand. And these amendments have addressed both the safety and trust issues, the gaps, and the accountability gaps that existed. The accountability gaps have been addressed by the Grievance Appellate Committee. The safety and trust gaps have been included by rewriting Rule 3 and adding incitement, misinformation, and casting obligations on the intermediaries to be a lot more proactive in terms of content moderation along the lines that have been laid in Rule 3.
So how will these amendments affect the common citizen?
No, it is everything that we do is about the common citizen primarily. It is not a binary to make it make digital Nagrik safe and trusted, as well as allow for platforms to invest and innovate on the internet. So we don't think it's a binary. These two things can continue hand in hand, and this entire approach towards rulemaking is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted, and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks who will be using the internet by 2025-26 and the 80 crore digital Nagriks who are using the internet today.
Sir, in 3 months a GAC committee will be formed. Could you explain what this committee will be all about?
The GAC addresses the current gaps in accountability between the user and the platform. Because while a lot of platforms have appointed grievance officers, the functioning of those grievance officers have been less than perfect. And the Grievance Appellate Committee is giving an opportunity for citizens who are dissatisfied with the grievance addressal process of a platform to go above and appeal to a Grievance Appellate Committee so that their grievances can be addressed.
So will defamation be under the purview of this act?
No, we have not included defamation at all.
And the reaction coming in from Kapil Sibal as well on the new amended IT rules. Let's listen into what Kapil Sibal had to say.
मीडिया कैप्चर कर लिया, जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं, अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे। अब जब सरकार, इनके मंत्री, इनके बीजेपी के लीडर, इनके मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अगर ऐसी अपशब्द भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं और जो धर्म संसद में होता रहता है, जो आम आदमी, बीजेपी के लोग, बीजेपी के ना भी हों, बाकी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ। उनकी तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई। आजम खान की सदस्यता इन्होंने रद्द कर दी और जो इनके लोग मंत्री, जो इनके बीजेपी के लोग जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, वो ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं, ऐसे भाषण देते हैं जो मैं समझता हूं कि कोई सिविलाइज्ड कंट्री में कोई ऐसा होता नहीं होगा। वो तो आप खुलेआम जो भी कहना चाहते हैं कर रहे हैं। और जो मंत्री लोग जिनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी शुरू हो गई है, वो भी आज मंत्री बैठे हुए हैं। तो बीजेपी ने तो आज तक अपने मंत्रियों के खिलाफ, अपने बीजेपी के जो नेतृत्व है उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाया कानून के अंतर्गत।
And that was a response you heard from Kapil Sibal, and this, of course, Kapil Sibal there resisting to the idea of the implementation of the new amended IT rules, and the government there saying that this would enable a redressal mechanism to be in place and would fix accountability as well. Let's listen into more reactions coming in, but before that, a quick roundup of what Jaishankar had to say while he was addressing the Union Terror Meet, where Jaishankar condemned the cross-border drone attack, raising strong voice against terrorism. Jaishankar said that the terror remained to be a grave threat.
Remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council, in the past 2 decades, has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress.
Now, the air quality in the national capital continues to deteriorate. It has further plunged to severe category. Let's listen in to the residents raising concerns over the deteriorating air quality, and those are the visuals, in fact, that have come in since early morning on how the smoke has engulfed the national capital.
पोल्यूशन बढ़ रहा है, सांस लेने में बहुत परेशानी हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार को कदम उठाना चाहिए। हाँ, इसके बारे में मास्क लेना जरूरी है, पहनना, ताकि दिक्कत ना हो आदमी को।
इससे काफ़ी सारी दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ा है, जैसे कि काफ़ी धुआं है तो उससे हमें मतलब सांस लेने में तकलीफ होता है, और भी है बहुत सारे तरह का प्रॉब्लम है। बच्चों को भी प्रॉब्लम होता है स्कूल वगैरह जाने में, है ना, तो काफ़ी उनका मतलब सेंसिटिव होते हैं वो लोग पॉल्यूशन से। सबसे पहले तो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मतलब जो कार से है उससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन होता है। तो मतलब पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का अगर उनका टाइमिंग जो है वो यूनिफॉर्म कर दिया जाए तो वो सबसे बेटर होगा, क्योंकि कभी कभी बसें लगता है आधा घंटे पे नहीं आती हैं, है ना। उससे क्या होता है कि बस का प्रॉपर यूटिलाइजेशन होता नहीं है, लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट भी मतलब उससे जाने से कतराते हैं। तो अगर हम पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को सही करें तो लोग पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट यूज़ करेंगे, और उससे हमें क्या होगा कि मतलब कारों की संख्या कम होगी और उससे पॉल्यूशन भी कम होगा।
So those are the visuals also coming in from the national capital, where smoke has completely engulfed and the air quality, of course, dipping to the very severe category.
Post-Diwali, the air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted. Anand Vihar at 456 AQI, Ashok Vihar at 422 AQI, Noida at 392, and Delhi overall AQI air quality index is 309, which is in a very poor state. It has been seen that since the evening of October 23, the air pollution has increased, and it is because of the setting of firecrackers by individual, the increase in agriculture fires, and also reduction in temperature, and because of the wind speed, dust and smoke in Delhi NCR, which have been responsible for the bad air quality index in Delhi NCR. Not only this, regarding pollution, seeing the increase in pollution level, the central panel has issued a closure order to 24 industrial units in Delhi NCR for violating pollution related status. So this is the condition. The medical experts are clearly saying the itchiness can be felt in the air and the eyes by many public, and the increase in the hospitals have increased, seeing the smog and the bad air pollution in Delhi NCR. So this is the condition of Delhi NCR, where the air quality is continuously deteriorating day by day.
A very short break, lots coming up on the other side. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon after Uttarakhand, Gujarat makes a mega move. And AAP versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh questions.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad and a roundup of all that's making news from across the country in what could be termed as a big move by the Gujarat government. Sources tell Republic that the Gujarat government is likely to move a proposal today to constitute a committee in order to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state.
असल इश्यूज को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूं जूं इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा अब। इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं।
AAP staged a mega protest outside the Delhi LG VK Saksena's residence, showcasing a show of strength where several AAP workers hit the streets calling VK Saxena a Hitler. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said that internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister also said that this is a move which is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
Are in a sense indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
Reacting on the social media guidelines, Congress leader Kapil Sibal taking a jibe at the central government said it is yet another attempt to capture social media.
सारा टेलीविजन मीडिया कैप्चर कर लिया जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं। अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे।
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to the Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that the Delhi government granted over 100 crore rupees of public funds to the Waqf Board in last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
After BJP, Hindu group have also hit out at the AAP government over the Waqf Board funding, alleging discrimination in the funds. Hindu groups have questioned AAP government's transparency. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality would remain in very poor category for the next 3 days as well. As of today, the AQI remains in severe category. As the national capital continues to choke in toxic smoke, the residents have raised health concerns. Delhi is currently bearing the brunt of worst air quality index.
सब फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
Responding on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi, LG VK Saxena assured action, further saying that Yamuna river, which is currently covered in toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
बलसवा झील को देखा था, वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
Politics over toxic Yamuna river has now escalated just ahead of Chhath Puja celebration. BJP and AAP face-off has erupted with Delhi's AQI deteriorating with each passing day. The need for bringing in new policies to combat heavy pollution has increased. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj. AAP versus Delhi LG fight intensifies. AAP workers now take to the streets.
It's raring for adventure. A fierce hunter. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The And visuals coming in from Gujarat's Navsari, where protests are taking place against Arvind Kejriwal, where the protesters are seen raising slogans and in fact banners and sloganeering that is taking place in Gujarat's Navsari. This of course on the day when Kejriwal is in Gujarat to campaign in the poll-bound state. So these are the visuals coming in right now of the protesters who are staging a protest against Arvind Kejriwal. also there joining us. Priyanka, if you could give us more details of this. We can hear Modi Modi chants and sloganeering against Arvind Kejriwal in Navsari.
Well, Samiksha, we have heard these videos and these visuals that we have just listened to throughout the time that Arvind Kejriwal has come to campaign in Gujarat. Then be it Vadodara, then be it Surat, then be it Valsad, and now we are seeing in Navsari as well, where several people have gathered and welcomed Arvind Kejriwal with the chants of Modi Modi and also the kind of black ribbon that we see those visuals of the protesters that have been waving the black flags, the black ribbons, protesting against Arvind Kejriwal and saying that Arvind Kejriwal in fact is not welcome here. Now this is of course the messaging that we see at least on the ground as and when Arvind Kejriwal has come out to do a roadshow. Then being in Dharamshala as well last week, where we had seen that he was also granted once again, greeted once again by several protesters who were waving the black flag. And of course chants of Modi as well that we could hear. As and when Arvind Kejriwal has gone on the ground there in Gujarat, but of course he maintains that people have been coming from across the state to listening to him because they see some kind of logic in what Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party are doing, are posted for this particular elections and the campaign about the development that Arvind Kejriwal is claiming that he is running. But at least on the ground, we are seeing the kind of support for Narendra Modi, the kind of support for the BJP still continues. Of course, there is a prestige factor for the BJP as well, since this is the home state of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister as well. And as and when they come here, we do see the kind of response on the ground that they are also getting. As and when there are several public rallies that be it the Prime Minister or the Home Minister come to address. But now we are seeing on the other hand how Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, or then be it Bhagwant Mann, the Punjab Chief Minister, are greeted on the ground by several people. Protesters are already breaking out and waving those black flags. They're trying to send out this message to the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo that they are not welcome here in Gujarat.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for those details. And those are the visuals also on your screens right now of the sloganeering and the protest that was staged against Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat's Navsari.
A video has gone viral on social media that shows a moving car leaving bursting firecrackers in its boot space near Cyber Hub, Gurugram. After the video was shared on social media, it has received 5.4 million views and 54,000 likes on social media. And in the video, it can clearly be seen a black sedan which is moving towards DLF Phase 3 from Cyber Hub, leaving a trail of bursting firecrackers. It appears that the video has been shot by a motorist tailing a car from behind. The police have registered proper case in this entire incident. Gurugram police is carrying out a proper investigation. Police has identified car and its owner. After inquiring with the owner stated that he sold off car to some other person. DLF Phase 3 SHO Sandeep Kumar has clearly stated anyone who violates traffic regulation, strict action will be taken against the culprits.
Very short break, lots coming up on the other side. Centre cracks whip on social media giants, amends guidelines for rollout. It's the end of the big tech raj.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram. making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues.
Very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around. There are people in Pakistan who say a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that you can send a hit squad to kill somebody, it would have its comebacks.
Very good afternoon and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching Super Fast 50 at 3 p.m. I'm Suesha Samantha, and beginning with the first story in what could be termed a big move for the Gujarat government. By the Gujarat government, sources tell Republic that the Gujarat government is likely to move a proposal today to constitute a committee in order to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state.
असल इश्यूज को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूं इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है, और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा। इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं।
Aam Aadmi Party staged a mega protest outside Delhi LG Vinay सक्सेना's residence today, showcasing a lot of strength. Several Aam Aadmi Party workers had hit the streets calling Vinay Saxena Hitler. While addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar had said that internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, Union Minister said that this move is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms.
These rules are, in a sense, indicative of our thinking about and our goals as a government about ensuring, and our mission to ensure that the internet in India for the 80 crore Indians who are online today and the 120 crore Indians who will be connected to the internet over the next 2 years, that for them and for them as principal stakeholders of the internet, that the internet always remains open, safe and trusted.
While reacting on new social media guidelines, Congress leader Kapil Sibal, taking a jibe at the central government, said that it is yet another attempt to capture social media.
पहले सारा टेलीविजन मीडिया कैप्चर कर लिया, जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं। अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे।
Hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. Meanwhile, RTI response shows that Delhi government granted over 101 crore rupees of public funds to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years.
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है।
After BJP, Hindu groups now hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party government over Waqf Board funds. Alleging discrimination in the funds, Hindu groups questioned Aam Aadmi Party government's transparency. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in the very poor category for the next 3 days. Pictures on your screens showing dense cloud of black smoke that covered the skies of Mathura and Barakamba Road, Pragati Maidan, Anand Vihar and certain other areas. The national capital continues to choke in toxic smog and residents have raised health concerns. Delhi is currently bearing the brunt of worst air quality index.
पूरे साल से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
While reacting on the depleting air quality index in the national capital, Delhi LG Vinay Saxena assured action. He further said that the Yamuna river, which is currently covered with toxic foam, will be cleaned by next year.
झील को देखा था वो कितनी गंदी थी। जब से इसे डीडीए ने लिया है, यहाँ पर काम शुरू किया गया है और 10 दिन के अंदर इसको बिल्कुल क्लीन कर दिया गया है। मैं यहाँ पर जितने भी श्रद्धालु आने वाले हैं, सबसे पहले उनको नमन करता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि इस बार उनको एक स्वच्छ जगह पर अपनी पूजा याचना करने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं आने वाले समय में आपको ये बताना चाहता हूं कि इस झील को और बेहतर किया जाएगा।
Politics over toxic Yamuna river has now escalated just ahead of Chhath Puja celebration. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party face-off has erupted with Delhi's air quality index deteriorating with every passing day. The need for bringing in new policies to combat heavy pollution has now increased further. Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to provide pollution levels in the national capital and bring them under control. Political face-off between the TRS and BJP continues to intensify over the poaching controversy. Hitting out at the BJP, TRS leader K. Rama Rao called the Saffron party a Jumla party. Aam Aadmi Party wades into the Telangana poaching controversy as the Aam Aadmi Party came out with a proof on the poaching row, supporting TRS against BJP.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के जरिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं।
Telangana High Court directed the 3 accused in the case of alleged poaching of Telangana Rashtra Samiti MLAs to surrender before the police in 24 hours. This comes days after ACB Court had rejected the remand request of the 3 accused, after which Cyberabad police had moved to the High Court. DK Shivkumar wades into Telangana poaching controversy, appeals to Supreme Court and CJI to launch a suo motu case against the BJP on Operation Lotus. He said that PMLA, ED and anti-corruption officers should look into this.
I appeal to the Supreme Court Chief Justice of India to take this case on all this Operation Lotus, giving money to the MLAs, shifting to the parties, collecting huge bribe. I don't know whether PMLA is attracting, whether the PMLA officers, ED officers and the CBI is just looking at all these things. Anti-corruption is looking at all this. I want them to take a case suo motu and have an investigation on this. If you see at the point of what is going on in Telangana and other parts of the country, it is a very shameful act. See, democracy has to be protected.
DCW Chief Swati Maliwal, in a letter to Prime Minister Modi, raised questions on Ram Rahim's parole and demanded strict action against Bilkis Banu's rapist. Ruckus broke out between the supporters of Jamshedpur MLA Saryu Rai and former Jharkhand CM Raghubar Das factions during Chhath Puja preparation. While addressing the UN terror meet, EAM S. Jaishankar condemned the cross-border drone attack, raising strong voice against terrorism. Jaishankar said that terror remained, to be a grave threat.
UN Security Council in the past 2 decades has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise.
Taking stock of the incident, DGCA has ordered a detailed investigation to ascertain the cause and suitable follow-up action shall be taken. Meanwhile, Ministry of Civil Aviation ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. BJP's Information and Technology Cell head Amit Malviya said that he has decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to Meta stories which were retracted by the news website. 7 days after Coimbatore blast, VHP National Secretary visited the blast site demanding stringent action. VHP claimed that Tamil Nadu government is supporting terror-based mentality.
And they are supporting the terrorist type of mentality. So we are thinking the government should take stringent actions against these terrorists, and we want to take the NIA came. And they will, yesterday they first FIR, they told it is the terrorist activities behind this.
In a fresh trouble to comedian Bharti Singh, Mumbai NCB has filed a 200-page charge sheet before the court. Remember, both Bharti Singh and her husband were arrested in 2020 in connection to the drugs case. This again is an extension to that. Aam Aadmi Party Chief Arvind Kejriwal launched a crowdsourcing campaign to select the party's chief ministerial candidate for the Gujarat elections as part of its efforts to trump the BJP in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's home turf. The Choose Your Chief Minister quote-unquote campaign is the latest push by the Delhi Chief Minister, who has been campaigning aggressively in the state of Gujarat, which is set to have polls very soon, while he is holding rallies and town halls, making pre-poll promises.
आपने जनता से तो पूछा ही नहीं कि विजय रूपानी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे 2016 में, और फिर 2021 में आपने पूछा ही नहीं कि विजय रूपानी जी को हटाएं कि ना हटाएं। आपने पूछा ही नहीं कि भूपेंद्र पटेल को हटाएं कि किसी और को बनाएं, भूपेंद्र पटेल को बनाएं कि किसी और को। हम ऐसे नहीं करते, हमारी आम आदमी पार्टी में हम ऐसे नहीं करते। हम जनता से पूछ के तय करते हैं कि आप किसे मुख्यमंत्री बनाना चाहते हैं।
With Gujarat polls round the corner, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal launches Choose Your Chief Minister drive. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia took to Twitter to back the move by saying that Gujarat Chief Minister will be decided by the people when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party. He also hit out at the BJP and said that the BJP turned the Chief Minister of Gujarat like a pack of cards with its arbitrariness. The flight acceptance hot test of CE-20 engine has been carried out in the high altitude test facility of ISRO Propulsion Complex at Mahendragiri in Tamil Nadu. The engine is assigned for the LV-M3 mission identified for launching the next 36 OneWeb India 1 satellites. Sources said that these satellites of OneWeb, the London-based satellite communications company, are expected to be launched by the New Space India Limited, the ISRO's commercial arm, aboard LV-M3 early next year. The vessels that were engaged in transporting goods to Lakshadweep and were anchored for maintenance caught fire. Following the accidental fire, thick smoke started emanating from the vessels and it had engulfed the entire area. Air Intelligence Unit in Trichy seized 32 rectangular-shaped thin gold plates and one unfinished gold chain valued at 34,26,380 rupees from a passenger who arrived from Kuala Lumpur via Colombo on the 28th of October. Directorate of Vigilance and Anti-Corruption of Assam Police arrested KK Sharma, ACS, Joint Secretary to Government of Assam. This while he was accepting 90,000 rupees bribe from a complainant for the renewal of security firm license. Meanwhile, lakhs of unaccounted cash seized in further search of his residence. To know and understand the education system going on in the madrasa, the Minister of Minority Welfare of Lucknow made a surprise visit to the madrasa. Minister Danish Ansari interacted with the students of the madrasa and took stock of the education there. In a big win for border security forces, a Pakistan intruder who was killed in Rajasthan. The Pakistan intruder was killed near Serpur outpost, who was trying to enter the international border of Anupgarh. Members of the international community gathered for the second day of the meeting of UN Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee observed a minute's silence to commemorate the survivors and victims of terrorism and their families. After DMK leader Saidai Sadiq made derogatory remarks against Tamil Nadu Bharatiya Janata Party women cadres, calling them an item, Khushbu Sundar has now come back and said that this is totally condemnable and an apology must be issued. She's also called this a failure of the DMK government. Film producer Kamal Kishore Mishra's troubles now mount further as Mumbai police has added section 307 of IPC, which is attempt to murder in the FIR. Now Kamal was booked for running his car over his wife. This because Mishra's wife had seen him with another woman in a vehicle. Mishra is now in police custody till the 30th of October. A part of under-construction bridge on National Highway collapsed at Peria in Kasaragod. The incident happened while the concrete work was underway. Fortunately, no injuries were reported in the mishap. Uddhav Camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protests in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protests turned violent as farmers vandalized and attacked public property. Mega crackdown on PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hails from Kerala's Palakkad area. Pakistan's Tehreek-e-Insaf chairman and former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has now been terminated from the basic membership of senior leader Faisal Wauda from the party. Ukrainian forces stationed near the northern border with Belarus are preparing for a possible Russian assault from across the frontier. Border guards stationed in the Chernihiv region are keeping a very close eye on the border, braving intermittent Russian shelling. The Chernihiv region is located north of Kiev. Shubman Gill, India's emerging star batsman, stated that it is open to batting in the middle order in limited overs cricket. The batter mentioned his prowess against spinners to rotate the strike and termed his game an all-round one. He also added that his century in the ODI came at the number 3 position. The men's hockey team bounced back from being 2 goals behind to defeat New Zealand by 4-3 in its opening match of the FIH Pro League 2022-23 at the Kalinga Stadium in Bhubaneswar. Mandeep Moore, who is the captain, Harmanpreet Singh and Mandeep Singh netted goals for India. An intruder attacked the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi with a hammer in the couple's San Francisco home yesterday while searching for the Democratic leader. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was in Washington at the time of the attack. Paul Pelosi was severely beaten, suffering blunt force trauma after he was struck several times in the head. He has also been admitted to Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital for his injuries that the hospital has confirmed. President Joe Biden decried the attack on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband during remarks at a Democratic event in Philadelphia on Friday evening. The president said that he had called Speaker Pelosi with support, and he delivered a full-throated condemnation of the despicable attack that he said had no place in America. The brutal attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband was also strongly condemned by former US President Barack Obama. Obama further raised concerns on security policies in the United States. After being attacked brutally with a hammer, US Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her husband, most importantly, is undergoing medical treatment at Zuckerberg San Francisco General Hospital. A shooting was reported near a Pittsburgh church where a funeral was being held, left 6 people wounded, including one person who was hospitalized in critical condition. The funeral at the Destiny of Faith Church was for a man who had been killed in a shooting in Pittsburgh earlier this month. No arrest has been made yet. Severe flooding caused by torrential rains hit a mountainous coastal region of Venezuela, leaving a town's streets drowned in mud. Meanwhile, no deaths or missing persons have been reported from the area. Indian men's team skipper Rohit Sharma appreciated the Board of Control for Cricket in India move to introduce pay equity in the sport through equal match fee for both men and women players. The BCCI, that is India's cricket governing body, on Thursday announced an equal match fee for both men and women in the cricketing world. Ahead of his side's ICC T20 World Cup clash against India, South African pacer Andrich Nortje said that the battle will be between India's top order against one of the best pace attacks in the world. India will take on South Africa in their Group 2 Super 12 match of the ICC T20 World Cup on Sunday. Ahead of South Africa's clash against India on Sunday, South African pace legend Dale Steyn lauded African pace attack. Dale Steyn also said that Andrich Nortje and Kagiso Rabada can help their country win the ICC T20 World Cup. Former England batter Kevin Pietersen took to social media to question why the ICC T20 World Cup could not be played in the glorious Australian sunshine in January or February. This comes as some of the Super 12 games of the T20 World Cup have either been cut short or completely abandoned due to rain.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more updates.
This news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months. to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council, in the past 2 decades, has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress.
Stepping into a very short commercial break, a quick check of what's lined up on the other side. One law for all Indians, a reality likely in Gujarat soon after Uttarakhand. Gujarat is set to make the mega move. Also, it's the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over funds to the Waqf Board. BJP fires fresh round of questions.
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers extending their support. The farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है।
News is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
Lots lined up for you in this edition. First up, a quick check of the top headlines. After Uttarakhand, Gujarat government to follow suit, states all set to form committee on the Uniform Civil Code. Massive political fight over Waqf Board funds as RTI response suggests over 100 crore given to Waqf in last 7 years. BJP hits out, alleges appeasement. AAP response says nothing new in the Waqf fund. Government of India amends IT rules, social media giants to be accountable to Indian laws now. Blame game between BJP and AAP over toxic Yamuna. BJP hits out at AAP for not cleaning Yamuna ahead of Chhath Puja. Well, it's a mega face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over the Waqf Board funding. The AAP in the latest has responded to the allegations that have been made by the BJP, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party, this of course after those allegations were made by the BJP, saying that the Aam Aadmi Party has been giving funding to the Waqf Board of Delhi. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party responding to the BJP.
दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को 101 करोड़ रुपए दिए। आप मुझे बताइए इसमें आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
वक्फ बोर्ड अपना काम कर रही है, उससे क्या
आपको लगता है कि पैसे देने मतलब जायज़ थे? और जितना पैसा मतलब आपने उनको दिया है, बीजेपी वाले बोलते जितना पैसा यमुना पे साफ करने में लग जाता है तो अच्छा होता।
वक्फ बोर्ड को पहली बार दिल्ली सरकार ने पैसा दिया है। जब से वक्फ बोर्ड बना है, चाहे वो किसी की कांग्रेस थी, चाहे कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, चाहे बीजेपी की सरकार थी, उस टाइम भी वक्फ बोर्ड को पैसा दिया गया है। और जो वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं वो अपना पैसा भी जनरेट करती हैं।
Well, tracking this big story coming in this hour after, of course, AAP minister hitting out at the BJP after those allegations that have been made by the BJP that the AAP has been funding the Delhi Waqf Board, and over 100 crore of funding has been given to the Waqf Board in the last 7 years. Well, these are the allegations that have been made by the BJP on the Aam Aadmi Party, and of course the latter coming down heavily on the Aam Aadmi Party, on the BJP responding to these allegations. calling it all a farce and saying that all of it is a political vendetta ahead of Gujarat polls. Let's listen into that reaction as well of BJP's Shehzad Poonawalla hitting out at the Aam Aadmi Party.
Expose done yesterday that 101 crores was granted to Waqf Board by the Delhi government from the taxpayers' money, and only in the last 1 year 62 crores was granted. Now another expose from an RTI that the salaries and the payments made to the imams and the muezzins was increased by the Arvind Kejriwal government, and almost 31.3 crores was paid in last 7 years, of which 20 crores was paid just in 2 years between 2019 to 2021. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for Asha workers. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for the DDU college or the salaries of teachers or for 13,000 SC, ST, OBC students who wanted coaching. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money to clean up Yamuna ji so that there would be no pratibandh on Chhat Puja. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal was putting ban on firecrackers and not allowing Hindus to celebrate their festival. But this bonanza was given to Waqf Board. This bonanza was given to imams only because of the appeasement politics. Did Arvind Kejriwal at the same time grant such salary hikes to Hindu Pandits, to Sikh Granthis? And there are only 185 mosques which were granted this kind of huge salary hike bonanza for imams and muezzins.
जो राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे और जिन पार्टी के नेता खुले में आकर हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते थे, जिनको अपने मंत्री को मंत्री पद से हटाना पड़ा, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अराजकता के प्रतीक हैं, फर्जी बातें करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये तो नया नया प्रोपेगेंडा शगुफा छोड़ दें ताकि इनके भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी पे ज्यादा चर्चा ना हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो? क्यों नहीं दे पाए? ये फर्जीवाल है जी, ऐसा ही होता है। फर्जी वाले जो हैं यही काम करते हैं।
दिल्ली सरकार तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के चलते हुए वो हर महीने 14 करोड़ वक्फ बोर्ड को देने के लिए पैसा है उनके पास। साल में 101 करोड़ रुपया उन्होंने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया और वक्फ बोर्ड के माध्यम से दिल्ली के मदरसों और मस्जिदों में काम करने वाले इमामों को सैलरी देने का काम किया है। दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार जहां एक और जब हिंदुओं के पर्व त्योहार आते तो उनको नहीं मनाया जाए, इसके लिए वो कदम उठाते हैं, चाहे वो दीपावली हो, दीपावली पे पटाखे पर प्रतिबंध हो, या छठ पूजा पर यमुना घाटों पर काम नहीं करना हो सरकार के द्वारा, और एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड हो उसके माध्यम से मुल्ला मौलवियों को सैलरी देने का काम करते हैं। ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति आम आदमी पार्टी करती है, जो एक हिंदू विरोधी के साथ साथ वो तुष्टीकरण, एक विशेष धर्म के लोगों के तुष्टीकरण का काम करते हैं। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपके पास 101 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड के लिए है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आपके पास मंदिरों के पुजारियों के लिए सैलरी देने के लिए पैसे नहीं है। दूसरा सवाल है कि वक्फ बोर्ड के जो चेयरमैन हैं वो आपके खास विधायक हैं, वो लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों में, गंभीर आरोप उनके ऊपर है। वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों पर कब्जा किया जा रहा है, उनकी जमीनों के जो मस्जिदों के स्कूल तोड़कर वहां दुकानें बनाकर उनका कॉमर्शियलाइजेशन किया जा रहा है और उससे पैसे की उगाही हो रही है। एक तरफ वक्फ बोर्ड की जमीनों पर अवैध रूप से कब्जा है और उसी वक्फ बोर्ड को दिल्ली में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा की ग्रांट देकर तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और दिल्ली की जनता इसके खिलाफ है।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया। केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि SC के और ST फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है।
Well, on to the big breaking news coming in this hour, this one in relation to the Nadimarg massacre, where the J&K High Court has ordered expeditious trial in the Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. The trial to resume after 9 years, so that's a big news break coming in this hour. J&K High Court reopening the Nadimarg files, which led to the massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. The trial is all set to resume after 9 years. Now remember, 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed in the Nadimarg village of Pulwama by Lashkar terrorists. During midnight, 11 men, 11 women and 2 small boys were lined up and shot and killed by the terrorists. So of course the J&K High Court ordering expeditious trial in the Nadimarg massacre of the 24 Kashmiri Pandits who were butchered 9 years back. We have Gursimran also joining us for more on that. Gursimran, give us more details. That's a big news break coming in. The Nadimarg files that is all set to be opened by the J&K High Court.
The Kashmir High Court has ordered now that expeditious trial in the Nadimarg massacre, in which 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed in the early 2000s, and that bloodbath was carried out by Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist Zia Mustafa. He was, however, killed by the security forces in an encounter that broke out last year in the Bhataduriya area, but the families are yet awaiting justice. 7 accused were there in the case, and under various sections of the IPC and the Arms Act, this case was registered. There was a long pending demand that in 2014, when this case was closed, no one from the Kashmiri Pandit community was heard by the court, as they were demanding that the trial be shifted to the safer location, but it was not. And then we have seen how the case was closed by the trial court, but after that we have seen how that things have changed, and now once again the case was reopened by the High Court, and now High Court has passed a judgment that expeditious trial be carried out so that the justice can be delivered. And apart from that, the High Court has also said that if needed, the video conferencing mode be used for recording the witnesses, so that there is no one who fears in going to Kashmir Valley or to the court owing to the security threat that exists. So now it seems that those families who have been awaiting justice for more than 2 decades time, they will now be getting the justice, as a major decision has been taken by the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, and the judgment that has been passed by Justice Vinod Chatterjee clearly says that the trial be made expeditious, be done at a rapid speed, so that everyone can be heard and the justice can be delivered. Last time we have seen that how there was a long pending demand that turned out to be true when the High Court upheld the demand of the victim side, and they said that the case be reopened because there are many of the loopholes that were left last time when the case was heard and closed owing to the unavailability of the witnesses on ground. But that situation was altogether different, and now the case stands reopened, and after 9 years the trial will begin on the next date of hearing that will be notified
by the High Court. But as of now, the important news that is coming on is the directions that have been passed by the Jammu and Kashmir High Court, clearly saying that a fast, rapid speed trial be done so that the case can be concluded at an earliest, and if needed, the video conferencing mode. They have given the mention to the directions of the Supreme Court that video conferencing mode can be used for recording the statements of the witnesses. However, at the stage of the cross-examination, that is altogether a different step that has to be taken at a later stage. But initially, the court wants that the justice be delivered and the case is set on tone, that is the trial to begin at an earliest. Yes.
Gursimran, stay with us, and for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you could once again talk to us as to what really happened 19 years back when 24 Kashmiri Pandits were murdered. Of course, Lashkar terrorists who were involved behind the killing of the Kashmiri Pandits.
So it was in 2003 when these Kashmiri Pandits who were living in the Nadimarg area, they were brutally killed by the terrorists, and there was a group of terrorists that was headed by Zia Mustafa, a Pakistani-based Lashkar terrorist who carried out this brutal killing of the Kashmiri Pandits. And since then, when he was arrested,
just
even
your thoughts there for a
the
moment. We have Sushil Pandit also joining us on the phone line. So thank you for speaking to us. Your first response: the Nadimarg files, which are all set to be reopened, J&K High Court ordering a trial in this case.
Do you realize that this trial was stalled for decades because it was not allowed to examine the witnesses away from the court, which is a simple procedure? And Zia Mustafa, who is a Pakistani terrorist accused of this, could manage our system for decades in order to stall the process of justice. This is travesty. And can some heads be rolled, please, for delaying this justice? Who is the magistrate or the judge who decided that such witnesses could not be examined outside the court? That is the question. Unless those who caused these unpardonable delays and allowed the accused, allowed the guilty to get away with the crime, unless they are also charged and tried for collaborating in this crime, this is not going to be true justice. We have jihadi sympathizers sitting in the system allowing the criminals to get away with genocide. I accuse moles sitting in the criminal justice system collaborating with our genociders and denying justice to our victims and survivors.
Yes. And also, sir, just stay with us. How important do you think this is going to be? Because the very fact that it's been 19 years since, the victims await justice, why do you think that it took so long, 19 years, for the justice to be delivered? And of course, rightly said by you, it is a travesty of justice of sorts when we talk about the Nadimarg case.
Because one conscientious judge, Justice Anuj Zahar, has decided to suo moto on his own, address this issue, this travesty of justice, and reopen the case. It is because of him, because of the Honorable High Court, that the wheels of justice have begun to move again. Even Supreme Court let us down. Highest courts on land let us down and denied us justice on such flimsy ground. It is shameful. It is criminal negligence. It is complicity. And those responsible for it should be punished, along with those who are accused of, who are guilty of causing a massacre in Nadimarg.
You were speaking to us. We also hope that the perpetrators are brought to justice at the earliest. So activist Sushil Pandit speaking to us, going again to back to Gursimran, who continues to be with us. Gursimran, once again talk to us about the justice that is awaited for 19 years now. There were people who were suffering. Justice is of course still awaited. Talk to us more about what really happened when these 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed by the Lashkar terrorists. All right, we'll try to connect with Gursimran again. Gursimran, if you can hear us, if you could once again Talk to us about the ordeal of those who suffered as a result of this Nadimarg massacre, in which 24 Kashmiri Pandits were murdered by the terrorists. Well, we'll try and connect with Gursimran again, but that's a big news break coming in this hour. Trial to
जिले में मार गिराया था, लेकिन फिर भी वो परिवार आज भी न्याय की तलाश कर रहे हैं। पिछली बार ये कहा गया था कि जो विटनेस हैं, जो गवाह हैं, वो नहीं आ पाए। यही कारण था कि इस ट्रायल को रोक दिया गया था और केस में बाकी सबको जो है छोड़ दिया गया था। लेकिन अब हाईकोर्ट ने कहा है कि जो भी विटनेस थे, अगर वो कोर्ट में नहीं आ सकते तो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए उनसे पूछताछ की जाए, उनके बयान जो हैं वो रिकॉर्ड किए जाएं, ताकि वो लोग जो कि 24 परिवार हैं जिन्होंने अपने लोगों को गवाया है, वो उनकी सुनवाई हो और उन्हें जो है इंसाफ मिल सके। इसके लिए अब जम्मू कश्मीर हाई कोर्ट ने आदेश जारी कर दिया है। और 2011 में जब ट्रायल कोर्ट ने कहा था कि इस ट्रायल को बंद किया जाए, उस ऑर्डर को जो है निष्क्रिय करार दिया गया है। यानी कि अब फिर से एक बार फिर देखिए 2014 तक लास्ट ट्रायल चला था, तो उसके बाद अब एक बार फिर 2022 में जाकर ट्रायल की शुरुआत होगी। तो एक बड़ी कह सकते हैं कि निर्णय जम्मू कश्मीर हाई कोर्ट की तरफ से लिया गया है उन 24 परिवारों के लिए जिनकी निर्मम हत्या लश्कर तौबा के पाकिस्तानी आतंकियों ने 2003 में कर दी थी कश्मीर के नदीमर्ग में, जब लगातार कश्मीरी पंडितों पर जुल्म ढाए जा रहे थे। अब जो है इसकी एक बार फिर से शुरुआत हुई है ट्रायल की, और अब जो गवाह हैं वो अपना पक्ष रख पाएंगे वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के जरिए। और खास हिदायत दी गई हैं कि जल्द से जल्द ये पूरा ट्रायल जो है इसे ख़त्म किया जाए, ताकि आम लोग जो कि इसमें पीड़ित थे उन्हें इंसाफ मिल सके।
All right, Gursimran, getting us all those updates on this big story coming in this hour. The JNK High Court reopening the Nadimarg files. The 2003 Hindu genocide that was buried, it will now, the fast track is set to be resumed. The case is all set to be fast tracked. The trial is set to be fast tracked in this particular case. Justice to be delivered to those who are waiting for that justice to be delivered. It's been 19 years since the victims can await justice in this case. We slip into a very short break, but that's a big news break coming in this hour. The JNK High Court reopening the Nadimarg files. We'll slip into a very short break for now, but on the other side, we'll get you more reactions on this big story. The JNK High Court ordering reopening the Nadimarg file and ordering a protest.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे साल से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with chief ministers face the A roundup of all that's making news from across the country. BJP has come down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. The BJP has called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. The political face-off between the TRS and the BJP continues to intensify over the poaching controversy hitting out at the BJP. TRS leader KT Rama Rao has hit out at the Saffron party, calling it a Jumla party. AAP has waded into the Telangana poaching controversy. The AAP has come out with a proof on the poaching row, supporting the TRS against the BJP.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के जरिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं।
The Telangana High Court has directed the 3 accused in the case of alleged poaching of TRS MLAs to surrender before the police in the next 24 hours. This comes days after the ACD court had rejected the remand request of the 3 accused, after which the Hyderabad police had moved to the High Court. DK Shivakumar has waded into Telangana poaching controversy, moving Supreme Court and appealing to the Apex Court and the CGI to lodge a suo motu case against the BJP party on Operation Lotus, saying that the PMLA, ED and anti-corruption officers should look into the case.
I appeal to the Supreme Court Chief Justice of India to take this case on all this Operation Lotus, giving money to the MLAs, shifting to the parties, collecting huge bribe. I don't know whether PMLA is attracting, whether the PMLA officers, ED officers and the CBI is just looking at all these things. Anti-corruption is looking at all this. I want them to take a case suo motu and have an investigation on this. If you see at the point of what is going on in Telangana and other parts of the country, it is a very shameful act. See, democracy has to be protected.
DCW Chief Swati Maliwal, in a letter to the Prime Minister, has raised questions on Ram Rahim's parole and demanded strict action against Bilkis Banu rapist. A ruckus broke out between the supporters of Jamshedpur MLA Saryu Rai and former Jharkhand Chief Minister factions during Chhath Puja preparation. Addressing the UN terror meet, the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar condemned the cross-border drone attack, raising strong voice against terrorism. Jaishankar said terror remained to be a great threat.
एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है। गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना यह तय किया है और कैबिनेट मंडल ने ये कमेटी के गठन के लिए संपूर्ण सत्ता आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी को दी है। संविधान में भाग 4 की कलम 44 में हर एक राज्य अपने राज्य में हर एक नागरिक को सम्मान, हर एक नागरिक का कानून एक समान हो, उसकी खास करके जो जुर्माई है उसके अंतर्गत आज गुजरात कैबिनेट मंडल ने ये महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और खास करके देश के सभी नागरिकों कहीं ना कहीं यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की अलग अलग मांग हर जगह से आई और गुजरात सरकार ने आज मुख्यमंत्री श्री के अध्यक्षता में यह महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया है। ये पूरे विषय में आज हम सबको जानकारी देने के लिए केंद्रीय सीनियर मंत्री और भारतीय जनता पार्टी गुजरात के सीनियर नेता आदरणीय श्री पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी हम सबको इसके बारे में जानकारी देंगे।
सभी प्रेस के बंधुओं को मेरा नए साल का राम राम। आप सबको मेरी ओर से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। मेरे साथ इस पत्रकार परिषद में जुड़े राज्य सरकार के हमारे तेज तर्रा गृह राज्य मंत्री भाई श्री हर्ष भाई, पार्टी के हमारे महासचिव आदरणीय वाघेला साहब, हमारे सभी प्रवक्तागण भाई श्री यमन भाई, किशोर भाई, डॉक्टर उत्वीज भाई, मेरे पुराने साथी डांगर जी, आप सभी को जैसे हर्ष भाई ने उद्घोषित कर ही दिया है तो विषय तो आप सबके संज्ञान में आ ही गया है। मुझे तो सिर्फ इतना ही बताना है और बड़ी प्रसन्नता के साथ जाहिर करना है कि हम 2-3 चीजों के नारे युवा काल से लगाते रहते थे। राम जन्मभूमि का नारा हम लगाते रहते थे, कलम 370 के बारे में नारे लगाते रहते थे, और ऐसे ही कॉमन सिविल कोड के लिए भी हम नारे लगाते रहते थे। बहुत ही पुराने दिनों की स्मृति के ये हमारे दिलों में नारे गूंज रहे हैं, आज भी गूंज रहा है। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है और मैं यहाँ गुजरात सरकार के प्रतिनिधि के तौर पर हर्ष भाई हमारे बीच मौजूद है, इसलिए उनके माध्यम से हमारे यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल को साधुवाद और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक पुराने नारे को सार्थक करने की दिशा में आपने अगला कदम उठा लिया। इसके लिए पूरी राज्य की सरकार को और आपकी टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। जैसे ये राम मंदिर और कश्मीर के साथ साथ ये मुद्दा भी अब गुजरात सरकार ने घोषणा कर दिया है, और जैसे बताया हर्ष भाई ने, ऐसे अपने मुख्यमंत्री श्री को अधिकार दे दिया गया है, तो वो कमेटी का गठन जल्द ही कर देंगे और कमेटी के रिपोर्ट के आधार पर इस कानून को हमारे राज्य में लागू करने का रास्ता खुल जाएगा। एक बड़ी विडंबनाएं सिविल डिस्प्यूट्स में आया करती है, जैसे किसी ने मारपीट कर दी तो वो फिर इसमें कोई आपको दिक्कत नहीं है, किसने मारा, क्यों मारा, उसमें हिंदू है, मुसलमान है, सिख है, ऐसी कोई चीज नहीं आती है। उन सभी को एक ढंग से ही एंटरटेन किया जा रहा है। मगर यदि मिल्कत की बात आ जाती है, और वो भी पैतृक मिल्कत की बात जब आती है, तभी उसमें लगता है कि ये मैं अपने बेटी को दे सकते हैं, नहीं दे सकते हैं, पत्नी का अधिकार है, बेटी का अधिकार है, उन सारी चीजों में कई मसले फंसे रहते हैं, और हम नागरिकों के बीच में भी ये रहता है कि ये इसको मिल रहा है, हमें नहीं मिल रहा है। अभी तक कश्मीर को लेकर भी ये विवाद बहुत कई किस्से भी ध्यान में आते थे कि बेटी है वहाँ और कहीं पे इनकी शादी हो गई है तो फिर इनको अधिकार नहीं मिलता है। इन सारी चीजों को लेकर कई चीजें मसले चल रहे हैं। और एक बड़ी अच्छी बात हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जब से देश में सरकार का चलना शुरू हुआ, तभी से एक नारा बहुत जोरों से आगे बढ़ रहा है, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। और उसी नारे को मजबूत करने के लिए जब जीएसटी आया था, तब भी ये पहली बार हमारे सबके संज्ञान में आया था कि पूरे देश में एक कानून हो तो इसका कितना बड़ा बेनिफिट हो सकता है। आज वो कानून स्टेबल हो गया और कानून के चलते सभी देशवासियों में, सभी राज्यों में अपने अपने हिसाब से इस कानून का बेनिफिट अपने राज्य को कैसे मिल सके उसमें सब लग गए हैं। पहले थोड़े थोड़े बहुत मतभेद हुआ करते थे। और सबसे अच्छी चीज इस कानून की, मैं तो कभी कभी सबके बीच में बताना और चुनावी बातों में भी उसको शामिल करके बता रहा हूं कि आज तक के जीएसटी के सभी निर्णय सर्वानुमति से हो रहा। ये हमारे देश के लोकतंत्र के लिए, आस्था रखने वाले लोगों के लिए इनसे अच्छा कोई और खबर हो ही नहीं सकती है। सारे निर्णय यूनानिमस डिसीजन लिए गए, एक भी निर्णय बहुमत से लिया नहीं गया है। ये इस कानून की ताकत है। और इनकी एक और बड़ी ताकत मैं आपके सामने जिक्र करना चाहता हूं कि आज राज्य सरकार के मन में कोई चीज आती है जीएसटी को लेकर तो वो अमल नहीं कर सकते हैं। भारत सरकार के मन में कोई चीज आती है तो वो भी इसी को सीधी तरह से अमल नहीं कर सकते हैं। उसमें घटाना है, बढ़ाना है, राहत देना है, जो भी करना है वो जीएसटी काउंसिल के थ्रू करना पड़ता है। तो एक प्रकार से देश में लोकसभा के बाद इतना बड़ा एक तंत्र खड़ा करने का काम इस एक कानून के जरिए, जो एक कानून के जरिए पूरे देश में हो सकता है। ऐसे ही ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, इसको लगाने से नागरिकों के मन में अधिकारों और सिविल डिस्प्यूट्स के लिए जो मसले चल रहे हैं उन सभी में माताओं, बहनों, बच्चों और सभी लोगों को एक समान अधिकार देने का इसमें प्रावधान होने की वजह से एक बड़ी राहत की घोषणा है। मैं मानता हूं कि गुजरात सरकार की इस घोषणा से, जैसे पूर्व में भी एक हमारे राज्य ने इसमें आगे कदम उठा ही लिया है और हम इसमें कड़ी में गुजरात भी जुड़ रहा है, तो एक प्रकार से देश में इस कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाने का श्रेय गुजरात सरकार को मिलेगा, अवश्य मिलेगा। इनके लिए वो बधाई के पात्र भी हैं। और मैं आप सबके माध्यम से एक प्रकार से ये बात कह सकता हूं कि गुजरात सरकार ने आने वाले दिनों के लिए हमारे नागरिकों के लिए एक नई उम्मीद जगाने का काम किया है। इसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वैसे हाईकोर्ट के निवृत्त जज साहब की अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनाई जाएगी। कमेटी की रचना करने का अधिकार आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को कैबिनेट ने दे दिया है। उसकी कालावधि भी तय कर दी जाएगी। मैं मानता हूं कि जैसे कमेटी की घोषणा होगी उन्हीं के साथ ही उसकी टाइमलाइन भी उसको साथ तय कर दी जाएगी।
कमेटी का स्ट्रक्चर किस तरह का रहेगा? केवल 2 या 3 लोग रहेंगे या कितने लोग रहेंगे?
मिनिमम 4 लोग रहेंगे।
વિધાનસભા ચૂંટણીની થોડા દિવસમાં પડઘમ વાગી રહ્યા તો અત્યારે જ કેમ?
એ તો જ્યારે કોઈ પણ નિર્ણય થાય ત્યારે આવો પૂછી શકાય એવો સવાલ છે।
कांग्रेस ये कह रही है कि महंगाई जैसे जो मुद्दे हैं, जो अहम मुद्दे हैं, उनसे ध्यान को भटकाने के लिए ये पूरा डाइवर्जन किया गया है।
हाँ, ये उनका सवाल जरूर हो सकता है, क्योंकि हम जिस दिशा में ध्यान लोगों का खींचना चाहते हैं वो उनको पसंद नहीं है। इसीलिए वो ऐसे बिंदु को इस प्रकार की बात करके टालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इस देश में सभी नागरिकों को एक सा कानून हो, उसके विषय में उनकी क्या राय है वो उनको प्रकट करनी चाहिए।
રૂપાલાજી, આ જે કમિટી બનશે એની આખી રૂપરેખા તૈયાર હશે કોમન સિવિલ કોડને લઈને।
જી,
એની આખી રૂપરેખા છે, કઈ રીતે કામગીરી થશે, કઈ રીતે લાગુ કરવાની આગળની પ્રક્રિયા થશે એના વિશે
એક સરળતાથી હું આપને મારી ભાષામાં કહું કે કમિટીની રચના કરવાની નિર્ણય થઈ ગયો છે। કમિટીની રચના કરવાનો અધિકાર માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રીને અપાઈ ગયો છે। કમિટીની અધ્યક્ષતા પણ નિવૃત્ત હાઈકોર્ટના માનનીય જજ સાહેબ કરશે એ પણ નક્કી થઈ ગયું છે। કમિટીમાં 3 થી 4 સભ્યો રહેશે એ પણ નક્કી થઈ ગયું છે। કમિટીનું સ્કોપ ઓફ વર્ક અને સમય અવધિ એ ઘોષણાની સાથે જાહેર થઈ જશે।
એક સેકન્ડ, તમે જે આ પ્રપોઝ કર્યું છે, એનાઉન્સ કર્યું છે, એનો સ્કોપ શું છે?
એ સ્ટેક હોલ્ડરની
હું વાત કરી દઉં, એનો સ્કોપ ધર્મના આધારે છે કે તમામ નાગરિકોના સમાન અધિકારો સંદર્ભે છે? અને જો તમામ નાગરિકોના સમાન અધિકારો સંદર્ભે હોય તો ટ્રાઇબલ આદિવાસીઓના અલગ કાયદા છે, દેશમાં આદિવાસીના અલગ કાયદા છે, આખી કન્ટ્રીમાં અલગ કાયદા છે। એનું શું? એમના પ્રિવિલેજ અધિકારો છે નાગરિક તરીકેના, એનું શું? અને છેલ્લી વાત કે આમાં રિઝર્વેશનનું શું, અનામતનું શું, એ પણ કોમન સિવિલ સાથે સંકળાયેલો સબ્જેક્ટ છે। એટલે તમે આનો સ્કોપ શું છે એ ક્લિયર।
એક વાત બહુ સ્પષ્ટપણે આપ સૌને કહેવાનું મને ગમશે આપના સવાલ થકી કે આ કોમન સિવિલ કોડના સંદર્ભમાં જે એનું હાર્દ છે, જે ધાર્મિક અને સાંપ્રદાયિકતાના ટાઇટલને કારણે એના અધિકારોમાં જે તફાવત આવે છે એની કોમન કરી દેવા માટેનો આ પ્રયાસ છે. આદિવાસી એ કોઈ ધર્મ કે સંપ્રદાય નથી. આદિવાસી એ આપણા દેશની એક એવી ઓળખ છે જેને આપણે બંધારણીય રીતે સ્વીકારેલી છે, અને બંધારણે આપેલા કોઈ અધિકારોને આ નવા કાયદા કાનૂનને આધારે એને અવગણવાનો કોઈ પ્રયાસ કરવાનો આમાં સ્કોપ નથી.
તમારો સ્કોપ માત્ર ધાર્મિક આધારે છે.
ધન્યવાદ.
हाँ,
एक मिनट.
कुछ ही दिनों में आचार संहिता की घोषणा हो जाएगी, चुनाव घोषित हो जाएंगे, आचार संहिता लागू हो जाएगी. क्या इसके पहले कमेटी की रचना है वो हो जाएगी? और
हाँ, हो जाएगी. इसके पहले हो जाएगी.
विधानसभा चूंटણીમાં મતોના ધ્રુવીકરણ માટે આ કાયદો લાવવામાં આવ્યો છે.
ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી એની સરકાર ચાલુ છે અને એમના મુખ્યમંત્રીશ્રી દ્વારા આ તો કેબિનેટની અંદર થયેલા એક નિર્ણયની હું આપની સાથે જાહેરાત કરું છું. આપને હમણાં આખી કેબિનેટનો એજન્ડા પણ મળશે ને એની અંગેની વિગતો પણ મળશે. એટલે રાજ્ય સરકારના કોઈ પણ નિર્ણયો છે એને અત્યારે ચૂંટણી ઉપર છે તો બધા એવું સામાન્ય રીતે કહી શકે, પણ આ એક અલગ પ્રકારનો નિર્ણય છે જે દેશને નવી દિશા આપનારો છે. એટલા માટે અમે પ્રેસની દૃષ્ટિથી આપને આ વાત લઈ શકે.
ગુજરાત અને હિમાચલમાં આને ચૂંટણી લક્ષી ગણાય અને રાજ્ય સરકારની ઉપર કહેવામાં આવ્યું છે, તો કેન્દ્ર સરકાર કેમ બદલો શકે?
કેન્દ્ર સરકાર પણ યોગ્ય સમયે આ દિશામાં અવશ્ય વિચારશે. નહીં, ઉત્તરાખંડમાં એક માત્ર થઈ શકે. આ તો રાજ્ય સરકારના અધિકાર પરત્વેની કાર્યવાહી છે. કર્યો તો કોણ? પૂછો ને, તમે ફરીથી પૂછો.
ટ્રાઇબની અંદર પણ બહુપત્નીત્વ છે, ટ્રાઇબની અંદર પણ બહુપત્નીત્વ છે અને માઇનોરિટીમાં પણ બહુપત્નીત્વ છે. તો તમે આ કાયદાથી એ ટ્રાઇબમાં વધુ પત્નીના અધિકારને સમાપ્ત કરવાના છો?
મેં આપને પહેલા કહ્યું કે ભારતના બંધારણની અંદર જે અધિકારો આપેલા છે એ બંધારણના કોઈ અધિકારને આ નવા કાયદાના સુધારાથી એને ઓવરરૂલ કરવાનો રાજ્ય સરકારનો કોઈ ઈરાદો નથી. સિવિલ ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સ જે ધર્મના આધાર ઉપર આપણે ત્યાં વિવાદ જુદા જુદા થાય છે એને બદલે બધા નાગરિકોનો એક પ્રકારે સિવિલ ડિસ્પ્યુટના રાઇટ્સ મળી શકે એના માટેની આ પ્રયાસ છે. અને એ બી એમાં પણ આપણા આ જજીસ જે છે, આપણે કમિટી જે નિમાશે, હાઈકોર્ટના જજ સાહેબ જે હશે એ આપણને બધા સ્ટેક હોલ્ડરોની સાથે ચર્ચા કરીને આપણને ભલામણ કરશે, એને અનુરૂપ થશે. એને ઉતાવળ કરી દેવા માટેનું આ નથી. અમે હડબડાટીમાં જરાય નથી લાવ્યા. અમારી પાસે 10 જ દિવસ છે એવું તમે માનો છો. આગલી સરકારે અમારી જ બનવાની છે. જી,
આમાં બહુપત્નીત્વનો જે કોન્સેપ્ટ છે
તમારી પિન બહુપત્નીત્વ સુધી જ અટકેલી છે. એમાંથી આપ મહેરબાની કરીને બહાર નીકળો. મારું આપને એટલું જ કહેવાનું છે, બંધારણે જેટલા અધિકાર આપ્યા છે એને આ કાયદાથી અમે ટચ કરવાના મતના નથી. એમાં પછી જો એ તમને અધિકાર બંધારણનો હોય તો તમારો અધિકાર સલામત છે. એમાં એના બંધારણમાં હશે તેને બંધારણના અધિકારો કોઈના આપણે નથી ટચ કરવા. જી, ધન્યવાદ.
વિવેકભાઈ સિવાય કોઈ બીજા પ્રશ્નો હોય તો
ઠાકુરનો એક છે.
આ મુખ્ય પ્રશ્ન છે કે એક વ્યક્તિ 4 મેરેજ જે કરે છે તો એને આ કાયદો આજે તમે લાવશો ટચ કરશે કે નહીં કરે?
એટલે તો સ્કોપ પૂછીએ છે, તમારો સ્કોપ શું છે?
અમે તમને બહુ સ્પષ્ટ કહ્યું છે કે ધાર્મિક સાંપ્રદાયિકતાના આધાર ઉપર જે કાયદાઓ બનેલા છે એ કાયદાઓને કારણે જે સિવિલ ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સ આપણે ત્યાં જુદા જુદા ચાલે છે અને નાગરિકોમાં એક પ્રકારનો વિભ્રમ રહે છે કે ભાઈ આવો ધર્મ પાળવાને કારણે એને આ અધિકાર મળે છે, આવો ધર્મ નહીં પાળવાને કારણે એને અધિકાર નથી મળતો. એને સમાપ્ત કરવા માટે જજ સાહેબની અધ્યક્ષતામાં કમિટી બનશે. જજ સાહેબ આમાં આપણને સલાહ કરશે.
સાહેબ તમે કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી છો, એક સેકન્ડ. ગોવામાં તમારું સ્ટેટ છે, ગોવામાં તમારી પાસે બી જાણ છે, ગોવામાં આ કાયદો ઓલરેડી અમલમાં
છે.
ત્યાં કેવું છે?
ત્યાં તમે જેવું ઈચ્છો છો એવું જ છે.
અમારી ઈચ્છા પ્રમાણે થોડી હોય.
નહીં, એવું જ છે એમ કહો.
ગવર્નમેન્ટ અમારી ઈચ્છા પ્રમાણે તમે આ રીતે વાત ન કરશો. ત્યાં કેવો છે અમને સ્કોપ સમજાવો. તમારી પાસે સ્કોપ માંગીએ છીએ અમે.
મેં આપને 3-4 વાર કીધું, પણ તમે સ્કોપને કેવી રીતે લેવા માંગો છો હું નથી સમજી શકતો. હું ફરીથી તમને એમ કહું છું કે સંપ્રદાયના આધારે, ધર્મના આધારે સિવિલ ડિસ્પ્યુટ્સમાં જે પ્રશ્નો ઊભા થાય છે એનું નિરાકરણ નાગરિકોમાં એક સમાન ધોરણે થાય એવા આશય સાથે રાજ્યની સરકાર આ નિર્ણય કર્યો છે. અને એમાં હાઈકોર્ટના નિવૃત્ત જજ સાહેબની કમિટી નિમી છે. એ કમિટી આપણને ગાઈડ પણ કરશે. આપના મનમાં કંઈ હોય તો આપ એમનું ધ્યાન પણ દોરી શકો છો. આવે, બંને આવશે.
અને પરંપરાઓ અને રૂઢિના આધારે ટ્રાઇબના જે એક્ટ છે એ આવશે કે નહીં?
બંધારણમાં હશે તો નહીં આવે, બંધારણમાં નહીં હોય તો આવશે.
સાહેબ, હિન્દુ મેરેજ એક્ટ અને મુસ્લિમ મેરેજ એક્ટ વિવિધ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સમાં છે.
એ કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં નથી ભેગા, એ એક્ટ છે. કાયદાથી આપણે આપેલા નવા અધિકારો છે, કાયદાઓ છે.
A likelihood until this morning has now been confirmed by the Gujarat government in this news briefing of the possible implementation of the Uniform Civil Code in Gujarat, and the Gujarat government to form a committee to execute the same. Republic, the first channel to have broken this news, and now the same being confirmed in this news briefing by the Gujarat BJP ahead of the polls. This is being touted as a big move, as the Gujarat government has announced that they're all set to form a panel for implementing the Uniform Civil Code. Several reactions that have come in on this. Let's first listen into them.
पहली बात यह है कि 2014 के बाद भारत में बहुत सी चीज़ें हो रही हैं, और बहुत सी चीज़ों में कभी ट्रिपल तलाक, कभी कॉमन सिविल कोड, कभी कुछ। गुजरात वालों को क्या प्रॉब्लम है? गुजरात वालों ने तो मोदी साहब को दिया पूरे इंडिया के लिए, और इस वक्त भी कॉमन सिविल कोड ही लगभग चल रहा है, कोई सुन तो किसी के लिए रहा नहीं। और दूसरा ये है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है, और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूँ जूँ इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है, और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा अब। इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं। जब ट्रंप आया तो गुजरात को छुपाने के लिए उनको दीवार चढ़ानी पड़ी। तो हमने भी सोचा था कि शायद गुजरात में अब कोई झुग्गी रही नहीं है। तब अब पता लगा कि जब ट्रंप साहब को दावत दी गुजरात में, तो उसको छुपाने के लिए उन्होंने दीवार लगाई। तो जम्मू कश्मीर में अभी दीवार लगाने की ज़रूरत है नहीं, और लगता यह है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें की जा रही हैं। गुजरात के अंदर भी वही हालत है जो बाकी इंडिया के अंदर है। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इन चीज़ों को हवा नहीं देनी चाहिए, और इस वक्त जो इश्यूज़ हैं वो इकॉनमी जो हमारी है वो डाउन जा रही है, उसको देखना चाहिए। बेरोज़गारी बढ़ रही है, लोगों की हालत ख़राब है, बिज़नेस ख़त्म हो रहा है, उस पर सब लोगों को कंसंट्रेट करना है, और सिविल सोसाइटी को सामने आना चाहिए।
गुजरात में जब चुनाव सर पर हैं, इन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास अपने 26 साला शासनकाल में दिखाने के लिए कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब यूसीसी के नाम का एक नया शगुफा ले आई है। सवाल यहाँ ये है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जब अगर बात की जाती है तो वो IUCC क्यों हो जाता है, इनकम्प्लीट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्यों हो जाता है? अगर आपको कंप्लीट सिविल कोड बनाना है तो बात हो सकती है, अब इनकम्प्लीट सिविल कोड तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। ये कहा जा रहा है कि भाई शादी ब्याह और तलाक के जो है वो कानून, विरासत के कानून जो हैं वो बनाए जाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता के नाम पर जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कर रही है, तो हम मांग करते हैं कि भाई क्या जिस तरीके से कॉरपोरेट जगत के 12 लाख करोड़ का कर्ज माफ़ कर दिया गया, इसी तरह गुजरात में जितने भी किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट के कर्जदार हैं उनका भी कर्जा माफ़ होगा। क्या वो समान नागरिक नहीं है, कॉरपोरेट कंपनी के मालिक और एक आम नागरिक? ये समानता कब आएगी? तो इस पर हम सवाल पूछते हैं तो कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता सारी चीज़ों में आनी चाहिए बजाय सिलेक्टिवनेस के। और 26 साल शासन में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास दिखाने को कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब ये फिर से अपीजमेंट और पोलराइजेशन का पॉलिटिक्स इन्होंने शुरू किया है। मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा दम नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार घर जाने वाली है।
पहले से चल रहा है, नागरिक विधान सबके लिए आज तक एक नहीं हो पाया। अब समान नागरिक संहिता अगर आएगी तो इसका फायदा किसको होगा? आप जरा सोचिए। समान नागरिक संहिता से लड़के और लड़की की शादी की उम्र बराबर हो जाएगी। समान नागरिक संहिता से तलाक लेने की प्रक्रिया एक हो जाएगी। समान नागरिक संहिता से गुजारा भत्ता सबको मिलेगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से गोद लेने का अधिकार सबको मिल जाएगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से बच्चे के भरण पोषण का अधिकार सबको मिल जाएगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से विरासत का अधिकार, वसीयत का अधिकार और प्रॉपर्टी राइट सबको मिल जाएगा। तो ये जितनी चीजें हैं ये हिंदू बेटियों को पहले मिली हुई है, मुस्लिम बेटियों को थोड़ी कम मिली है, पारसी बेटियों को इसमें से कुछ मिला है, कुछ नहीं मिला है, क्रिश्चियन बेटियों में भी थोड़ा भेदभाव है। तो ये पूरी तरीके से जेंडर जस्टिस, जेंडर इक्वलिटी का मैटर है। वास्तव में हिंदू बेटियों को कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत नहीं है। उनको पहले ही लगभग हर चीज में बराबरी का दर्जा मिल चुका है। लेकिन हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को, हमारी पारसी बेटियों को अभी भी बेटों के बराबर नहीं माना जाता। कई मामले में भेदभाव है। अभी भी मुस्लिम बेटियों को गुजारा भत्ता नहीं मिलता। अभी भी मुस्लिम बेटियों को जो तलाक हो रहा है वो ईमेल के जरिए, व्हाट्सएप के जरिए, कुरियर के जरिए, पोस्ट के जरिए हो रहा है। तलाके बिद्दत भले खत्म हो गया 3 तलाक, लेकिन तलाके हसन, तलाके बाइन, तलाके किनाया, ऐसे कई तरीके के तलाक आज भी चल रहे हैं जो एक तरफा होते हैं। तो कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत हिंदुओं को नहीं है। कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को है। और वास्तव में देखें तो ये बहुत 1948 में इसमें लंबा डिस्कशन हुआ था संविधान सभा में। नेहरू जी थे, मौलाना कलाम थे, रफी अहमद किदवई थे, सब लोगों ने इस पर लंबी चर्चा किया था। तो समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करना सरकार की ड्यूटी है। ये
All right, so those are the several voices that have come in as far as this decision of the Gujarat government wanting to form a committee when it comes to the execution for the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. And while some who are in favor, some who continue to be dissenting voices, but this is being looked at as a big move ahead of the assembly polls. Gujarat government also now confirming the big Republic news break of wanting to form a committee for the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code. More reactions also coming in from the Congress on this. Let's listen in.
जो मेन प्रजा के जो मुद्दे हैं, वहाँ युवान बेरोजगार है, सरकार जिनको रोजगार दे रही है उनको फिक्स पगार और सरकार उनका शोषण कर रही है, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पद्धति है। 5 लाख से ज्यादा जगह सरकार में खाली है और उनको रोजगार नहीं दे रही। और कहीं भी छोटी मोटी जाहिरात भी सरकार देती है और हमारे युवा जो है वो एग्जाम देने जाते हैं तो उससे पहले पेपर लीक कौभांड हो जाता है। और एक बार नहीं अनेकों बार पेपर लीक कौभांड हुए हैं। तो सरकार जो जनता की खुशहाली के लिए काम करना चाहिए, जनता की, समाज की, प्रजा की, नागरिकों की सुविधा के लिए काम करना चाहिए, उनको ध्यान भटकाने के लिए इधर उधर की सब बातें करती हैं। इससे जनता को क्या लाभ होगा? आप रेस कोई भी दीजिए, बट कोई उसमें किसी को तकलीफ नहीं है। लेकिन आप प्रजा की सुखाकारी के लिए आप लोगों को रोजगार दे रहे हैं, आप लोगों को शिक्षा दे रहे हैं, लोगों को हॉस्पिटल और आरोग्य की सेवा दे रहे हैं, किसानों के हक में कोई बात कर रहे हैं, ये तो बात आप कर ही नहीं रहे। तो जो जनता के मेन मुद्दे हैं उनको भटकाने के लिए इधर उधर की बातें कर रहे हैं। जो मूल बातों पर आए, लोगों के सुखाकारी के लिए आए, लोगों के हक अधिकार की सरकार काम करेगी, तो मैं मानता हूँ कि सही मायने में बात रहेगी।
All right, so you heard what the Congress's position also is on this, as some of the political parties are also seeing this as a pre-poll move, but this is what the Gujarat government has now confirmed. This despite several states who have been mulling the decision to implement the Uniform Civil Code, the Gujarat government now all set to make this move a reality. And a quick check of the big stories we are tracking this afternoon. BJP came down heavily on the Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Political face-off between the TRS and BJP continues to intensify over the poaching controversy. Hitting out at the BJP, TRS leader K. Ramarao called the Saffron Party a Jumla party. Aam Aadmi Party wades into the Telangana poaching controversy. Aam Aadmi Party comes out with the proof on the poaching row, supporting TRS against BJP.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के जरिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं।
Telangana High Court directed the three accused in the case of alleged poaching of Telangana Rashtra Samiti MLAs to surrender before the police in 24 hours. This comes days after ACB court had rejected the remand request of the three accused, after which Cyberabad police moved to the High Court. And well, another face-off that is escalating. This is between the Delhi LG and Arvind Kejriwal. The latest that is coming is that the LG sent back red light on Gadi off campaign file. The LG has asked the Aam Aadmi Party government to reconsider this proposal, raising questions over its impact as far as the campaign is concerned. The row between the Delhi LG and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal that has been escalating. Earlier this morning, we also saw a huge round of protests where Aam Aadmi Party workers gathered outside the Delhi LG's residence and they were raising voices against him. Now, this is the latest as Delhi LG village. All right, I'm being told Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor is with us on the phone line. Abhishek, firstly give us details of the latest where the LG has raised questions over the Aam Aadmi Party campaign when it comes to red light on Gaddi off. Now, we understand that this didn't really have a lot of effect as the Delhi government was hoping, but the LG now objecting to this. What does he say?
Well, essentially, viewers would understand, Suresha, the proposal was by the Delhi government that at traffic junctions, there would be volunteers, activists standing and asking all those motorists to switch off their vehicles when they're waiting there for the red light to turn green for about 2 minutes or more or whatever. And this was the proposal which was essentially called red light on, Gadi off. But the LG has come back now saying that please reconsider it because there is no study to prove that this can really contain pollution. This might be saving fuel for the motorists and that's a personal call. But for the period that these activists, civil defense volunteers, when they are standing at those traffic junctions and all day for 8 hours, 10 hours, then they would be taking all the fumes and it would be, it would not be nice for them to take all that pollution. So I think that is the reason why the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has sent back the file and asked the government to review the basic premise of the campaign, which could adversely affect the health of few individuals on the assumption that health of many could be protected, for which there is no study. So what the LG has said is, please go back to the drawing table and to the drawing board and study the pros and cons of the scheme that you are bringing and then only come back.
All right, Abhishek, many thanks for getting us those details. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break and also a quick check of what's now lined up on the other side. Well, after Uttarakhand, Gujarat government all set to follow suit. They will be forming a committee to implement UCC in the state. And it's a massive political fight over Waqf Board funds, as RTI response suggests over 100 crores have been given to Waqf in 7 years.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे हिसाब से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run.
The air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted.
Pakistan intruder who was shot dead at the border area. Bengaluru bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic with me, Ankit Prasad. We are tracking a number of huge stories today, including the UCC perhaps coming soon in Gujarat, and also a number of others, including an Aam Aadmi Party versus LG face-off that we've just broken news of. Let's start off though first with the headlines. Gujarat government confirms its UCC move. State is all set to form a committee headed by a retired High Court judge. A massive political fight over the Waqf Board funds, as an RTI response suggests that over 100 crore rupees was given to the Delhi Waqf Board in 7 years by the Kejriwal government. BJP hits out, alleges appeasement. Aam Aadmi Party responds saying nothing new in the Waqf funding. BJP hits out, alleges appeasement. AAP response saying nothing new. Government of India amends IT rules, social media giants to be accountable to Indian laws now. Blame game between BJP and AAP over the toxic river Yamuna. BJP hits out at the AAP for not cleaning the Yamuna ahead of Chhath Puja. Viewers, we have breaking news coming in. A part of an under construction bridge on the National Highway 66 collapsed at Periya in Kerala's Kasaragod. The incident happened while the concrete work was underway, we are told. The workers, however, there managed to make a very narrow escape. No injuries were reported in this mishap, but it is a crash of an under construction bridge, which, as you can see from the visuals in your screen, was caught on cameras. The section between two pillars appears to have caved in completely. Concrete work was going on. This is a bridge on a national highway, NH 66, in Kerala, in Kasaragod, near Periya. And the local MP there has sought an investigation into the matter. The NHAI, the National Highways Authority of India, is also set to look into this. We are told also that the locals had raised the matter of poor quality concrete or poor quality work there before. However, no action was taken, and now we have seen this incident wherein the bridge has collapsed. It was an under construction bridge in Kerala, and it is a poor construction and quality of concrete that has been alleged to be behind this crash. There you go again on the screen. You can see how a section of the bridge between two pillars appears to completely come crashing down. You can see the iron work also there, remaining cantilever shape hanging. We have Aswin joining us. Aswin, what really happened? When did it happen? How was it that the workers there managed to escape? And what is the action that is now being taken, Aswin?
This incident happened in the wee hours on Saturday while the workers were piling on the concrete on top of this bridge, and the portion of the bridge immediately collapsed. And you can clearly see in the CCTV footage some of these workers escaped by a very narrow margin itself. Now the entire construction is under the supervision of this Hyderabad-based construction company called as Mega, and the action has been taken. In fact, the NHAI has sought a report from the contractor as well. Meanwhile, the Kasaragod MP Rajmohan Unnitan has also written to Nitin Gadkari, stating that this particular contractor must be blacklisted, as this is a very serious breach of.
We appear to have lost the line with Aswin there, but he's already shared crucial details that the MP there has asked that the contractor in charge of building this bridge be blacklisted and an inquiry be initiated. Like he was telling us, it is an incident that happened in the wee hours, and the workers there were laying the concrete. They're very lucky to have gotten away, because this is a crash that appears to have been instantaneous. We've seen it captured just in seconds in the CCTV cameras, where the section completely falls apart and falls onto the ground. There you go again. It's been caught on CCTV. This is a dangerous incident. Mercifully, no one was hurt in it, but certainly an inquiry needs to be conducted. The NHAI is also looking into it. Viewers, in the big news today, Republic's Newsbreak is confirmed. Gujarat's Home Minister has said that the mega UCC move by the state government, the Uniform Civil Code's implementation and first steps towards it, will be taken forward. The Gujarat government will move a proposal to constitute a committee, just as was in the case in the state of Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge, and they will evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. We have now got a range of reactions, because remember, Republic was the first to get you this story hours before it was confirmed by the government. Let's take a look at what various sides are saying in this.
गुजरात राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल ने आज गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है। गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना ये तय किया है और कैबिनेट मंडल ने ये कमेटी के गठन के लिए संपूर्ण सत्ता आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी को दी है। संविधान में भाग 4 की कलम 44 में हर एक राज्य अपने राज्य में हर एक नागरिक को सम्मान, हर एक नागरिक का कानून एक समान हो, उसकी खास करके जो दुर्गवाही है उसके अंतर्गत आज गुजरात कैबिनेट मंडल ने ये एक महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और खास करके देश के सभी नागरिकों को कहीं ना कहीं यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की अलग अलग मांग हर जगह से आई और गुजरात सरकार ने आज मुख्यमंत्री श्री के अध्यक्षता में यह महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया है।
उसी तरह यहाँ पे भी
बिल्कुल उत्तराखंड में जो हुआ है उसी ही तर्ज पर यहाँ भी हाईकोर्ट के निवृत्त न्यायमूर्ति जी की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनेगी। 4 जितने सदस्य इसमें रहेंगे, समयावधि भी निश्चित काल में रहेगी और उन्हीं के रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर राज्य की सरकार आगे की कार्यवाही करेगी।
रुपाला जी, कई सारे जो लीगैलिटीज हैं, लीगल इश्यूज हैं, वो उसके बारे में हमेशा बात होती है यूसीसी में, तो इसको किस तरह से टैकल किया जाएगा, किस तरह से इसके ऊपर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग की जाएगी?
इसी के लिए ही ये जज साहब की नियुक्ति है। ये कानूनविद ही सब लोग हैं, वो रिकमेंडेशन करेंगे कि इसके ये जवाब है, इसके ये सॉल्यूशन है, उसी दिशा में सरकार काम करेगी।
ये ऑपोजिशन भी कह रही है कि ये जो टाइमलाइन है इलेक्शंस के इतने नजदीक है, इसके लिए ये पूरी चीजों के ऊपर बात की जा रही है, पोलराइजेशन की पॉलिटिक्स की जा रही है।
ये विपक्ष के पास राज्य की सरकार को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने कहने के लिए कोई मुद्दे ही नहीं है, इसलिए वो जो भी अच्छा काम होता है उसी को पोलराइजेशन के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। अब जनता अपने आप में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन देने के लिए जब इतने उत्साहपूर्ण माहौल में आगे बढ़ रही है, तो भारत सरकार के या राज्य सरकार के अच्छे निर्णयों को पोलराइजेशन कहने की दिशा में क्यों वो कमेंट कर रहे हैं? वो बताए कि ये कानून गलत है।
आखिरी सवाल में
बोलना चाहिए कि ये कॉमन सिविल कोड देश में नहीं लाना चाहिए, ये क्यों नहीं बोल रहे हैं?
आखिरी सवाल मैं ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी, ये स्कोप किस तरह का रहेगा इस यूसीसी को लेके, किस तरह से इसके ऊपर रिसर्च किया जाए?
नहीं, वो जज साहब की रिकमेंडेशन करेंगे, उसी पे आगे बढ़ेंगे।
बात यह है कि 2014 के बाद भारत में बहुत सी चीज़ें हो रही हैं और बहुत सी चीज़ों में कभी ट्रिपल तलाक, कभी कॉमन सिविल कोड, कभी कुछ। गुजरात वालों को क्या प्रॉब्लम है? गुजरात वालों ने तो मोदी साहब को दिया पूरे इंडिया के लिए और इस वक्त भी कॉमन सिविल कोड ही लगभग चल रहा है, कोई सुन तो किसी के रहा नहीं। और दूसरा ये है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी बातें की जाती हैं। इंडिया जो है ये प्लुरलिज्म के ऊपर यकीन करता है, सेकुलर इंडिया है, हर एक धर्म को अपने हिसाब से चलना है और उसी में खूबसूरती है। जूं जूं इन चीज़ों को बढ़ाया जा रहा है और गुजरात वाले इसीलिए क्योंकि उनके पास भी कुछ नहीं बचा। अब इन्होंने इंडिया को कहा कि हम जी गुजरात मॉडल, तब बाकी लोगों को गुजरात मॉडल पता लगा उधर है ही कुछ नहीं। जब ट्रंप आया तो गुजरात को छुपाने के लिए उनको दीवार चढ़ानी पड़ी। तो हमने भी सोचा था कि शायद गुजरात में आपको झुग्गी रही नहीं है। तब अब पता लगा कि जब ट्रंप साहब को दावत दी गुजरात में तो उसको छुपाने के लिए उन्होंने दीवार लगाई। तो जम्मू कश्मीर में अभी दीवार लगाने की ज़रूरत है नहीं और लगता है यह है कि असल इश्यूज़ को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ऐसी ऐसी चीज़ें की जा रही हैं। गुजरात के अंदर भी वही हालत है जो बाकी इंडिया के अंदर है। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इन चीज़ों को हवा नहीं देनी चाहिए और इस वक्त जो इश्यूज़ हैं वो इकॉनमी जो हमारी है वो डाउन जा रही है, उसको देखना चाहिए। बेरोज़गारी बढ़ रही है, लोगों की हालत ख़राब है, बिज़नेस ख़त्म हो रहा है, उस पर सब लोगों को कंसंट्रेट करना है और सिविल सोसाइटी को सामने आना चाहिए।
गुजरात में जब चुनाव सर पर हैं, इन परिस्थितियों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास अपने 26 साला शासनकाल में दिखाने के लिए कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब यूसीसी के नाम का एक नया शगुफा ले आई है। सवाल यहाँ ये है कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जब अगर बात की जाती है तो वो IUCC क्यों हो जाता है, इनकम्प्लीट यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड क्यों हो जाता है? अगर आपको कंप्लीट सिविल कोड बनाना है तो बात हो सकती है। अब इनकम्प्लीट सिविल कोड तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा। ये कहा जा रहा है कि भाई शादी ब्याह और तलाक के जो है वो कानून, विरासत के कानून जो हैं वो बनाए जाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता के नाम पर जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात कर रही है, तो हम मांग करते हैं कि भाई क्या जिस तरीके से कॉरपोरेट जगत के 12 लाख करोड़ का कर्ज माफ़ कर दिया गया, इसी तरह गुजरात में जितने भी जिस किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूट के कर्जदार हैं उनका भी कर्जा माफ़ होगा। क्या वो समान नागरिक नहीं है, कॉरपोरेट कंपनी के मालिक और एक आम नागरिक? ये समानता कब आएगी? तो इस पर हम सवाल पूछते हैं तो कोई जवाब नहीं मिलता। तो मुझे लगता है कि समानता सारी चीज़ों में आनी चाहिए बजाय सिलेक्टिवनेस के। और 26 साला शासन में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास दिखाने को कुछ नहीं बचा, तो अब ये फिर से अपीजमेंट और पोलराइजेशन का पॉलिटिक्स इन्होंने शुरू किया है। मुझे लगता है कि इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा दम नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार घर जाने वाली है।
So you just heard there, viewers, the opinions of also the Union Minister Parshottam Rupala speaking to Republic TV, and also two members of the opposition parties for and against the implementation of UCC. Now Republic has been at the forefront of all the information and debate regarding UCC. We've had massive debates over this where the best voices have spoken out, and now we'd like to play out a opinion of Ashwini Upadhyay, who is a petitioner in the Supreme Court for the Uniform Civil Code, who will also share details of why it is required in his opinion. Let's take a look.
भारत संविधान से चलता है और संविधान का मतलब है समान विधान। सबके लिए एक दंड विधान, सबके लिए एक नागरिक विधान। दंड विधान सबके लिए पहले से चल रहा है, नागरिक विधान सबके लिए आज तक एक नहीं हो पाया। अब समान नागरिक संहिता अगर आएगी तो इसका फायदा किसको होगा? आप जरा सोचिए। समान नागरिक संहिता से लड़के और लड़की की शादी की उम्र बराबर हो जाएगी। समान नागरिक संहिता से तलाक लेने की प्रक्रिया एक हो जाएगी। समान नागरिक संहिता से गुजारा भत्ता सबको मिलेगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से गोद लेने का अधिकार सबको मिल जाएगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से बच्चे के भरण पोषण का अधिकार सबको मिल जाएगा। समान नागरिक संहिता आने से विरासत का अधिकार, वसीयत का अधिकार और प्रॉपर्टी राइट सबको मिल जाएगा। तो ये जितनी चीजें हैं ये हिंदू बेटियों को पहले मिली हुई है, मुस्लिम बेटियों को थोड़ी कम मिली है, पारसी बेटियों को इसमें कुछ मिला है कुछ नहीं मिला है, क्रिश्चियन बेटियों में भी थोड़ा भेदभाव है। तो ये पूरी तरीके से जेंडर जस्टिस, जेंडर इक्वलिटी का मैटर है। वास्तव में हिंदू बेटियों को कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत नहीं है, उनको पहले ही लगभग हर चीज में बराबरी का दर्जा मिल चुका है। लेकिन हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को, हमारी पारसी बेटियों को अभी भी बेटों के बराबर नहीं माना जाता। कई मामले में भेदभाव है। अभी भी मुस्लिम बेटियों को गुजारा भत्ता नहीं मिलता। अभी भी मुस्लिम बेटियों को जो तलाक हो रहा है वो ईमेल के जरिए, व्हाट्सएप के जरिए, कुरियर के जरिए, पोस्ट के जरिए हो रहा है। तलाक़े बिद्दत भले खत्म हो गया 3 तलाक, लेकिन तलाक़े हसन, तलाक़े बाइन, तलाक़े किनाया, ऐसे कई तरीके के तलाक आज भी चल रहे हैं जो एक तरफा होते हैं। तो कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत हिंदुओं को नहीं है, कॉमन सिविल कोड की जरूरत हमारी मुस्लिम बेटियों को है। और वास्तव में देखें तो ये बहुत 1948 में इसमें लंबा डिस्कशन हुआ था संविधान सभा में। नेहरू जी थे, मौलाना कलाम थे, रफ़ी अहमद किदवई थे, सब लोगों ने इस पर लंबी चर्चा किया था। तो समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करना सरकार की ड्यूटी है। ये
There you just heard Ashwani Upadhyay, Supreme Court lawyer and petitioner for UCC, spelling out the requirements that he believes to be the case, where it is a matter of gender equality. That's what he says, particularly for Muslim women. Now, we've also just spoken to Purushottam Rupala, Union Minister. Priyanka spoke to him, and he answered a key question that the opposition is raising about the timing of this move vis-a-vis the elections which are upcoming. Let's take a look.
ये जनता की जो डिमांड हो रही थी उसी के आधार पर जो सरकार के सामने मसले आते हैं उन्हीं को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस प्रकार के निर्णय को अमली जामा देने का गुजरात की सरकार ने प्रयास किया।
ये कमेटी किस तरह से बनाई जाएगी, किसको इसमें बिठाया जाएगा? क्या हाईकोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज जो उत्तराखंड में रखे गए हैं उसी तरह यहाँ पे भी?
बिल्कुल, उत्तराखंड में जो हुआ है उसी ही तर्ज पर यहाँ भी हाईकोर्ट के निवृत्त न्यायमूर्ति जी की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनेगी। 4 जितने सदस्य इसमें रहेंगे, समयावधि भी निश्चित काल में रहेगी और उन्हीं के रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर राज्य की सरकार आगे की कार्यवाही करेगी।
रुपाला जी, कई सारे जो लीगैलिटीज हैं, लीगल इश्यूज हैं, वो उसके बारे में हमेशा बात होती है यूसीसी में, तो इसको किस तरह से टैकल किया जाएगा, किस तरह से उसके ऊपर ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग की जाएगी?
इसी के लिए ही ये जज साहब की नियुक्ति है। ये कानूनविद ही सब लोग हैं, वो रिकमेंडेशन करेंगे कि इसके ये जवाब है, इसके ये सॉल्यूशन है, उसी दिशा में सरकार काम करेगी।
ये ऑपोजिशन भी कह रही है कि ये जो टाइमलाइन है इलेक्शंस के इतने नजदीक है, इसके लिए ये पूरी चीजों के ऊपर बात की जा रही है, पोलराइजेशन की पॉलिटिक्स की जा रही है।
ये विपक्ष के पास राज्य की सरकार को और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने कहने के लिए कोई मुद्दे ही नहीं है, इसलिए वो जो भी अच्छा काम होता है उसी को पोलराइजेशन के साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। अब जनता अपने आप में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन देने के लिए जब इतने उत्साहपूर्ण माहौल में आगे बढ़ रही है तो भारत सरकार के या राज्य सरकार के अच्छे निर्णयों को पोलराइजेशन कहने की दिशा में क्यों वो कमेंट कर रहे हैं? वो बताए कि ये कानून गलत है।
आखिरी सवाल में
बोलना चाहिए कि ये कॉमन सिविल कोड देश में नहीं लाना चाहिए, ये क्यों नहीं बोल रहे हैं?
आखिरी सवाल मैं ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी, ये स्कोप किस तरह का रहेगा इस यूसीसी को लेके, किस तरह से इसके ऊपर रिसर्च किया जाए?
नहीं, वो जज साहब की रिकमेंडेशन करेंगे, उसी पे आगे बढ़ेंगे।
We are now moving on to a related story. Delhi Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party National Convener Arvind Kejriwal is in Gujarat, and for the second time in just one day, he has faced loud Modi chants, pro-Modi chants while he was seeking to campaign. We first saw it in Navsari, and now the same has happened near the Narmada as well. The first occasion when Arvind Kejriwal was driving past, there were people there shouting pro-Modi chants. And this has been a running theme for the last several weeks that Kejriwal has campaigned there. He is emerged out of airports to be greeted by such chants. His deputy Manish Sisodia has visited temples and had Modi chants hurled at him. And now this is the second time in one day that this has happened once again. There you can see the visuals on your screens of how there are fairly loud protests ongoing, demonstrations ongoing as the Delhi Chief Minister's convoy drives past. He has addressed a rally there also, but clearly these are visuals that are indicative of something on the road to the elections in Gujarat. On the left side are visuals from Navsari and on the other side are visuals from Narmada. Let's listen in to this chanting that the Delhi Chief Minister faced in Gujarat. Priyanka now joining us. Priyanka, the viewers have just heard, second time in a day that Kejriwal has faced these protests. Is it becoming a running theme there, and what are the Aam Aadmi Party saying about it?
Well, Ankit, we have seen even before when there has been a roadshow or a rally of Arvind Kejriwal or Manish Sisodia for that matter, they have been greeted with the chants of Modi, Modi, then be it Vadodara, then be it Surat, Dharamshala or Dahod, or for that matter now in Navsari as well and in Narmada as well now, as you pointed out, that there have been protesters who have gathered and they have shown the black flags, they have shown, they have chanted anti-Kejriwal slogans as well, and they have chanted Modi as well in front of the entire convoy of Arvind Kejriwal, and this is indicative of how he is being received on the ground, at least with respect to the kind of rallies and the roadshow that are being carried out by the Aam Aadmi Party, and how they are being met with this kind of a resistance on the ground as well. Even though we do see that Arvind Kejriwal has been making these stalled statements that there have been several people, thousands and lakhs of people who have been coming to his rallies and roadshows, but we do see a different picture here in these visuals that we're putting out for our viewers from Narmada, from Dharamshala, from Valsad as well. So this is not, Ankit, a one-off incident that has taken place where there have been sporadic protests in front of Arvind Kejriwal, but we do see now there is a pattern, at least on the ground, with respect to how people are receiving Arvind Kejriwal, the kind of resistance he is being met with when it comes to roadshows, rallies or even public meetings. That in fact, today is when Arvind Kejriwal also launched the CM entire initiative for the Chief Ministerial face in the Aam Aadmi Party. He had stated that he is throwing open the phone lines so that people can come in and give their views as to who can be the Chief Ministerial candidate for the Aam Aadmi Party. But we do see on that day itself the kind of reality on the ground when it comes to the cadre, when it comes to the people at least who are seeing Arvind Kejriwal coming to carry out these roadshow, how they are in fact, they are also protesting Arvind Kejriwal, they're protesting Aam Aadmi Party, and this is what we see at least on the ground. We are tracking this story very, very closely for our viewers right now, slipping into a very short break.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers extending their support. The farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area.
A video has gone viral on social media that shows a moving car leaving bursting firecrackers in its boot space near Cyber Hub Gurugram. After the video was shared on social media, it has received 5.4 million views and 54,000 likes on social media. And in the video, it can clearly be seen a black sedan which is moving towards DLF Phase 3 from Cyber Hub, leaving a trail of bursting firecrackers. It appears that the video has been shot by a motorist tailing a car from behind. The police have registered proper case in this entire incident. Gurugram police is carrying out a proper investigation. Police has identified car and its owner. After inquiring with the owner stated that he sold off car to some other person. DLF Phase 3 SHO Sandeep Kumar has clearly stated anyone who violates traffic regulation, strict action will be taken against the culprits.
Viewers, we have a lot of news coming. The BJP has hit out over an RTI that says a lot of money was given to the Waqf Board by the Kejriwal government in the last few years. The AAP responds saying there's nothing new in Waqf funding. And also, the government of India has amended the IT rules. Social media giants will now be accountable to Indian laws. All that and more coming up on Republic.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well.
Viewers, it's a hectic day in the news. Let's now take a look at some of the top stories we are tracking today very quickly. In a big move by the Gujarat government, the state government has confirmed a proposal to constitute a committee in order to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in Gujarat. The Aam Aadmi Party staged a massive protest outside the Delhi LG Vinay Saksena's residence, and they showcased the strength of several AAP workers, calling him a Hitler. Addressing a briefing on new social media guidelines, Union Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar said the internet will continue to remain open and trusted. Further, the Union Minister said this move is a mega crackdown on unlawful content across social media platforms. And a lot more news coming up in the biggest story. After Uttarakhand, the Gujarat government is to follow suit. It's all set to form a committee to evaluate the implementation of the Uniform Civil Code.
The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well.
It is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
Good evening and thank you for staying tuned. You're watching the news at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound, getting you all the top stories we're tracking in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines.
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना ये तय किया है।
Gujarat government confirms UCC move. State all set to form committee headed by retired High Court judge. In a big move, Pandit genocide trial will be fast-tracked. Nadimarg massacre trial will resume after 9 years. In a massive political fight over Waqf Board funds, as RTI response suggests that over 100 crore rupees has been given to the Waqf in 7 years. BJP hits out, alleging appeasement. Aam Aadmi Party responds saying nothing new in the Waqf funding. Government of India amends IT rules. Social media giants to be accountable to Indian laws now. And while the government on Friday notified amended information technology rules, now under the new rules, appellate panels will be set up for addressing grievances of users against social media platforms. We're now getting you an exclusive conversation with Rajiv Chandrasekhar on the new amended IT guidelines. Listen in to what he had to say.
IT Act, the amended IT Acts that have been, rules that have been notified last night are a continuing progression of the IT rules that were notified in May 2021, last year. We have, as a government and as country and as people, learnt a lot in the last 1 year. And it is clear, even after the process of public consultation, 4 months of public consultation, there were gaps in the previous rules. And the gaps related to safety and trust on one hand and accountability on the other hand. And these amendments have addressed both the safety and trust issues, the gaps, and the accountability gaps that existed. The accountability gaps have been addressed by the Grievance Appellate Committee. The safety and trust gaps have been included by rewriting Rule 3 and adding incitement, misinformation, and casting obligations on the intermediaries to be a lot more proactive in terms of content moderation along the lines that have been laid in Rule 3.
So how will these amendments affect the common citizen?
No, it is everything that we do is about the common citizen primarily. It is not a binary to make it make digital Nagrik safe and trusted, as well as allow for platforms to invest and innovate on the internet. So we don't think it's a binary. These two things can continue hand in hand, and this entire approach towards rule making is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted, and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks who will be using the internet by 2025-26 and the 80 crore digital Nagriks who are using the internet today.
Sir, in 3 months a GAC committee will be formed. Could you explain what this committee will be all about?
The GAC addresses the current gaps in accountability between the user and the platform. Because while a lot of platforms have appointed grievance officers, the functioning of those grievance officers have been less than perfect. And the Grievance Appellate Committee is giving an opportunity for citizens who are dissatisfied with the grievance addressal process of a platform to go above and appeal to a grievance appellate committee so that their grievances can be addressed.
So will defamation be under the purview of this act?
No, we have not included defamation at all.
Meanwhile, Kapil Sibal has also now reacted to the change in IT rules and gone on to say that first they had captured TV networks and now it is about information technology and respective platforms. Listen into that detailed response.
ने पहले सारा टेलीविजन मीडिया कैप्चर कर लिया जिसको हम गोदी मीडिया कहते हैं, अब ये सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स कैप्चर करना चाहते हैं। इनका मकसद तो केवल यही है। कौन फैसला करेगा कि ये डेफेमेटरी है और ये अपशब्द इस्तेमाल होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? 3 लोग डिसाइड करेंगे। अब जब सरकार, इनके मंत्री, इनके बीजेपी के लीडर, इनके मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट अगर ऐसी अपशब्द भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं और जो धर्म संसद में होता रहता है, जो आम आदमी, बीजेपी के लोग, बीजेपी के ना भी हों, बाकी लोग इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कुछ नहीं हुआ, उनकी तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई। आजम खान की सदस्यता इन्होंने रद्द कर दी और जो इनके लोग मंत्री, जो इनके बीजेपी के लोग जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है, वो ऐसी ऐसी भाषा बोलते हैं, ऐसे भाषण देते हैं जो मैं समझता हूं कि कोई सिविलाइज्ड कंट्री में कोई ऐसा होता नहीं होगा। वो तो आप खुलेआम जो भी कहना चाहते हैं कर रहे हैं। और जो मंत्री लोग जिनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई भी शुरू हो गई है, वो भी आज मंत्री बैठे हुए हैं। तो बीजेपी ने तो आज तक अपने मंत्रियों के खिलाफ, अपने बीजेपी के जो नेतृत्व है उनके खिलाफ तो आज तक कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाया कानून के अंतर्गत।
And moving on, following the mega allegations by the BJP over the alleged funding to the Waqf Board by the Aam Aadmi Party government, AAP has now hit back, saying that money was not given only in the Aam Aadmi Party regime but also under the Congress and BJP regime respectively. Remember, an RTI response that had shown how the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal has granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than 101 crore rupees of public funds in the last 7 years. In the past year itself, Aam Aadmi Party government had granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crore rupees. We have several reactions coming in on this. Let's listen.
दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को 101 करोड़ रुपए दिए, आप मुझे बताइए इसमें आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
वक्फ बोर्ड अपना काम कर रही है, उससे क्या
आपको लगता है कि पैसे देने मतलब जायज़ थे? और जितना पैसा मतलब आपने उनको दिया है, बीजेपी वाले बोलते जितना पैसा यमुना पे साफ करने में लग जाता है तो अच्छा होता।
वक्फ बोर्ड को पहली बार दिल्ली सरकार ने पैसा दिया है। जब से वक्फ बोर्ड बना है, चाहे वो किसी की कांग्रेस थी, चाहे कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, चाहे बीजेपी की सरकार थी, उस टाइम भी वक्फ बोर्ड को पैसा दिया गया है। और जो वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं वो अपना पैसा भी जनरेट करती हैं।
Meanwhile, hitting out at the Delhi government over the alleged grants to Delhi Waqf Board, BJP said that the Delhi government is playing politics of polarization. While on one side, Kejriwal government has banned crackers, on the other, salaries are being paid to the Waqf Board staff. Listen.
Huge RTI expose done yesterday that 101 crores was granted to Waqf Board by the Delhi government from the taxpayers' money, and only in the last 1 year 62 crores was granted. Now another expose from an RTI that the salaries and the payments made to the imams and the muezzins was increased by the Arvind Kejriwal government, and almost 31.3 crores was paid in last 7 years, of which 20 crores was paid just in 2 years between 2019 to 2021. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for Asha workers. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money for the DDU college or the salaries of teachers or for 13,000 SC, ST, OBC students who wanted coaching. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal had no money to clean up Yamuna ji so that there would be no pratibandh on Chhat Puja. At the same period of time, Arvind Kejriwal was putting ban on firecrackers and not allowing Hindus to celebrate their festival. But this bonanza was given to Waqf Board, this bonanza was given to imams only because of the appeasement politics. Did Arvind Kejriwal at the same time grant such salary hikes to Hindu Pandits, to Sikh Granthis? And there are only 185 mosques which were granted this kind of huge salary hike bonanza for imams and muezzins.
जो राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे,
और जिन पार्टी के नेता खुले में आकर हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते थे, जिनको अपने मंत्री को मंत्री पद से हटाना पड़ा, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अराजकता के प्रतीक हैं, फर्जी बातें करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूं, ये तो नया नया प्रोपेगेंडा शगुफा छोड़ दें ताकि इनके भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी पे ज्यादा चर्चा ना हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो? क्यों नहीं दे पाए? ये फर्जीवाल हैं जी, ऐसा ही होता है। फर्जी वाले जो हैं यही काम करते हैं।
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने अब तक 100 करोड़ रुपया वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है और ये पैसा जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ऐलान किया था कि 20,000 रुपया मौलवी को और 10,000 रुपया उनके सहायक को दिया जाएगा, उसके लिए बंटित किया गया। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ शिक्षा के नाम पर जब लोन लेने के लिए हमारे बच्चे गए तो केवल पूरे साल में 2 लोगों को लोन दिया गया, केवल 2 लोगों को कहा गया कि पैसा नहीं है अभी हमारे पास, हम लोन नहीं दे सकते। और उधर जब माइनॉरिटी के बच्चे जिनकी फीस रिम्बर्समेंट होनी थी उनको भी पैसे नहीं दिए गए, ये कहकर कि हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है। हमारे सिख बच्चों को भी माइनॉरिटी में फीस रिम्बर्स नहीं हो पा रही, जो कि SC के और ST फंड्स में पैसे होते हैं माइनॉरिटीज के लिए। एक तरफ सिख बच्चों को उनकी फीस भी रिफंड नहीं की जा रही माइनॉरिटी कोटे में, और दूसरी तरफ 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा दिया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बहुत ज्यादा अपीजमेंट है एक पर्टिकुलर रिलीजन के लोगों की, जो कि देश के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, हमारे बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, एजुकेशन के लिए अच्छा नहीं है। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आग्रह करता हूं, ये सारा पैसा वापस रिकवर करें और सबको बराबरी तौर पर मान्यता दें। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक धर्म के लोगों के लिए विशेष तौर पर 100 करोड़ रुपया दिया जाए और दूसरे धर्म के बच्चों को भी फीस रिइंबर्स ना की जाए। ये बहुत बड़ा गुनाह और पाप है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हमारे बच्चों के साथ बेइंसाफी है।
And well, not just the BJP, even Hindu religious leaders who've hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party government alleging discrimination. Listen in.
एक तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारत सरकार से मांग किया है कि लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर जो है फोटो पे लगाई जाए, और दूसरी तरफ लक्ष्मी गणेश की पूजा करने वाले ब्राह्मणों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, अर्चकों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, और उसके उलट वक्फ बोर्ड को 7 सालों में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया है। आखिर ये दोहरी नीति, ये भेदभाव हिंदुओं के साथ क्यों, सनातन धर्मियों के साथ क्यों? क्या सिर्फ हिंदू सनातन धर्म चुनाव के समय सिर्फ बयानबाजी, भावनाओं के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मात्र है? यह बड़ा ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरी मांग है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जिस प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड को सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया दिया, कम से कम जो देवी देवताओं की पूजा करता है, जो सनातन धर्म को राह दिखाता है, ऐसे अर्चक पुजारियों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर आश्रम है, मंदिर है, उसको भी कम से कम उतने 100 करोड़ रुपया, 100 जितना आपने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है उतना हिंदू सनातन धर्मियों पर भी खर्च करिए। ये हमारी मांग है अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा संत महासभा की तरफ से।
And moving on, while addressing the UN terror meet, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar condemned the cross-border drone attack, raising strong voice against terrorism. Jaishankar said the terror remained to be a grave threat. Listen in.
Remains one of the gravest threats to humanity. The UN Security Council in the past 2 decades has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise. Despite this, the threat of terrorism is only growing and expanding, particularly in Asia and Africa, as successive reports of the 1267 Sanctions Committee monitoring reports have highlighted. The technological innovations and breakthroughs of the past 2 decades have been transformative in the way the world functions in every respect. These new emerging technologies, from virtual private networks and encrypted messaging services to blockchain and virtual currencies, offer a very promising future for a wide array of economic and social benefits for humankind. However, there is a flip side, especially where terrorism is concerned. These very technologies have also thrown up new challenges for governments and regulatory bodies due to their potential vulnerability for misuse by non-state actors, given the very nature of some of these technologies and the nascent regulatory environment. In recent years, terrorist groups, their ideological fellow travelers, particularly in open and liberal societies, and lone wolf attackers have significantly enhanced their capabilities by gaining access to these technologies. They use technology and money, and most importantly, the ethos of open societies to attack freedom, tolerance, and progress.
And cutting across to the latest input that is just coming in, DK Shivkumar wading into Telangana TRS poaching controversy as he's raising questions. He's asked, where are the PMLA officers now? Listen to this response.
I appeal to the Supreme Court Chief Justice of India to take this case on all this Operation Lotus, giving money to the MLAs, shifting to the parties, collecting a huge bribe. I don't know whether PMLA is attracting, whether the PMLA officers, ED officers and the CBI is just looking at all these things. Anti-corruption is looking at all this. I want them to take a case suo moto and have an investigation on this. If you see at the point of what is going on in Telangana and other parts of the country, it is a very shameful act. See, democracy has to be protected.
Meanwhile, BJP came down heavily on Delhi government over the deteriorating air quality index. BJP called Kejriwal incompetent for not being able to improve the pollution level in the national capital. Political face-off between TRS and BJP continues to intensify over the poaching controversy. Hitting out at the BJP, TRS leader K. Ramarao has called the Saffron Party a Jumla party. Aam Aadmi Party wades into the Telangana poaching controversy. Aam Aadmi Party comes out with a proof on the poaching row supporting TRS against BJP. Telangana High Court directed the 3 accused in the case of alleged poaching of Telangana Rashtriya Samiti MLAs to surrender before the police in 24 hours. This comes days after ACB court had rejected the remand request of the 3 accused, after which Cyberabad police moved to the High Court. Aam Aadmi Party wading into the Telangana poaching controversy as Aam Aadmi Party has now come out with proof on the poaching row supporting TRS against BJP.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का षड्यंत्र जो ऑपरेशन लोटस के जरिए चलता है और वो एमएलएज खरीद के जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को खरीदते हैं और जनता की राय के खिलाफ जाके एमएलएज को खरीद के जनतंत्र को बर्बाद करते हैं, उसका मामला सामने आया है। इसका तथ्य तेलंगाना से भी जुड़े हुए हैं और इसके तथ्य दिल्ली से भी जुड़े हुए हैं।
Telangana High Court directed the three accused in the case of alleged poaching of TRS MLAs to surrender before the police in 24 hours. This comes days after ACB court had rejected the remand request of the three accused, after which Cyberabad police moved to the High Court. DK Shiv Kumar wading into the Telangana poaching controversy, appealing to Supreme Court and CJI to lodge a suo motu case against BJP on Operation Lotus. He said that PMLE, ED and anti-corruption officers should look into this.
I appeal to the Supreme Court Chief Justice of India to take this case on all this Operation Lotus, giving money to the MLAs, shifting to the parties, collecting huge bribe. I don't know whether PMLA is attracting, whether the PMLA officers, ED officers and the CBI is just looking at all these things. Anti-corruption is looking at all this. I want them to take a case suo motu and have an investigation on this. If you see at the point of what is going on in Telangana and other parts of the country, it is a very shameful act. See, democracy has to be protected.
DCW Chief Swati Mariwal, in a letter to Prime Minister Modi, raised questions on Ram Rahim's parole and demanded strict action against Bilkis Banu's rapist. Ruckus broke out between the supporters of Jamshedpur MLA Saryu Rai and former Jharkhand Chief Minister Raghubar Das factions during Chhath Puja preparation. Addressing UN terror meet, EAM S. Jaishankar condemned the cross-border drone attack. Raising strong voice against terrorism, Jaishankar said that terror remained to be a grave threat.
UN Security Council in the past 2 decades has evolved an important architecture built primarily around the counter-terrorism sanctions regime to combat this menace. This has been very effective in putting those countries on notice that had turned terrorism into a state-funded enterprise.
While taking stock of the incident, DGCA has ordered a detailed investigation to ascertain the cause, and suitable follow-up action shall be taken. Meanwhile, Ministry of Civil Aviation ordered officials to submit a report in the incident after looking into it. BJP's Information and Technology Cell head Amit Malviya has said that he has decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire, and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website.
It's about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. You're in a very strong position to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
Tell the organization, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. It is your decision to tell us whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not.
A video has gone viral on social media that shows a moving car leaving bursting firecrackers in its boot space near Cyber Hub, Gurugram. After the video was shared on social media, it has received 5.4 million views and 54,000 likes on social media. And in the video, it can clearly be seen a black sedan which is moving towards DLF Phase 3 from Cyber Hub, leaving a trail of bursting firecrackers. It appears that the video has been shot by a motorist tailing a car from behind. The police have registered proper case in this entire incident. Gurugram police is carrying out a proper investigation. Police has identified car and its owner. After inquiring with the owner stated that he sold off car to some other person. DLF Phase 3 SHO Sandeep Kumar has clearly stated anyone who violates traffic regulation, strict action will be taken against the culprits.
And we are cutting across to more breaking news coming in. It's a big announcement by Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, who's gone on to say, and I quote, all symbols of colonialism will be renamed. Directives given on renaming symbols of colonialism has been put into action. And the Uttarakhand government is all set to rename all colonial symbols. Yet another move by the Uttarakhand government and the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami making this big announcement to remove all colonial symbols and rename them. Let's listen in to that response coming in from the Chief Minister himself.
देश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद देश के अंदर जो भी गुलामी के पुराने प्रतीक थे, गुलामी के प्रतीक सभी जगह उनको बदला जा रहा है, उनको हटाया जा रहा है, उन प्रतीकों को परिवर्तन किया जा रहा है। उसी क्रम में उत्तराखंड के अंदर भी हमने सभी को कहा है, सभी विभागों को, कि ऐसे जो भी इस प्रकार के वो हैं उन सभी को बदला जाएगा और हम उसके लिए पूरी रिपोर्ट मंगवा रहे हैं। देश में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद देश के अंदर जो भी गुलामी के पुराने प्रतीक थे, गुलामी के प्रतीक सभी जगह उनको बदला जा रहा है, उनको हटाया जा रहा है, उन प्रतीकों को परिवर्तन किया जा रहा है। उसी क्रम में उत्तराखंड के अंदर भी हमने सभी को कहा है, सभी विभागों को, कि ऐसे जो भी इस प्रकार के वो हैं उन सभी को बदला जाएगा और हम उसके लिए पूरी रिपोर्ट मंगवा रहे हैं।
The air quality index of Delhi NCR has deteriorated to a poor to severe category. There are few places in Delhi NCR which are heavily polluted.
Pakistan intruder who was shot dead at the border area. Bengaluru bound Indigo flight catches fire during takeoff. Emergency declared at the Delhi airport. And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे साल से फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website. AAP will fight elections in Gujarat with Chief Minister's face. The party will run a campaign for the face of the Chief Minister. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal will also hold a news conference in Surat today on the same matter. In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case.
The killing of Pakistani journalist Arshad Sharif in Kenya has set off a firestorm in Pakistan. And there are various ends which are coming to meet in Pakistan, if I may put it that way. People have taken to the streets. There is absolute mayhem on social media, and prime-time discussions on television channels are all around why he was killed. Now, Arshad Sharif was with ARY, a Pakistani news channel which was supposed to be close to Imran Khan. He took a flight to the UAE And when his visa expired, he went to Kenya. It was in Kenya that he was killed. And today we're going to discuss a little bit about what this is doing in Pakistan and who's being put in the docks. Hi, this is Major Gauravari and you're watching Checkmate. Very recently, ladies and gentlemen, Arshad Sharif, very famous Pakistani journalist and investigative reporter, was killed by Kenyan policemen. Now, there are various theories going around, and I'd like to explain to you one by one what these theories are. One theory is that a lot of Pakistanis are saying that this was targeted killing on behalf of the Pakistan army. There is also this theory given out by the local police, which actually shot Arshad Sharif, that it is a case of mistaken identity, and they suspected a child kidnapper with the child inside the car moving around. There was a lookout notice against the person, and it was a case of mistaken identity, and so this action was taken in which Arshad Sharif was gunned down, a case of mistaken identity, as the Kenyan police say. Now, there's a problem in all this, because Arshad Sharif landed up in Africa because his visa expired. And you know, for the Kenyan police to say that we shot somebody in the car because we suspected that he was kidnapping a child or taking a kidnapped child with him, this doesn't cut any ice. Simply because you would not shoot, policemen at least, will not shoot at a vehicle or shoot at a person if they know there is a child inside. I mean, these are basics of police work. They won't do that. They won't put a child's life in danger. But there is another side to the story. This side of the story says that, and this is the Kenyan police, obviously mistaken identity, but also the fact that Kenyan media is discussing that, the police has done this in the past. There have been cases of targeted killings by the police. There are many people who have insinuated that maybe the police took money and killed him. There is another angle that I would like to explore here. I'm not saying here that this scenario that I'm going to tell you about is what actually happened. But yes, definitely, this is probable. Dawood Ibrahim has assets in Africa, right from South Africa upwards. Dawood is extremely influential, and he's one of the people who trades in blood diamonds. You know what blood diamonds are? These are conflict diamonds. In conditions of conflict, you know, where conflicts are started or perpetuated or taken advantage of for mining of diamonds, and then they're sold all over the world at premium prices. Dawood Ibrahim is one of the leaders as far as blood diamonds are concerned. And there are people in Pakistan who say, and this is all till the level of rumor right now, they say that maybe, you know, a section inside the ISI told Dawood Ibrahim to bump off Arshad Sharif. But why should they do that? The person has already left the country. And you know, these things always come back to bite you. So if anybody thinks that you can send a hit squad to kill somebody of that prominence, of that fame that Arshad Sharif enjoyed, it would have its comebacks. And this is exactly what is happening in Pakistan. No one knows what actually happened. Now there is a former colleague of Imran Khan, Faisal Wawda, who made a public statement regarding this, and I'd like you to watch this video, please.
इमरान खान साहब जो मार्च पुरअमन करने जा रहे हैं, ये हमारा जमहूरी हक है और राइट है, लेकिन मैं बहुत क्लियरली आपको बता रहा हूं कि मुझे इस मार्च के अंदर खून ही खून, मौत ही मौत और जनाजे ही जनाजे नजर आ रहे हैं, और वो जनाजे दिए जाएंगे। और मैं अपने मासूम पाकिस्तानियों को किसी कुछ चंद लोगों की साजिश के तहत नहीं मरने दूंगा। अपनी आखिरी वक्त तक कोशिश करूंगा कि ये लाशों का और खून का खेल इस मुल्क में बंद हो।
In a press conference, Faisal Wawda says that you know, if Imran Khan carries on with his long march, there is bound to be bloodshed, there will be dead bodies, there will be rivers of blood, etc., etc. Now, this is what he is saying. Imran Khan's entire long march thing has been focused around Arshad Sharif. For a very long time, Imran Khan has been promising the long march, but he has not delivered. Suddenly, Imran Khan saw an opportunity in the long march. And in the death of Arshad Sharif, he found meaning and he said, I can take political advantage. Being a typical politician, he used a journalist's death and tried to rally the masses. Now, there were no rivers of blood in Pakistan, obviously. There were no rivers of blood. But the fact of the matter is that who is the one who has got to Faisal Wawra? Why did Faisal Wawra make such a statement in front of the press? Why did he try, you know, to damage the credibility of his own leader, Imran Khan, and the credibility of the Long March? Recently, you know, Rajnath Singh, India's defense minister, spoke to Sergei Shoigu, who is the defense minister of Russia, and they spoke about something called the dirty bomb. Now, this conversation has been going on for some time. Those who have followed the Russia-Ukraine war will tell you that, you know, Russia has been insinuating for some time that Ukraine plans to use the dirty bomb. Now, what is a dirty bomb? What is a dirty bomb? It is, in simplistic terms, in very, very simplistic and non-technical terms, think of it as a conventional explosive wrapped with radioactive material. The aim is to use conventional explosive and make an entire area, a certain area, radioactive. Now, not to be confused with a nuclear weapon. It does not cause that much damage. The blast radius may not be that significant. In fact, it's extremely less when you compare it to a nuclear weapon or an atomic bomb. But the fact of the matter is, a dirty bomb, you know, you can put radioactive waste around a conventional explosive and set it off. And Russia has been saying this. Russia is saying that, you know, Ukraine plans to use this. Ukraine is getting desperate. Now, there is a problem in all this, and there is a problem in this argument. The argument is that Russia has its back against the wall. The recent nuclear weapons drills by Russia and the firing of a ballistic missile to show the world how serious Russia is and how seriously Russia takes all this. This is nothing but nuclear brinksmanship, and I think Russia or any other country in the world, you know, Pakistan doing it is all right because we accept this kind of idiocy from Pakistan, but we don't expect this sort of behavior from Russia, you know, pushing the world to the edge, saying that there could be a nuclear weapons attack or we'll fire nuclear weapons in response. No, nobody wants to set off a dirty bomb. I don't think there is any proof of Ukraine saying that we want to quote unquote dirty bomb Russia. But the fact of the matter is, Russia is doing its best to threaten Ukraine into submission. Now, recently what happened was that Russia admitted indirectly, you know, the efficacy of its program in getting 300,000 volunteers or conscripts to fight the war in Ukraine. Now, why would a military superpower, and while Russia is not an economic superpower, Russia remains a military superpower. Why would a military superpower like Russia need 300,000 more men? For what? Obviously, Russia has been losing men in Ukraine at a very, very rapid rate. Russia has been losing manpower, Russia has been losing infrastructure, and the military ability of Russia stands degraded and denuded. This is the reason why Russia needs more people to fight. The other argument, the other side of the coin could be that yes, the Ukrainians are being supported by the rest of the world, which is true. America is supporting the Ukrainians, the Europeans are supporting the Ukrainians. Some of my friends tell me that maybe American special forces are embedded with the Russian troops, not exactly fighting against the Russians, but directing fire and telling them what to do. Elite forces like the Delta Force, the Green Beret or the Navy SEALs are embedded inside Ukraine, and that is not surprising. But the fact of the matter is, the person pulling the trigger is Ukrainian. So the Americans may give advice to Ukraine, the Americans may give weapons to Ukraine, but the fact of the matter is, in terms of size, in terms of economy, in terms of military, Ukraine stands nowhere in front of Russia. Yet, since February 24 of this year, Russia has been trying to take over Ukraine with extremely limited success. Russia has lost more than it has gained. And this is exactly where this nuclear brinksmanship comes up. This is exactly where, you know, Russia says that there is a threat of a dirty bomb, so that the world gets up, takes notice, somehow stops the war, and whatever territory Russia has managed to take from Ukraine, Russia gets to keep it. There is a ceasefire. This is a desperate call from Russia, this entire dirty bomb exercise. And this is exactly what Mr. Rajnath Singh told his Russian counterpart, that, you know, take your finger off the nuclear button if you have it there, because the entire world, you know, should, I need not tell you, ladies and gentlemen, but should somebody push the nuclear button, it will be a catastrophe, not just for Ukraine, but for the entire world. NATO will react. And then finally, India will have to take sides. India will have no other option but to take sides. You cannot look the other way when somebody sets off a nuclear weapon. There is no going back from setting off a nuclear weapon. I'm not saying Putin wants to do that. I'm just saying that Putin is threatening a nuclear strike. He's threatening a nuclear strike, very overtly threatening a nuclear strike against Ukraine. He's got his launchers ready. He's got his warheads ready. He set off a ballistic missile, a non-nuclear ballistic missile, but a ballistic missile nonetheless. The signal to the rest of the world being that, you know, today this is carrying a conventional warhead, tomorrow it could carry a nuclear warhead. So, be warned. That is the line of argument that Russia is taking, which is very, very dangerous for the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at global recession next year or 2024. Or that is what most experts say. And things like the Russia-Ukraine war only push us towards global recession sooner than we want to get there. A nuclear attack on another country will be the end of everything. I mean, that is the red line that no one crosses. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people who have seen that sort of bloodshed remember it. I was not born, and 99% of the audience was not born during that time, but we've read about it. And when you read about an atomic bomb blast in a civilian area or a city, it makes your skin crawl. It makes you shudder in horror. And this is, I think, something that Russia or Putin want to achieve by pushing the world to that level where, you know, people back away in horror and say, stop the war. Because Ukraine does not seem to be stopping. And Ukraine has got Russia embroiled in such a mess. What they're doing is guerrilla warfare. What they're doing is Fibua, fighting in built-up areas. What they're doing is hit-and-run tactics. They're troubling the Russian forces. And while Russia has absolutely destroyed much of Ukraine, I don't think it's an out-and-out win for Russia, because there is no match between, as I mentioned before, there is no match between the economic and the military power of Russia and the Ukraine. The poles apart. Ukraine militarily stands nowhere in front of Russia, and yet Ukraine, after so many months, is standing tall and fighting back. And I think Russia needs to introspect. A message needs to be given to China. It's not about us aligning with the Americans or not aligning with the Quad. That's not the point. You know, we have fought wars. I call it 1.5 wars. 1962 was a full-blown war, and 1967 was a border skirmish in Nathula. We've fought with the Chinese. We've had a face-off in Dokulam. We've had a skirmish in Galwan, you know, very recently. Our soldiers, our brothers have been martyred. And this problem is not coming to an end anytime soon, you know, with Xi Jinping getting a third term as the leader of the Communist Party and the president of China. It's going to be more of Xi Jinping in the future for the next 5 years.
Style? For me, it's the pursuit of timeless elegance. Crisp, clean, classic, subtle brilliance. You don't know what it is that catches your eye, but it does, you know. The cut, the color, the lines. There's something in the essence of the evergreen. You feel special, selected. That's when I know I found the right fit. When I feel selected.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area.
In another development, India has, and I'm reading from the notes that I've made, India has planned, military exercises with a lot of friendly countries, especially with the US. And this is very important, and all these exercises will get done by the end of this year. And there is a reason why India is doing it. And I think all of us must watch out very, very carefully for these exercises. What are these exercises? First of all, number one is the Malabar Quadrilateral Naval War Games off the coast of Japan that are happening. Japan is also threatened by China. China keeps on firing missiles, and North Korea keeps on threatening Japan, and China keeps on sending its bombers and fighter jets, near Japan, near Taiwan, near wherever China wants. And China needs to be responded to militarily, and these Malabar Quadrilateral Naval War Games will send a very, very strong message to China. It's just that I just feel that India should have sent, they're sending 2 ships, I think. If I'm not mistaken, I think India should have sent more ships. Because I think the time to, you can't pull punches here with China. A message needs to be given to China. It's not about us aligning with the Americans or not aligning with the Quad. That's not the point. We have fought wars. I call it 1.5 wars. 1962 was a full-blown war, and 1967 was a border skirmish in Nathula. We've fought with the Chinese. We've had a face-off in Dokulam. We've had a skirmish in Galwan, very recently. Our soldiers, our brothers have been martyred. And this problem is not coming to an end anytime soon, with Xi Jinping getting a 3rd term as the leader of the Communist Party and the president of China. It's going to be more of Xi Jinping in the future for the next 5 years. And I've been saying this time and again, and I'll say this again. What has happened is that they have already come to Sikkim, all right, on the line of actual control, bang opposite Sikkim. In Ladakh, they have come opposite the line of control. They're threatening Arunachal Pradesh. Now what is left? Himachal is left and Uttarakhand is left. These are 2 states where the Chinese will come next, and they will keep on pushing because that is the Chinese agenda. Now, China wanted the world to believe that they would shoot Nancy Pelosi's plane out of the sky if she landed in Taiwan, but she did. She did. And the Chinese couldn't do anything except cry on social media and mainstream media. It was newspapers like Global Times who predicted death and damnation, but nothing happened. Even today, nothing has happened. Months after Nancy Pelosi went back. Soon after, they sent 5 or 6 congressmen there. And again, China said it's going to be 3rd World War and the end of days. And nothing happened. And nothing will happen. And we need to understand this. We need to push back. Yes, we are pushing back. We need to push back harder. Because as the national security strategy of the United States of America says, that China is the real threat and the only competitor. In our case, China is the only threat now. Pakistan is not so much of a threat. It's not something that, we need to take very seriously. While we are prepared for any misadventure that Pakistan may launch, but let us never forget, Pakistan gets its power from China. Pakistan would have never dared a 26/11. They would have never dared the parliament attack. They wouldn't have dared any other big terror action. They know they've got China's backing, which is why every time at the United Nations Security Council, whenever India wants to declare a terrorist a global terrorist and wants the blessings and the backing of the United Nations Security Council, it is always China that steps in. And it has done so on numerous occasions. Started off with Maulana Masood Azhar, if I remember correctly, of the Jaish-e-Mohammed. And then Hafiz Saeed's son. It's going on and on and on. They're protecting terrorists who have done harm to India. And this is where Pakistan gets its power from. In itself, Pakistan is powerless in spite of its nuclear weapons. Pakistan has absolutely no power. But with China's backing, this is what Pakistan will do. A lot of people say, and a lot of Pakistani friends actually say, that, it's time for peace and Pakistan has stopped terror in Kashmir, and Pakistan now wishes to engage with the world economically. And this is exactly what General Bajwa also said in the Islamabad security dialogues, that it is now the time for geoeconomics and not geopolitics. But the fact of the matter is, it is easier said than done. General Bajwa is on his way out. By the end of November, Pakistan, hopefully, you can never say with Pakistan, but by the end of November, Pakistan will have another army chief. I don't know what Pakistan's policy is going to be. But I don't think Pakistan can let go of jihad against India so easily. And there are 2-3 reasons that I'd like to bring out. I'll come back to these exercises that I was talking about. But I will tell you why it's so important for Pakistan, because for 40 years, 2 generations in Pakistan have been fed and bred on this jam and butter of jihad. They have radicalized entire generations in Pakistan. Told them that this is what you were meant to do. This is what you were born for. It's not a switch on and switch off thing. You can't switch off jihad. It's a mindset and it will continue. A lot of people also say that the Pakistan army now wants to stop supporting jihad because it's been in the FATF. No, that is not the reason. FATF is hardly a dampener as far as the Pakistan army is concerned. The problem is that today Pakistan is down in the dumps economically. That is the truth. FATF is gone. Pakistan is again off the grey list. It's been there thrice before. It may come back for the fourth time in another 1 or 2 years. But the fact of the matter is today, as I record this episode, Pakistan is not on the grey list. The day Pakistan has money, the day Pakistan has money, it will come back to Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, for every operation, to succeed in any operation, you need two things, and two things only. One is intent and one is capability. Pakistan has the intent. It does not have the capability. The day it has capability, you will have another 26/11. You will have another Akshardham temple attack. You will have another parliament attack. You will have another 1993 Mumbai. This is going to happen. And it's with a very, very heavy heart that I predict this, but I'm telling you, I would like to quote General Ashfaq Parvez Kiani, former Chief of Army Staff. He said this about India, but I'm going to turn this argument on its head and use this against Pakistan. He said against India that India has the capability, but does not have the intent. So somebody asked him, General, then how's that important? He said that when you have capability, intent can change overnight. This is what I want to say about Pakistan. Pakistan has intent. The day it has capability, everything can change overnight. It's a function of getting money. Because jihad is fueled by money. It is not fueled by the spirit. It is not fueled by belief. It is fueled by dollars. The day Pakistan has dollars, there will again be that massive jihad in Kashmir. Now, I would like to come back to these exercises that I was talking about, and why this jihad thing was important for me to explain is that this is the reason why Pakistan does it, because Pakistan has the backing of China. Simply targeting Pakistan is not sufficient. We must start targeting China. And what India is doing in this regard is, I spoke about the Malabar Quadrilateral Naval War Games. Then there are infantry exercises with Australia and 3 ASEAN countries, and high altitude warfare drills with the US near the line of actual control. Now, what is happening is that, this is very interesting. America does not have experience in fighting high altitude warfare. Because, in the United States of America, even though the country is absolutely huge, they don't have the kind of geography that we have. We have Siachen Glacier, 21,000 feet above sea level, -60, -70. Lack of oxygen. There are some places in America that may have 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000 feet, but not like India. Plus the fact that America does not have the experience of fighting high altitude warfare. Now this exercise that is planned with Indian soldiers or with the Indian Army, of course there will be elements of the Indian Air Force also in this, because no exercise is complete without the support of the Indian Air Force, or no planning is complete without the Indian Air Force. What happens here is simple. What happens here is the US Army trains with the Indian Army in high altitude areas near the line of actual control. And this is going to happen in Uttarakhand. This is a clear message to the Chinese. Now the Chinese will be wondering, what are the Americans doing here? Because the entire idea so far was that India is going to fight China alone in the Himalayas, like it has always done. And if there is a collaboration to fight against China, it's going to be down south in the seas. And, we talk about the Malacca Choke, and we talk about the South China Sea, and how that is where, you can sort of counter China. But the fact of the matter is, more and more other countries are coming up and saying that we need, if we have to fight China, if we have to counter China, we need experience in high altitude warfare, which is why, wait for some time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have the Australians, the Japanese, and many other Western countries coming to India, asking for those areas where they can train with the Indian Army. We call it interoperability. The ability of armies with different equipment, different software, different hardware, different planning to come together and fight as a joint unit. Like we say jointness, but that is an internal thing for within our own armed forces. This is something else. They're hoping to partner with the Americans, and the Americans are hoping to partner with the Indians to counter China. There is no other plausible reason why America should be operating in high altitude areas in Uttarakhand, and America is doing that. And the last agenda for discussion in today's episode is what Mr. Rajnath Singh said on the occasion of Infantry Day on 27th of October regarding Pakistan. In a speech, he said that our agenda will be complete when we take Gilgit-Baltistan and we take, POK, Pakistan Occupied Kashmir, which the Pakistanis call Azad Kashmir. But, I'd like to tell everybody here, all of you, this is not simple rhetoric. This is not rhetoric. I do not, there was a time when I thought it was rhetoric, but it is not rhetoric. They're serious about this. And also the fact that the atrocities inflicted by the Pakistani armed forces on people of Pakistan Occupied Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan has reached levels where India is now forcing the world to take notice, and India is telling the world that, hey, listen, this is an army that is genocidal. This is an army that killed 3 million Bengalis in East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh, raped 1 million women, and destroyed an entire fabric, destroyed an entire culture, an entire civilization. This is what this army does, and India is exposing Pakistan like how? And I think it is time for us to actually stake a claim for Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. This is beneficial for India also strategically, because when this area, I'm not saying if, because I have no doubt that we'll get this area back, but when this area is with India, India will have a border with Afghanistan. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching this episode. I'll be back with you next week with another fresh episode. Till then, have a great weekend.
In a big development, the Cyberabad police has moved the Telangana High Court now. The police has submitted a remand copy against the verdict of ACB court order, which released 3 accused who allegedly attempted to poach the case. Uddhav camp MLA Kailash Patil staged protest in Osmanabad over several issues of farmers. Extending their support, the farmers joined the Uddhav camp. Meanwhile, the protest turned violent as the farmers vandalized and attacked public property as well. Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on India.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Massive political fight over Waqf Board funds as RTI response suggests over 100 crore rupees given to Waqf in 7 years. BJP hits out Alleges appeasement. Aam Aadmi Party response has nothing new in the Waqf funding.
गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना ये तय किया है।
Gujarat government confirms UCC move state all set to form committee headed by retired High Court judge. Government of India amends IT rules, social media giants to be accountable to Indian laws now. In a big move, Pandit genocide trial will be fast-tracked. Nadimarg massacre trial will resume after 9 years. Hello and welcome. You're watching. This is exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Starting this edition with the day's top story. The outgoing cabinet of the Gujarat government has today moved a proposal to constitute a committee along the lines of the one in Uttarakhand under a retired High Court judge to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. Remember, assembly elections are scheduled to be held in Gujarat later this year. In May, the Uttarakhand government had announced its decision to implement UCC in the state. Similarity being that in both the states had decided just when the elections were around the corner. The same month, Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur had also announced that UCC would be brought into the state soon. Take a look at this report and then we go across to our reporters on the ground.
The Uniform Civil Code implementation has been a major issue. The BJP in its 2019 Lok Sabha poll manifesto had promised to implement the UCC if it was voted to power. Today, the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel announced setting up a committee to implement the Uniform Civil Code in the state ahead of the polls. With this, Gujarat is the third Bharatiya Janata Party ruled state after Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand to announce the move. The Gujarat government moved a proposal today to constitute a committee in order to evaluate all aspects of implementing the Uniform Civil Code in the state. The committee will be constituted under a retired High Court judge to ascertain the matter ahead of the Gujarat Assembly polls in the state.
इस चीज को ध्यान में रख के ये डिसीजन लिया गया है, क्या पैरामीटर्स पे इसके ऊपर मंथन किया गया है, किस तरह से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट?
ये जनता की जो डिमांड हो रही थी उसी के आधार पर जो सरकार के सामने मसले आते हैं उन्हीं को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस प्रकार के निर्णय को अमली जामा देने का गुजरात की सरकार ने प्रयास किया।
ये कमेटी किस तरह से बनाई जाएगी, किसको इसमें बिठाया जाएगा? क्या हाईकोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जज जो उत्तराखंड में रखे गए हैं उसी तरह यहाँ पे भी?
बिल्कुल, उत्तराखंड में जो हुआ है उसी ही तर्ज पर यहाँ भी हाईकोर्ट के निवृत्त न्यायमूर्ति जी की अध्यक्षता में कमेटी बनेगी। 4 जितने सदस्य इसमें रहेंगे, समयावधि भी निश्चित काल में रहेगी और उन्हीं के रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर राज्य की सरकार आगे की कार्यवाही करेगी।
Meanwhile, political face-off has again emerged over the UCC debate, with the Uniform Civil Code implementation decision been labelled by the critics as being anti-minority.
चुनाव सामने है ना, जो आंकड़े हैं इनके, जो इनका इनपुट है, सरकार नहीं बन रही है भाजपा की, वहाँ कांग्रेस की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से आने जा रही है। तो ऐसे में कुछ न कुछ सिगुफे छेड़ने, ये भी छेड़ दे रहे हैं। अरे अभी तक क्यों बैठे थे भाई? 5 साल 4.5 साल कुछ नहीं किया। अब जब 10 दिन 15 दिन रह गया चुनाव की अधिसूचना को, तो आप ये सी गुफा छोड़ रहे, इसे मैं इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं मानता।
All eyes are now on the BJP if they will be able to implement the UCC in states or will allow one law for all still to remain a distant dream. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, the VHP, meanwhile, has hailed the move by the Gujarat government and said that one law for all is the need and should have been implemented long back. Listen.
भारतीय संविधान का अनुच्छेद 44 यानी संविधान के नीति निर्देशक तत्व, डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ द स्टेट पॉलिसी, अनेक दशकों से इस बात की प्रतीक्षा में कि आखिरकार कोई सरकार जागेगी और देश के अंदर समान नागरिक संहिता लागू करेगी। संपूर्ण भारत के अंदर एक कानून होना चाहिए, ये हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने तभी से लिख दिया था, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से पिछले 70 वर्षों में भी मात्र एक गोवा को छोड़ करके किसी ने कोई यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड नहीं बना पाया। संपूर्ण भारत में एक कानून होना चाहिए, लेकिन अगर राज्य सरकार भी इस बारे में और कोई पहल करती है तो निस्संदेह वो स्वागत है, वो कदम भी है और न्यायालय के निर्णयों की अनुपालना भी है। अनेक उच्च न्यायालय और अनेक बार माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय इस बारे में गंभीर टिप्पणियां कर चुके, अनेक बार कह चुके कि आखिरकार जब देश एक है, संविधान एक है, हमारा निशान एक है, ध्वज एक है, तो कानून दो क्यों? और ये सांप्रदायिक आधार पर विभाजन कानून का क्यों? इस कानून के न होने से आखिरकार महिलाओं और बच्चों के, खासकर बेटियों के अधिकारों पर कुठाराघात क्यों? आखिरकार क्यों एक सांप्रदायिक आधार पर उनके साथ दुराव हो रहा है और क्रिमिनल्स को जो है एस्केप मिल रहा है? लगातार इस तरह की घटनाएं माननीय न्यायालयों के संज्ञान में आई हैं और अनेक बार उन्होंने बड़ी गंभीर टिप्पणियां भी की हैं, निर्देश भी दिए हैं, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से वो कानून नहीं बन पाया। अगर कोई सरकार अभी पहल कर रही है तो निस्संदेह वो स्वागत कदम है, समय कभी भी हो, लेकिन ये बात जरूर है कि जो अच्छा काम कहते हैं देर आए दुरुस्त आए, जब आए तब सही, लेकिन ऐसा कानून बनना चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँगा कि संपूर्ण भारत के अंदर भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होना चाहिए। इसकी शीघ्र पहल सरकारों को करनी चाहिए। विश्व हिंदू परिषद इस बात को अनेक वर्षों से मांग करता चला आ रहा है कि आखिरकार कानूनी रूप से भारत के नागरिकों को अलग अलग श्रेणियों में क्यों बांटा जाए।
Let me bring in our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Abhishek, what is essentially happening is that most poll-bound states, put it in perspective, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh and now Gujarat, essentially deciding that they're going to implement UCC. It has happened in the past in the state of Goa too. But what remains the challenges?
Shawan, let me begin by saying that you cannot take away politics from this announcement, given the fact that this happens just maybe 3 days before Gujarat elections are to be announced by the Election Commission of India, and the fact that BJP has been in power in Gujarat for almost 3 decades, and Uniform Civil Code along with Ram Temple and Article 370 was an article of faith and part of BJP's life breath since its inception in 1980, and of course in the Jansangh days in its earlier avatar as well. So I think this is not new. It's not to be a surprise that a BJP government in a BJP state with such a stronghold as the BJP has in Gujarat is talking about Uniform Civil Code. I think that's a given. What is important is that there seems to be a national strategy. That's what I am getting to understand when I talk to my interlocutors in the party and the Gujarat government, that given the difficulties in terms of a national consensus that the BJP has faced despite its very strong majority at the centre in 2014 and 19, they have decided that there has to be a semblance of a consensus created. And that's why state after state of the BJP ruled, state ruled by the BJP, they are going for this kind of panel which would submit a report, take a lot of public opinion on record, and then when all these states taken together, say 12 odd BJP ruled states and another 8 or 10 which are under the influence of the BJP either through alliance or through allied parties, then they can say over a period of next 1 year or so or 2 years or so that see, out of 31 states in the country, almost 20 or 22 and hence a majority are of the opinion that there should be a uniform civil code in the country, and that's why based on this consensus and majority opinion and also the fact that this opinion making is federal in nature because the states are contributing to it. We have seen Uttarakhand doing it, we have seen Gujarat doing it now, we have seen Yogi Adityanath's government talking about it, we have seen Madhya Pradesh talking about it, and similarly other states coming on board, Karnataka also, and then the BJP can say because A, it is consensus of the majority, and B, it is federal in nature coming as it does from the states, so any obstacle which the opposition might raise for their own political objectives or vote bank considerations should not stand, and that's why a law should be brought in which brings in uniform civil code in the country. Remember, the history goes back to 1955 when Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru brought the Hindu code bills, but the other communities, the Muslims, the Christians and others, they did not want to join in that process, which is essentially seen as a part of a modern nation state. Typically every society which calls itself very modern, particularly in the West, have these kind of provisions, but for example, Turkey also has those kind of provisions if you talk about East and the Orient. But somehow in India, it has been a victim of vote bank politics. The BJP now trying to extricate it, and what has been done today in Gujarat is essentially part of that process. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on as we're also breaking in. Our colleague Priyanka joining us from Ahmedabad. Priyanka, you've spoken to some of the leaders in Ahmedabad to understand why exactly bringing in right now. But as Abhishek was pointing out, you can't perhaps keep politics aside. What's the plan like?
Well, Shravan, as Abhishek has put it out in the macro picture of this entire matter as well, and of course we do see in here in Gujarat where the UCC had been spoken about earlier as well, even during the tenure of Vijay Rupani as the Chief Minister, during the time that the Uttarakhand initiative in fact had been taken to form that committee in Uttarakhand. We had seen that the government of Gujarat had also very positively responded, and they had stated that somewhere down the line they will be taking the similar step as well. And that step seems to have been taken very strategically just weeks before the MCC would also be announced. And Purushottam Rupala, in fact, had been taking that press conference where he very categorically has stated that the UCC had been thought about since quite some time. This is not something that has been done just keeping in mind the elections, but also something that has been a cry for the people, of the people as well. And he had also spoken about how he had, in fact, compared this to the Ram temple issue as well as the other issues as well along with the UCC, and he had stated that this is something that the people had been demanding for. And of course he has also stated that the committee will be formed before the MCC is declared in the state of Gujarat, before going into elections as well, and the committee will be headed by once again a retired High Court judge. And he has stated about, he has in fact taken cognizance of the kind of statements coming to light from the opposition claiming that this is a poll strategy in fact that is being taken up by the BJP. But he has completely dismissed that and has stated that any time that this decision would have been taken would have been a controversial one. But we do see that the people on the ground also responding very positively to this, and this is something that, as Abhishek very rightly pointed out, is not something that is much of a surprise to anybody, except for the fact that we do see that the timeline that has been taken up with respect to announcing the UCC and the committee that will be formed to implement this, to analyze how this in fact can be implemented in the state of Gujarat.
Well, in fact, I think so. We're getting in some more reactions. We're going to play that out in a short while from now. In fact, let me also bring in Abhishek once again. Abhishek, just to put this into perspective, if you see that this has been part of the BJP's manifesto and a demand that has been made for a very, very long time, we have seen the VHP essentially responding today saying that this is a decision perhaps should have taken long back. Abhishek, if you can hear me.
I lost you there, Shravan. If you can come back again on the question.
Abhishek, I was saying that if you hear the reactions that have come in from the VHP in particular, they say that this is a decision which should have been taken long back. So what really works behind, when it comes to a decision like this? Of course, with the elections around the corner, it's been expedited. But having said that, what is it that the BJP is essentially going to take forward, especially keeping this in mind that this is going to only work out much later, at a later stage, once the committee submits its report?
Well, as I said, Shravan, so far as the VHP's comments go, this is essentially cousin talk, VHP talking to BJP. But what is important is that this is clearly aimed at energizing BJP's cadres ahead of Gujarat elections. I have said it's no surprise that BJP is talking about it. They could have done it at any stage. There are legal issues because of which, despite the fact that the Law Commission was asked to look into the possibility of bringing a uniform civil code, and it's been 2 years, perhaps more, and it's not been possible in Delhi. I think that's why the BJP has taken this circuitous route where wherever they are in power in states, they would be setting up these panels which would be broad-basing public opinion. The entire exercise itself would involve people from the academia, from the general masses, across the spectrum. And then these reports essentially would be presented as a sort of consensus across the country and would also be federal in nature. And that's the reason why this whole exercise is being carried out. Apart from, of course, the fact that in the case of Gujarat, like in the case of Uttarakhand, this is aimed at energizing, revving up the core constituency, the cadres who might be, for example, in the case of Gujarat, the party has been in power for 28 years. 17 of those years were under Narendra Modi. And for the BJP to again and again harp on the issue of development, just for the sake of argument, the cadres might have got bored. Of the three articles of faith for the BJP, Article 370 has been achieved, Ram Temple has been achieved on its way to completion. UCC is the only one left. So obviously, BJP would want to milk the momentum going into the process and then ultimately, of course, possibly ahead of the 2024 elections, take a call on whether to have a rollout of UCC nationally or perhaps to keep it post the campaign. What is important is that as of now, in the case of Gujarat, it serves two purposes. It sort of energizes, galvanizes the core constituency and the cadres, and also in the larger national strategy, it provides the BJP an opportunity to broad-base the consensus building, and then when these reports come back, they can say that this is both a national and a federal demand to have uniform civil code in the country, and that's why perhaps they are bringing in the law whenever they do that.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, Gujarat's Home Minister, who announced this soon after that cabinet meeting, has just spoken to the media. Let's listen.
हर एक नागरिक को एक समान कानून हो, इसमें गलत क्या है? आज गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के अध्यक्षस्थान में कैबिनेट की जो बैठक मिली, वो बैठक में गुजरात कैबिनेट ने मुख्यमंत्री श्री के मार्गदर्शन में यह ऐतिहासिक फैसला लिया है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को पूरी तरह से उसका सर्वे हो, उसकी संभावना किस प्रकार की है, उसको अच्छी तरह से नीचे तक जांच की जाए। उसके लिए गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी गई है कि ये कमेटी वो दर्ज करे और एक कमेटी बनेगी और ये कमेटी आने वाले दिनों में गुजरात में सर्वे कर पे इसमें निर्णय आगे लिया जाएगा।
कितना जल्दी?
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हर एक कार्यकर्ता, जब मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जुड़ा था तब से भगवान राम लल्ला का मंदिर कब बने, ये सपना देख के भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम कर रहा था। देश के विकास में हम सहभागी बन रहे थे। इसी तरह से दफा 370 के लिए भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और देश के करोड़ों लोग यही आशा के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे एक विश्वास के साथ, और ये 370 का भी काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी द्वारा किया गया। और आज जो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड है, मेरा ये मानना है कि ये इससे अच्छा कोई विषय हो ही नहीं सकता। यह विषय किसी को, सभी समाज के सभी वर्गों को एक समान कानून का हक मिले, ये प्रयासों से मुख्यमंत्री जी ने ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की संभावनाओं को जांच करने के लिए एक कमेटी बनाई है, ये गठन किया है। मेरा ये मानना है कि सबको साथ में मिलकर इसमें मुख्यमंत्री जी को अभिनंदन देना चाहिए। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं हम सब जानते हैं कि इलेक्शन की वजह से और कहीं ना कहीं आज तक समाज को एक करने वाली जो बात होती है, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की बात करके वो विषयों पे हम आगे चलते हैं।
Well, to focus now to the other big story that we are tracking. A fresh controversy has been brewing in the national capital after an RTI report revealed that the Delhi government gave more than 62 crore rupees to the Waqf Board in just 1 year. A right to information query by activist Ajay Bose revealed that Kejriwal government in Delhi has been funding the Waqf Board ever since it got elected to power. From 2015 to 2019, Aam Aadmi Party government allotted funds to the tune of 1 crore rupees to about 9 crore rupees, while for the last financial year 2021 and 2022, it stood at a whopping 62 crore rupees. Take a look at this detailed report.
An RTI response has shown that the Delhi government under Arvind Kejriwal granted the Delhi Waqf Board more than rupees 101 crores of public funds in the last 7 years. Meanwhile, in just the past year, the AAP government has granted the Waqf Board more than 62 crores. RTI activist Ajay Bose inquired about the grant and aid received in the office of the Delhi Waqf Board since 2015. In the response received, it was found that the Delhi government, led by Arvind Kejriwal, granted crores of rupees to the Delhi Waqf Board. In the financial year 2015-16, the Delhi government granted rupees 1.25 crore to the Waqf Board. In the subsequent financial years 2016-17, 17-18 and 18-19, the number went on increasing to rupees 1.37 crore, rupees 5 crores and rupees 8.85 crores.
Now, BJP has hit hard at Aam Aadmi Party government, stating that is an appeasement politics of Aam Aadmi Party government. They are on one side, they are trying to woo Hindu voters. On the other side, the appeasement politics could clearly be seen where they are not paying Hindus and Granthis. So this is a fresh controversy which has erupted in national capital.
Union Minister Anurag Thakur lashed out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, calling him a symbol of anarchy.
जो राम मंदिर का विरोध करते थे और जिन पार्टी के नेता खुले में आकर हिंदू देवी देवताओं का अपमान करते थे, जिनको अपने मंत्री को मंत्री पद से हटाना पड़ा, वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अराजकता के प्रतीक हैं, फर्जी बातें करने वाले हैं। और मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, ये तो नया प्रोपेगेंडा शगुफा छोड़ दें ताकि इनके भ्रष्टाचार की कहानी पे ज़्यादा चर्चा ना हो।
Speaking to Republic TV, AAP Minister Kailash Gehlot said that the BJP is deliberately trying to politicize the issue.
दिल्ली वक्फ बोर्ड को 101 करोड़ रुपए दिए, आपने बताइए इसमें आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
वक्फ बोर्ड अपना काम कर रही है, उससे क्या?
आपको लगता है कि पैसे देने मतलब जायज़ थे, और जितना पैसा मतलब आपने उनको दिया है, बीजेपी वाले बोलते जितना पैसा यमुना पे साफ करने में लग जाते तो अच्छा होता?
वक्फ बोर्ड को पहली बार दिल्ली सरकार ने पैसा दिया है। जब से वक्फ बोर्ड बना है, चाहे वो किसी की कांग्रेस थी, चाहे कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, चाहे बीजेपी की सरकार थी, उस टाइम भी वक्फ बोर्ड को पैसा दिया गया है। और जो वक्फ बोर्ड की प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं वो अपना पैसा भी जनरेट करती हैं।
At a time when Kejriwal has demanded images of Lakshmi and Ganesha on currency, the Waqf Board funding controversy has raised questions for Arvind Kejriwal. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Let me bring in my colleague Tanisha, who's joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Tanisha, just walk us through the details that you're picking up from this RTI response. We've already put out the response that come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. But what's the illegality to begin with? Because the Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to equate this with the amount that the government essentially could have actually used this for perhaps improving the conditions of Yamuna. But having said that, can there be any correlation?
Shravan, to understand the same, let's first understand the timeline of events that took place. So it was the RTI activist Ajay Bose, who's from Nagpur, who raised this query about where did how much funds were put into the Waqf Board. And soon after he filed this RTI query, the response that he received was quite scathing, where it was said that since the Delhi government, since the Kejriwal government had come to power, it had been funding the Waqf Board from then. So it was in 2015 that the Kejriwal government had come to power, and now it's 2020. So almost in a span of couple of years, the total amount that was paid to the Waqf Board was about 100 crores. And it is now, see, it's not just in lakhs, but it's in crores. Now the BJP has been alleging that the money that the Kejriwal government had spent on the Waqf Board, they could have spent it on Yamuna, in the cleaning of Yamuna, because as we have been seeing, very generic scenes, very common scenes have been coming out in the open, where we see froth floating over the Yamuna river. And remember, this is the festive season that's going on. It is the Chhat Puja season where people take holy dips dip into the river. And froth, toxic foam floating onto the river is quite toxic for the common people. Now, BJP has been alleging that the amount, and it was not just in lakhs, but in crores. So the crores that was paid in a span of 7 years by the Kejriwal government to the Waqf Board could have been spent on better things, like the cleaning of Yamuna or on making up of roads. That is what the blame game, the slugfest, has been about in the national capital. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Tanisha, for getting us the latest details. Let's also play out some of the reactions that are coming in.
एक तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने भारत सरकार से मांग किया है कि लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की तस्वीर जो है फ़ोटो पे लगाई जाए, और दूसरी तरफ लक्ष्मी गणेश की पूजा करने वाले ब्राह्मणों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, अर्चकों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को कोई सुविधा नहीं है, और उसके उलट वक्फ बोर्ड को 7 सालों में सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया देने का काम किया है। आखिर ये दोहरी नीति, ये भेदभाव हिंदुओं के साथ क्यों, सनातन धर्मियों के साथ क्यों? क्या सिर्फ हिंदू सनातन धर्म चुनाव के समय सिर्फ बयानबाजी, भावनाओं के साथ खेलने का एक मौका मात्र है? यह बड़ा ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरी मांग है दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से कि जिस प्रकार से वक्फ बोर्ड को सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया दिया, कम से कम जो देवी देवताओं की पूजा करता है, जो सनातन धर्म को राह दिखाता है, ऐसे अर्चक पुजारियों को, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, जो आर्थिक रूप से कमज़ोर आश्रम है, मंदिर है, उसको भी कम से कम उतने 100 करोड़ रुपया, 100 जितना आपने वक्फ बोर्ड को दिया है उतना हिंदू सनातन धर्मियों पर भी खर्च करिए। ये हमारी मांग है अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा संत महासभा की तरफ से।
On the other side, Government of India amends IT rules, social media giants to be accountable to Indian laws now. News and updates continue on the other side.
It's hybrid by nature, a silent predator. The new breed rises above all others. A new breed of SUVs, the advanced Grand Vitara, rule every road.
And for now, moving on to more news coming in from across the country. Taking stock of the incident, the DGCA has ordered a detailed probe into the cause and suitable follow-up action that shall be taken in relation to the flight operation with regard to the Indigo flight. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Civil Aviation has also ordered officials to submit a report into the incident after looking into it. The air quality of the national capital continues to deplete. Now, the latest forecast shows that the air quality will remain in very poor category for the next 3 days.
पूरे सांस में फूलते रहते हैं। फिलहाल गर्मी दुनिया भर का प्रदूषण है, प्रदूषण बहुत है। हाँ, पूरी आँख में जलन होती है, हर चीज़ होती है, इसीलिए।
BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya said that he's decided to file criminal and civil proceedings against news website The Wire and alleged that they forged documents with a view to malign and tarnish his reputation. The matter pertains to meta stories which were retracted by the news website.
When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
morning and welcome this Saturday evening. Let's begin the 6:30 p.m. live and breaking with the headlines.
गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना ये तय किया है।
Gujarat government confirms UCC move state to constitute a panel headed by retired High Court judge to look into all aspects of the UCC.
Entire approach towards rule-making is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks.
Government of India amends IT rules for social media, move to make big tech accountable for Indian laws. A massive political fight over Waqf Board's funds as RTI response suggests over 100 crore given to Waqf in 7 years in Delhi.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो?
BJP hits out Alleges appeasement. AAP response is nothing new in the Waqf funding. And a big move, Nadimarg massacre trial will resume after 9 years. Pandit genocide trial to be fast-tracked. All right, we are getting a breaking news development from down south, from Tamil Nadu. In fact, 3 rocket launcher bombs have been found near an abandoned army training center in Singaperumala temple area in Chengalpet district. Police officials immediately rushed to the spot along with bomb squad. The bombs have been located and investigation is underway to determine the state of the bombs, whether they are live and they need to be defused. This is in Chengalpet district and the area is Singaperumal temple, and this is near an army training center, suggesting that it's possible that these could be dumped out of army ordnance. But how and why these were outside the training center, that's something which we need to be investigated. In the pictures you can see those rocket launcher bombs, and in the picture we are seeing investigators reaching the spot after they were located there, and the local police present as well. Let's go to Varshini. She's joining us live from Chennai. Varshini, over to you. More details. How come these bombs were found outside of the army training center, even if they belong to the army perhaps?
Well, if you see, these 3 rocket launcher bombs have been found in the foothills of a small hill near Singaperumal Kovil, and this Singaperumal Kovil area belongs in the Chengalpet district, and this army training center is located in Amandapuram, and this one has been not active for the past 1 year. It has not been functioning, so it is an abandoned army training center, and this could be seen as bombs that were present during the training camps that were happening in that training center. And some locals who've been shepherds who've been there with their cattle have come across these bombs that were lying on the ground, and they immediately informed the police, and police from the Tamram Commissionerate had immediately rushed to the spot, and they have taken the bomb squad along with them as well, and the bomb squad officials are also trying to identify the bombs and see if they belong to the army training center, or if they are bombs that have been brought from somewhere else, and if they are still live or if they have been diffused. Are they active or inactive bombs are also being currently determined by the bomb squad officials. But if you see, when it comes to an army training center, they have all the details and records of every single equipment and every single thing that belongs to them. Therefore, they'll have to now corroborate whether if this one belonged to the army training center when it was functioning, and the Tambaram Commissionerate has also booked a case, and they are also trying to find out further details about how this landed up in empty grounds in the first place. And the police officials and the bomb squad officials are currently on the matter, and investigation is also underway right now. But the timing of this whole thing is only very, very shocking, because already Tamil Nadu is currently going through a huge issue of the terror attack that happened in Coimbatore, and at this moment 3 rocket launcher bombs found on the grounds where the training center was also functioning a year ago is definitely shocking. Therefore, heavy strict security is also put up in the area right now, while the investigation is also underway.
All right. Varshini, they are bringing us all the details about the rocket launcher bombs found from Chengalpet district outside of an army training center. Moving on, another breaking development, that's from Assam. Another conversion racket has been busted in the state. Now, police have detained 7 German nationals. The German nationals were allegedly involved in religious conversions, and this comes on the back of 3 Swedes having been arrested and deported just about last week from Assam itself. What's happening in the northeast? Why so many conversion rings being busted? Let's go to Anirudh on that and find out more details. Anirudh is patched with us. Anirudh, just few days back, there were 3 Swedish nationals involved in conversions who were repatriated. Now, 7 German nationals found to be involved in conversion activity. Please share more details. Where were they active? Which communities they were targeting? And what is their status as of now? Anirudh, if you are getting me on this breaking news development from Assam, please tell us what is the exact status of these German nationals, to which organization did they belong, and are they being deported, and which communities they were targeting in which part of Assam. Please share the details.
Yes, Niranjan, these 7 German nationals had been visiting Assam on a tourist visa. However, being in Assam, they were indulging in religious practices, and this is not the first time that foreign nationals have been apprehended by the Assam police for indulgence in religious practices after being in the state for tourist purpose. In fact, this is the second incident in last 3 days. The day before yesterday, 3 Swedish nationals were apprehended by the Assam police from Dibrugarh district, and they were simultaneously they were handed over to the immigration authorities and were deported from the country. And we are getting to know that today these 7 German nationals were visiting Karbi Anglong district as well as Tinsukia district, where they have been indulging in religious congregation and were actively participating in some conversion activities, though they didn't had any permission to indulge in religious activities in the state of Assam. Meanwhile, speaking to the media and making it very clear that the state government is in no way going to tolerate such incidents, GP Singh, Special Director General of Assam Police, GP Singh has made it very clear that in the last 1 month, altogether 27 individuals have been arrested from various parts of the state, including 17 Bangladeshi nationals who had been in Assam and were participating in religious activities after being here on tourist visa. Abhishek.
All right, Anirudh, I'll come back to you, but let's listen into the soundbite of the DGP of Assam Police, I believe GP Singh, and then come back.
যেটো বিশ্বনাথত ধৰা পৰিছিলে তাৰপিছত 3জন সুইডিছ আছিল আৰু এতিয়া 7জন জাৰ্মান আছে সো টোটাল মিলাই 27জন যোৱা এক মাহত আমি কৰিছো আৰু আমি এতিয়া প্ৰত্যেক এসপি ডাইৰেকশন দিছো য'ত য'ত তেনেকুৱা এক্টিভিটি হয় ৰিলিজিয়াছ এক্টিভিটি হয় যদি কোনোবা বাহিৰৰ পৰা আহিছে সেইটোৰ ওপৰত চকু দিব লাগে
Really, and day before yesterday we have arrested 3 Swedish national and now 7 Germans. Altogether 27 people have been arrested and deported accordingly. We have also instructed the SPs of various districts to keep a strict vigil. This was GP Singh, Abhishek.
All right, coming back to you, Anirudh, is there some special drive going on? Because you were mentioning earlier that 27 such people involved with conversions have been arrested in the last 1 month alone. And what makes the government believe that there is, or is there something which makes the government believe that there is a spike in these kind of conversion activities, irrespective of religious denomination? I believe Anirudh is not getting that question. Anirudh, if you are hearing me, I was asking, you said 27 persons have been arrested in the last 1 month alone, connected with these kind of conversion activities not compatible with law. Is there a special drive going on in Assam? And what makes the government believe that there could be a spike in these kind of activities? Why such increased number of arrests being made? All right, I believe we have Vinay Joshi of the LRO patched with us. Vinay Joshi, is there a possibility that there is an increase or a spike in conversion activities because of which these kind of arrests are being made so frequently by Assam police?
Question is that Assam government under Hemanta Biswa Sharma as a chief minister is taking these activities too much seriously, which was the need of the hour, because cultural genocide was going unabated in whole of the northeast. Many tribal communities have reduced to minorities which are following indigenous faith. And so the issue is that since new CM took over in Assam last year, there is a clear focus to cut down conversion seekers and illegal religious activities going on in Assam by allurement, by inducement, by threat, by blackmailing. As we have seen last month that one youth was killed in a mob lynching by Christian mob for refusing to convert to Christianity for marrying Christian girl in T state areas. And under Hemanta Biswa Sharma as a CM, he has issued a clear-cut guidelines to state police not to tolerate any type of fraudulent conversion going on in Assam. And since last many years, tourist visa violation was going on unabated all over India. But this is the first time 2 incidences of arrest and deportation done by any of the state police. Earlier, there was also arrest in Kerala about 4 to 5 years ago, but that was after Rashtriya Sachak Sangha cadres took them head on, moved litigation, filed FIRs, and then after lengthy process they were deported from Kerala to their own countries. This is a proactive steps taken by Assam police under HBS as a CM, and hope that as Union Home Minister Amit Shah ji has made a historic crackdown on foreign fundings which were misused for religious conversion and anti-national activities and political propaganda. Whatever HBS as a Chief Minister of Assam doing right now is a one step ahead and one more step taken towards containing religious conversions in northeastern India. And especially when World Baptist churches, Catholic churches have started assuming that there is a sense of privilege.
All right, we are getting breaking news development and that's in connection with the Wire story, and where a criminal complaint has been lodged against the Wire and its senior office bearers, including Siddharth Varadarajan, M.K. Venu. Siddharth Varadarajan is Siddharth Bhatia, Siddharth Varadarajan, M.K. Venu, Janvi Sen, and these are Deputy Editor and Executive News Producer, Foundation for Independent Journalism. Other details, the complaint is under Section 420, 468, 469, 471, 500 and 120B plus 34 of the IPC, which is common intent. Let's go to Shravan Sen. He's joining us live. And Shravan, you have accessed this complaint filed by BJP's IT cell head Amit Malviya. If you can share more details with the viewers, what all it says. I believe it is about criminal defamation and other sections of the IPC. And this is about the X-check story and the attribution that was made by Wire that the story was struck down because Amit Malviya exercises undue influence over Facebook, Meta and associated platforms of Meta. Shravan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, as far as this complaint goes, it is under Section 420, that is cheating and dishonesty inducing delivery of property, 468, forgery for purpose of cheating, 469, forgery for the purpose of harming reputation, 471, using as genuine a forged document or electronic record, 500, that is a punishment for defamation, and also various sections of 120B and 34 of the Indian Penal Code. Now, what's important to point out here is that Amit Malviya had already stated his intent that he's going to go ahead and file a complaint. Now, this would be against who? This would be against the founding editors of The Wire, which includes Siddharth Varadarajan, Siddharth Bhatia, M.K. Venu, the reporter who had produced the story, Janvi Sen, who is the Deputy Editor and Executive News Producer, and also the Foundation for Independent Journalism and a few other unknown persons under various sections. Now, what is it that Amit Malviya is essentially alleging in the complaint that has basically been addressed to the Special Commissioner of Police Crime here in New Delhi? That's essentially that there were multiple reports that were published by The Wire, which he claims was completely defamatory, starting with one particular report, which was titled as "If BJP's Amit Malviya reports your post, Instagram will take it down, no questions asked." Now, this was a news report prepared by Janvi Sen, who essentially depended on one particular report, which they said that this was a report that was prepared by Meta after one Instagram post was brought down. Now, the Instagram post that we're talking about belongs to a private account holder. In fact, the private account holder essentially alleged that the Instagram post was brought down without following the rules and regulations. Remember, the private account holder whose Instagram post was brought down never made any allegation against the Bharatiya Janata Party. It was The Wire which came to a conclusion saying that there are certain things called X-check privileges. X-check privileges are basically privileges given to influencers, which includes politicians, even actors, sportsperson, and the list goes on. But having said that, the allegation was that using the X-check privileges, Amit Malviya was the one who was responsible for bringing down the post. The post was essentially about the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. But having said that, it turns out that the very report that they were basing their entire news report on was completely fabricated. And this was corroborated by none other than Meta's own office. It was their technical department which had said that these reports that they claim that they had got from their source was completely fabricated, and the fact that there were certain internal email communications. Now, what were the internal email communications? These internal email communications was essentially that soon after this report that was published by The Wire, there was an internal communication between the Instagram officials, and they claim that Meta was completely taken aback that this report had come out and this was made public. But the fact of the matter is that that internal email communication too was completely fabricated. And there was no technical expert that was brought on board to come to any such conclusion. And based on that, they had provided multiple reports. Not just that, there was also another application which goes by the name of Tech Fog, which Wire had alleged was used by the Bharatiya Janata Party primarily to target women journalists. And the fact that this was going beyond certain codes that were basically in place. So all of that, it turns out that the Wire had to finally retract when they claimed that someone within their team was actually breached and someone within their team had actually taken them for a complete ride. Remember, so far, the Wire hasn't really apologized. They've essentially said that it does not meet the standards.
Yeah, they have not apologized, and Editors Guild is sort of, acting like a sugar daddy, soft paddling, and not really taking a clear position on the Wire. Sort of, wishy-washy and even whitewashing, perhaps, because they are saying all newsrooms should be careful. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP joins us over the phone. Shehzad, your party's IT head has filed a police complaint, criminal defamation, section 420, which is cheating, and of course 34, which is common intent against these office bearers of and office holding staff of the Wire and the foundation which runs it. Please tell us how it goes from here, where it goes from here. I believe the call dropped with Shehzad Poonawala. We'll try and connect with him, or we'll try if we can get Amit Malviya himself, who has made this complaint against the top of the Wire and the top office bearers of the Wire. And if I could actually go back, to the complaint about which, in fact, Shravan is still with us. Shravan, if I could come back to you. This is a criminal complaint and this talks about all these IPC sections, including criminal defamation and cheating against Siddharth Varadarajan, against Siddharth Bhatia, against M.K. Venu. They are respectively the editors of The Wire, and Janvi Sen. She's the deputy editor and I believe the concerned reporter who did the story. And these are all associated with Foundation for Independent Journalism, which is the organization which runs the media platform Wire. Shravan, if I could come back to you, apart from the structure of this complaint, it is clear that the complainant wants action to be taken against all these accused, according to the complaint. So, where does it go from here? The police investigates and then the police files a charge sheet. You think it can go to a level where they are arrested? What happens?
Abhishek, the first step would be to take cognizance of this particular complaint. If the cognizance is taken by the Delhi police, then an FIR would be registered. Once the FIR is registered, since it basically invokes sections of criminal conspiracy and others, in all likelihood, you would expect summons to be sent out by the Delhi police to those who have been named in this particular complaint. So, first thing to watch out for is that whether at all they are going to be named as an accused. Once they are named as an accused, in all likelihood, summons.
All right. Shravan, I have to go to Savio Rodriguez of the BJP. He joins us over the phone from Goa. Savio, Amit Malviya, the BJP IT cell head, has filed this complaint against The Wire and its top officials, in which Malviya has said that these people have maligned his image and it seems that they are habitual offenders, and also that they were trying to monetize it after doing these fake, fabricated, false stories. They go to the people saying that they should be given money and funds to run this organization. Seems like motivated, agenda-driven work they were doing according to the complaint. So, Savio, how things go from here on? Is the BJP very sure that they are going to pursue it to its logical conclusion?
Well, I'm very confident that Amit Malviya will take this case to the logical conclusion. Organizations that position themselves as media organizations with an agenda which is anti-India more than anything else needs to be called out and needs to be taken to task by the laws that are in this country at this point of time. And what Amit Malviya is doing is absolutely what is necessary. There are organizations, media organizations, and Abhishek, you and I both know, have perpetually over the last several months persistently putting out lies to the people of India. Fake news, fake agendas. Some of them have been asking for money, donations to continue their life as far as India is concerned, as far as the work of the Indian government is concerned. It is high time, and I'm glad that the government has taken a stand to go after the fake news peddlers in this country at this point of time, because the negativity that's being put across the world with unverifiable facts is damaging the image of the people of India more than anything else and the image of the country. So Amit Malviya's stand, I completely stand by, and I think we need to take on more of the fake news peddlers that are putting lies out in the country at this point of time.
Yeah, also, Savio, this complaint arraigns all the office bearers of the wire as accused and puts in the section of common intent, apart from criminal defamation, also the element of section 420, which is cheating. So you think that this is going to be a foolproof investigation and in these sections?
I believe so, Abhishek. I believe it's very important to understand why these organizations work with that intent. The kind of money that comes into the organization from foreign agencies, which is clearly evident. In fact, there was another fact news checker that was arrested and then recently got bailed. If you look at the drama that ensued with regards to the Nobel Peace Prize nomination, it was incredible because these people perpetuate lies. They go out to the gullible public, not only in India but across the world, saying that they are fighting for human rights, fighting for minority rights in the country. But what they're really doing is primarily taking money from people to go about spreading lies about India. In fact, another noted journalist, a supposed journalist who writes in international newspapers, is currently being investigated by ED for fraud. She had taken money in the guise of doing journalism and doing social work, but where is the accountability of that money? So there are these sections of people who portray to be journalists.
Absolutely.
But are not journalists. They are basically scavengers. They are scavengers, and they use lies that they take to the rest of the world to portray India as a nation that's against the minorities, and that is completely untrue. Completely untrue. They are definitely people with an agenda.
Yeah.
They're more dangerous than the enemies that are outside of India.
All right. Savio, thank you so much for joining us over the phone. Amit Malviya, BJP's IT head, filing a criminal complaint of defamation against The Wire and its office bearers, including Siddharth Varadarajan, the founding editor, and M.K. Venu, the editor. And of course, in which Amit Malviya alleges that using forged, fabricated, false documents, not only The Wire sought to malign his image, but also tried to monetize their work. Moving on that note, a short break. We're back at 7 p.m. with the biggest story of the day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mega crackdown on the PFI continues in Kerala. The National Investigation Agency has now arrested 13 absconding accused in the case. The accused was absconding and hailed from Kerala's Palakkad area. New IT rules will have profound impact on intermediaries like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube and Instagram, making them accountable to users and Government of India, thereby marking the end of rules which framed by the big tech firms which see themselves as above the sovereign laws. In wake of the development, the IT Ministry will also hold a press briefing today. And for
when this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy, the former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony.
The British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that.
Hello, welcome. You're watching the biggest story tonight with me, Shavin Sen. Focus on that big story developing right now. Complaint filed against The Wire, founding editors of Wire, as well as the reporter behind that fake news. Complaint filed by Amit Malviya before the Delhi police. We'll get you all the latest in this edition, but up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Exposed to over the biggest fake news story of the year, The Wire faces criminal complaint by Amit Malviya.
गुजरात की कैबिनेट की बैठक में यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के अमलीकरण के लिए एक कमेटी का गठन करना ये तय किया है।
Gujarat government confirms UCC move state to constitute a panel headed by the retired High Court judge to look into all aspects of UCC.
Entire approach towards rule making is really to make the internet more safe, more trusted and more accountable for the 120 crore digital Nagriks.
Government of India amends IT rules for social media, move to make tech firms accountable to Indian laws. Massive political fight over Waqf Board funds as RTI response suggests over 100 crore given to Waqf in 7 years.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, दिल्ली में मौलवियों को तो आप 18,000 रुपये साल का देते हो, मंदिर के पुजारियों को, गुरुद्वारे के ग्रंथियों को, चर्च के पादरियों को भी क्या आप 18,000 रुपये प्रति वर्ष देने का काम शुरू कर रहे हो?
BJP hits out Alleges appeasement. Aam Aadmi Party response says nothing new in the Waqf funding. In a big move, Nadimarg massacre trial will resume after 9 years. Pandit genocide trial to be fast-tracked. Starting this edition with some more breaking news now coming in. BJP leader Amit Malviya has now filed a criminal complaint against The Wire, accusing it of cheating, forgery, criminal conspiracy. Remember, Amit Malviya had threatened to file a complaint against the Wire for publishing defamatory articles against him and the party. In fact, he's now written this complaint to the Special Commissioner of the Delhi Police. In fact, this complaint is against the founding editors of The Wire, Siddharth Vardarajan, Siddharth Bhatia, as well as the reporter concerned, Janvi Sen. The allegation essentially being that multiple reports were basically published by The Wire, which the Wire themselves have now retracted. In fact, they have put out a statement saying that these stories that they had published earlier have been retracted because it does not match their readers' standards. What they did not actually make a mention of the fact that they have got the story completely wrong. What exactly is the entire tussle between the Bharatiya Janata Party leader Amit Malviya and the Wire? It all started with an Instagram post held by a private account that was removed arbitrarily. That was the allegation. But the Wire went a step further. Wire said that this Instagram post was essentially brought down at the behest of BJP leader Amit Malviya because he enjoys what is called ex-check privileges. Joining us on this broadcast is my colleague and our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. Abhishek, just break it down for our viewers, the nature of the complaint and what are the specific allegations that have been leveled against the founding editors?
Well, for one, Shravan, this is a criminal defamation complaint filed by Amit Malviya, who is the BJP IT cell in charge, with the Delhi police. And it is filed under various sections of the IPC, including 500, which is about defamation, including 120B, which is criminal conspiracy, including 34, which is common intent, and of course 420, which is cheating. Now, what Amit Malviya says is that the kind of work Wire did with that story in October first half, it was clearly not only maligning him, but intended to malign him, his image, because the story said that the manner in which a story was struck off, it was done at the behest of Amit Malviya, and the Wire in their story attributed it to some deep sources inside Meta. Subsequently, we saw how the top levels of Meta, including their chief security officer and their public policy in charge of Southeast Asia, they came out and called the hoax of Wire and said that whatever stories they did were falsified, fabricated, and used forged documents, and subsequent to which the Wire, in fact, withdrew the stories, took them down, and issued an apology. But subsequent to which we have seen the Wire not really being clearly apologetic, and the ecosystem really defending them, if not outrightly, then by whataboutery. In that backdrop, Amit Malviya decided that since the attempt was to malign him and his image, there he has filed this complaint now, and obviously the police will take over from here. What is important is, Shravan, that in this complaint, Amit Malviya says that the Wire as an organization are repeat offenders. They have done this earlier also, and that is why he decided that at some stage he had to, put a full stop to this and make them understand, and that's why he's filing this complaint. Also, he goes on to allege, and I quote from the complaint itself, that the Wire even tried to monetize its work and clearly connects the sensationalism based on forged and fabricated documents and information with Wire raising money for their running. So I think in that sense, the police would need to really take a deep dive into possibly the finance part of Wire as well. And on that, perhaps you would know better whether this just stops at Delhi police or goes to other agencies as well.
Well, Abhishek, just to break it down for our viewers right now, we've seen the kind of responses that have actually come in, or the lack of any response from the Wire. In fact, we've independently tried getting in touch with the founding editors of the Wire, in fact, even the Ombudsman. But if you take a look at some of the responses that have really come in from their side, they do not make a single mention of the fact that a story of this nature, and why exactly did they not get any technical expert on board? That's the crux of this entire issue.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that is the reason, Shravan, that the top levels of Meta, both their chief security officer, chief information security officer, Guy Rosen, and then Andy Stone, who's the head of the public policy for South Asia, they came out and said that the stories were simply incorrect, and there was no way for anyone in Meta to be telling them this information, and that's why they firmly believe
that this was all cooked up, this was all fabricated, and they wanted evidence from Wire, and having failed to provide the evidence, obviously because the content perhaps was fabricated, which obviously police would investigate, the Wire was forced to, take down the stories, withdraw them, and take them off the internet. Subsequent to which they issued an apology, and Meta continues to believe that this was all it was done. It was something which was done without adequate levels of due process having been followed. And as you rightly mentioned, this was a very tech-intensive story, and ideally there should have been an expert helping the reporter concerned, but which was not the case. Shawan, we saw how you spoke to the ombudsman of the Wire, and she also for the time being, it can be said that she washed her hands off. Obviously, she said that she would be coming back with a more detailed response at some stage, the freedom for which she wanted when you spoke to her. But what is important is that in a very tech-intensive situation, the procedures that the Wire should have followed were not, and leading to a situation where ultimately the content, according to Meta, was found to be forged and fabricated. So I think the Delhi police would need to pick up the investigation from here. As I said, apart from sections of the IPC, the fact that there is an element of money being raised also mentioned in the complaint, would other agencies also get in? So Amit Malvi has left it there. It's a complaint which has been filed seeking an FIR. The Delhi police would need to file an FIR based on its own due diligence and a preliminary inquiry. And whenever those developments happen, we'll bring viewers up to date on that as well.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for putting this into perspective. A story that we'll be tracking very, very closely. It remains to be seen how soon perhaps the Delhi police would be converting this particular complaint into an FIR cognizance. Once it's taken, the FIR would be registered, and in all likelihood, the founding editors of The Wire would be summoned so that their statements can also be recorded. A massive embarrassment for The Wire. Should we focus now to the other story that we are getting to you tonight? Jammu and Kashmir High Court has ordered expeditious trial in the Nadimarg massacre of 24 Kashmiri Pandits. Trial will resume after 9 years in the case. 24 Kashmiri Pandits were killed in Nadimarg village of Pulwama by Lashkar terrorists in 2003. Just a recap. During the midnight, 11 men, 11 women and 2 small boys who were lined up and shot and killed by the terrorists. Well, in fact, this comes at a time when Kashmiri Pandits have been demanding that justice should be handed out, given the fact that this happens to be the biggest blot and a dark chapter in the history of Kashmiri Pandits. Kashmiri Hindus who were killed by Lashkar terrorists. Horrific images that still hound almost every Indian. 11 men, 11 women, 2 children, they were shot at. All of them were lined up and they were fired at point blank range. This was a genocide, and justice yet to be delivered. 19 years wait for justice. It's cold-blooded